Alright, looks like we are live. We are good to go, picking up on in Act 3 of Diablo. It's always fun as fuck, so let's get this shit going. As always, gots to fucking get this stream set up so I can make sure it looks normal. You guys know how it goes.
Fake banter for the intro.
That's all I know how to do.
Great.
Good to be here.
Welcome to Tuesdays with
Stories.
Alright.
Hit her in the face with a surfboard.
And then the duck fell out of his bag.
Surf's up. And she didn't even flush.
Knock, knock.
Who's there? Mark Norman and Joe List.
Yeah! This is Tuesdays with Stories, everybody.
That's terrible.
This is supposed to be cheesy.
My radio is spitting at me.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Tuesdays with Stories. I'm Joe List. That's
Mark Norman here.
and together we are gay.
Yes, lovers.
Gay lovers.
You got that right. Lovers was always a big one when they go, "This is my lover." You're like, "Whoa, Jesus."
Oh, that means it's torrid, I think.
What is torrid? Like
A
you
torrid
ripped it off
love
the
affair.
internet?
I don't know. I don't know what torrid means, but
I
you always
don't
hear
know torrid.
torrid love
Is
affair.
that a quarterback? Who's torrid?
You've not heard torrid love affair. You only hear torrid with love affair.
That's true. You don't hear with anything else.
Yeah, torrid fart, torrid
Anal.
retard.
Yeah. So what is torrid then?
I think it's wild. It's torrid.
We got to throw that in more.
I'll look it up. Where's
Torrid.
I really
that
miss
pussy up.
Shelby.
Do you?
Guy.
All right.
Well, I
Tell
miss somebody looking things up. I mean,
Sure. Oh, he's a
I've
scorner.
heard of your
Torrid.
exploits and I'm quite impressed. Very few mortals are capable of dealing with the three and their minions as you have. My name is Natalia. I am a hunter of evil, part of an ancient order sworn to hunt down corrupted sorcerers. If I could, I would gladly join your quest to stop the three. But I must wait here for further news. I can't predict what will happen, but the danger is greater than we can know. Until I receive my orders, I'll assist you. Ashira? Well, she's a tough-talking mage, but I'd wager she's never faced true evil. Pampering drunken mercenaries is one thing, but standing face-to-face with a hellspawn demon...
Alright, Natalia, I'm pretty sure she'll come in handy later. At least throw a handy my way, you know? Boom. Slap.
oh yeah, here it is. Torrid.
That was
Torrid. Wait,
That's
that's a
it?
fashion.
Uh-oh.
Wait, maybe not.
Mm.
That's a fashion line.
I torrid the hymen.
I'm gonna type in torrid love affair. See what
All right.
happens.
I'm
Torrid
excited.
love sick.
I've
Maybe that's
heard-
like a thing you think. Oh, here it is. Oh, wait.
Oh, here we go. I've heard love affair. There we go.
Torrid. If you're having a torrid romance, that means it's steamy and emotionally charged.
Oh.
It also describes something that's very energetic or something like you could have a torrid act.
Oh, like Sebastian Maniscalco is torrid.
He's torrid. and horrid.
Interesting.
I'm kidding. He's funny. Or something that has extreme emotional charge, which is why people often apply torrid to love affairs. There it is, vocabulary.com.
All right, let's throw it in the mix. That should be a regular word. It's a good word.
Yeah, so
Kurast for many years, but I never would have imagined it could be so corrupted.
Certainly this must be Mephisto's work. You'd best get going, my friend. Diablo and Bale are still out there, and you must...
Okay, good job, Deckard. Let's see. Stash. Oh, I got the telepad. Can I Oh, okay, I can just fast travel between places like that. Nice.
So
Nice
torrid,
to
here's
know.
the actual definition. If you're having a torrid romance, it means steaming, emotionally charged. Oh, this is the same website, I guess.
Uh-huh.
All right.
All
Okay,
right.
so it's officially adjective, emotionally charged and vigorously energetic.
Vigorously.
Quote,
Oh, hi
torrid
there.
jazz bands, a torrid dance, hot trumpets, and torrid rhythms.
So gay porn is torrid.
Um,
It's pretty sweaty and thunderous.
well, not necessarily. I mean, you could have a timid, like a lame gay porn.
I don't know if that exists.
Well, I'm saying if you and I were just kissing and tweaking nipples with,
Sure. It's a
Chris
softcore. Christopherson
Christopherson on in the background, it might not be torrid.
Sounds like a great night is what it is. Sounds like a Tuesday.
Synonyms, extremely hot. There you go.
All right, we got it.
Torrid. All right.
See,
That
back...
was- I didn't like your torrid tone right there.
Well, get used to it. At my grandparents' house, they had the dictionary up on a podium, and it had a big light on it. And my mom would, I'd go, "What's torrid?" She would go, I had to run
Oh,
over
that's
and I'd
nice.
stand on a little stool and go. And that was Google.
Boy, you had some torrid grandparents.
Oh, they were cunts.
Another synonym. Synonym's fun
Uh-oh,
to say,
the
isn't it?
spider
Synonym.
forest.
Yeah, cinnamon roll.
Also
Who
simile.
the fuck is this? Dark Wanderer.
Yeah, that's not bad. It's not as fun as
Because I'm a
cinnamon.
wanderer.
No.
Hey, bitch, you gonna say something?
Boy, speaking of
I think
cinnamon
that was
rolls,
ball.
this sugar addiction is no joke. So I decided, I'm like, I was talking to Vecchione about this keto business. You can't just stay in ketosis. You got to break it. So I want to do a bit about this. People were like talking about keto. They're like, yeah, you can't shit. Like one side effect is you'll be constipated for a couple weeks.
Sure.
And then they're like, you better eat carbs before you go for a run or really work out though, because you feel a little depleted. I'm like, are you sure this is healthy?
Right.
You can't shit and you feel weak? I mean, that doesn't seem very healthy.
Sounds awful.
Yeah.
Sounds like a side effect of a disease.
Yeah, exactly. Ketosis sounds like a disease.
It does.
I'm in ketosis.
Yes. It sounds like Stan Lee shit. Like, oh no, ketosis got over and now he's the Incredible Hulk.
That's
you
a
know?
good point. Yeah, he's just
It's a
throwing,
fucking
grilled
fetish.
chicken
What
at
the
Spider-Man. Or whatever you eat on the keto.
Fetish
Or fat
demon.
Shit, fat bombs.
You can't have sugar.
I'm out here in the woods finding these fucking furries and diapered. These people like to jerk off in diapers and shit. There's a fucking couple of take sitters out here. Fucking couple of I don't even know what a foot. Couple of toe lickers out here.
Sugar, and you can't have dairy. I don't even know.
Well,
what
dairy
keto
has
is.
sugar in it. Well, you can have cheese. So keto is all low, like 50, I guess 50 to 150 carbs is considered low. But keto, I think you want to be from like 0 to 50. You want to get your carbs from your veggies.
Oh,
Broccoli, veggies have carbs,
is that right?
but there's like small amounts or whatever.
You know, broccoli contains small amounts of cyanide.
No kidding. I don't know what cyanide is exactly. Can you give me a synonym for cyanide?
Poison?
Oh, love that
kills you.
band.
Yeah.
Yeah, cyanide's a thing they
That
fucking
was a cheap trick.
murder you with.
Yeah, exactly. It'll ruin you, but it has just a little. It's almost like what's that stuff called with the booze? You pour it in.
Tryptophan.
No, you pour it in when you hangover.
Oh,
come
Tylenol?
on. Gingers.
Ginger.
No,
Bitters.
Bitters.
Bitters,
Bitters.
yes.
Where did I get gingers?
Yeah, gingers. Well, they're fun.
Yeah, she was in Gilligan's Island.
Oh, yeah. And then there's
Ginger.
Ginger Baker, who
Who's-
died recently.
Who's that?
He was the drummer in Cream.
Ooh, I've had that in my pants.
Yeah, I've had a drummer in my pants. I don't know if that made sense.
I had a little drummer boy once.
Oh, you
ruined
gotta
his
fuck
life.
kids, you know?
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you, I mean, YouTuber, I don't read the comments anymore because they're hurtful, but I went to get a haircut. This is what I had a 12:30.
You look good.
Thank you. I had a 12. You got one too.
Nah.
I had
Shower.
a 12:30 meeting, and
Golden.
So it takes about a half hour to get to said meeting. I'm in Astoria, so at 11:37, I'm going to go to my barber shop on Broadway in Astoria, get a quick haircut, jump on the train, still make my meeting, and I'm working on this thing. I keep all my life I'm getting places way too early because of anxiety.
I've noticed.
I'm so afraid to be late, and I end up just walking around the block. I always text you. I'm like, I'm here 90 minutes early if you want to do something.
Right.
And so that's like anxiety. So I'm trying to be like more pragmatic about travel and be like, you don't have to be everywhere.
Yes.
Now, some places it helps. Going to the airport, I'm like, I'm getting there early because I'm not valuing my time elsewhere, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, let me work on this about leaving a little later so I'm not spending all this time walking around, especially in the winter.
Uh-huh.
So I leave early, and as I'm getting there, I'm like, I need there to be no line at the barber shop. If there's any line, it's going to fuck me.
I've been there.
Because I'll go from being super early to now late.
Yes.
So I get there, and there's like 9 guys. They're piled on top of each other because everyone wants their Thanksgiving haircut.
Holiday hair.
They got to go see their mother, and their mother's going to go, what's with the hair, you fucking loser?
Right.
So
And haircut you can't do alone. It'd be nice if you could cut your own hair. That could be a new invention.
yeah, I think some people do it, but it comes out like doo-doo.
It's one of the few homemade things that's bad. You know, usually homemade is good. Oh, he's got a homemade ziti.
Oh, yeah.
Homemade gravy. You go, ooh, homemade.
Yeah, no one wants a family recipe haircut.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, that's like, I was talking about this too. I tried to do this as a bit. It never worked. About the barber, sometimes it's hard to do in a hurry because the barber will start watching TV.
The worst.
It's the only, this never worked as a bit, but maybe it'll work here. It's the only like profession you pay someone and they stop to watch the tube. Like you're never like, all right, you have a spot on your lungs. Oh, check out this scene. It's fucking Henry Hill, whatever.
Right. Trump's on.
Like he's just sitting there watching the television for like 9 minutes. I'm like, hey, what the fuck?
Yeah, brutal. They take their time and they talk to the other guy and they go, how are you? And then you say something interesting. They go, get out of here. You're like, no, get back with the combing.
I never want to talk. I just want to
Hate
go.
to talk.
Don't talk. Just cut the hair.
I love the Armenian guy because he speaks no English.
He speaks no English, and he invites you up into her room. Anyways,
I love cake.
So I go in there. I can't do it, and now I'm with Sarah. She's on the way to the gym, and I just have a meltdown. This is where she's like, "What's wrong with you?" I'm like, "Fuck." There's a long line. Now I just got to go. I could have been at home for another 20 minutes.
Exactly.
Now I'm just going to get to the meeting a half hour early, and fuck me. So I'm like, whatever. I'll just go. I get on the train. I take my time. I get off, and then I'm like, maybe there's a barbershop near the meeting. So I give it a Google, and there's a barbershop. So I go, all right. So I go upstairs. Now I'm in Manhattan. Now, most people don't live in New York if they're listening to the show. The difference between a Queens haircut and a Manhattan haircut, very pricey, but I go, it'll be a little more expensive. Whatever's clever, Trevor.
It's like going from a bus station to an airport prices.
Exactly. So the meeting's 12:30. It's like 12:07.
Okay, pretty good window.
And the meeting is a block away. One block on the other side. So you got to kind of go up and around. But 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Well, I get in there, and it's a lady, and she doesn't speak English. I just go, just to trim. It takes 5 minutes before the haircut starts.
You're counting those minutes.
She's like, same style? I'm like, yeah, trim.
Trim
it up. And she's like, you pull it back? And I'm like, exactly like it is now. Except shorter.
There you go.
There's nothing. She's like number 4. I don't know I never knew the numbers because I never had a wiffle or anything.
A wiffle?
She's like we talked about this before. You guys didn't use wiffle term.
I don't know whiff.
Wiffle was just like a clean shave head. That's what like Nate Bargatze had when he was unsuccessful.
Oh yeah, those are bad.
A wiffle.
Bad whiff. Made a wiffle.
Well, I never had a wiffle. I had a lot of waffles, no wiffles, but
sure.
Weebles wobble if they don't fall down. But so I go, I don't know the number. Just trim it up, you fucking cunt. I got a meeting to get to.
Come
Step on it.
Trim, Gash.
So finally she starts. She puts on the clipper. She uses a clipper. Then it's one of these places. It's Manhattan. So they got to do all the business.
Oh, yeah.
They want to clip you and powder you and shave you. And then she does my eyebrows. And there's a clock right ahead of me. And I'm just watching it tick away. Now, you know me and being late. It makes me sick to my stomach. I just want to throw up. I want to kill myself.
Yeah.
And so now it's just past. And now you're just like, whatever. So they want me to do your eyebrows. I'm like, do my fucking pubes because I'm missing the goddamn meeting anyway.
You might as well turn this into the meeting. Just talk to her.
Yeah, maybe I should do that.
My rock bottom was when I blew that kid on the playground or whatever.
Yeah, the whole thing.
Yeah.
I shaved my eyebrows, and I can feel, they feel short.
Yeah, they look good.
I got a wiffle eyebrow.
I don't mind the eyebrow. It looks good because I can't imagine how much longer it was before.
It was wild. Like, the ends of them are gone.
A little bit,
I
yeah.
got no brow in the end here, folks. If you take
Yeah.
a look on the YouTube.
Looks like your eyebrows are going into the army.
I don't. Yeah, that's what I feel. I feel like Gomer Pyle here. But anyway, so it finishes. I gotta leave, and then I feel guilty about this. I gotta put it out there. It cost $36. My
Oh!
haircut in Queens is 16, so it was more than double the haircut.
Wow, you went from teenager to you.
Brutal.
Teenager to adult.
$20 more, and so I got to pay with the credit card because I don't have the cash. So I pay with a credit card, and the big sign says no tip on credit card, cash only tips.
Smart.
Well, all I have is 20s, and I'm late, so I don't have time to break the thing. So I just went, you know what? I'm paying $20 more. Hopefully
Yes.
they pay her well. I'm not tipping.
Wow.
No tip. I don't have time to make the change. It took way too long. She did a great job. But some of these things, you're like, I could have got this for $20 less.
Yeah, but
And normally I'd tip. If I had a 5, I would have tipped. If I had singles, I would have tipped.
but that's not on them.
But all I had was $250 because I'm going to therapy. That's my therapy money. And I don't want
Right.
to crack into my therapy money. If I do that now, I got to go to the ATM.
Right,
Now
right.
my whole day's off kilter. And I got to hope that she gets a big chunk of that 36.
Did you say, can you break a 20 there, Esperanza?
Well, I didn't have time, and
All
I
right.
50s, and I just went,
Oh, right.
fuck me, and there's like a band-aid, I just ripped it off, so I feel guilty.
I get it.
But at the same time, they should feel guilty because a haircut shouldn't be $36. I'm sorry. I know the ladies pay $4,000 a haircut.
I agree.
But
It
what can
is
you
silly,
do?
and it's a good-looking snip, but yeah, that's high.
Not a bad snip. So I was 10 minutes late for the meeting. But then again, this is something I'm working on with anxiety and therapy. I was like, all right, no big deal.
Yeah.
I'm a little late. I'll join in. I'm still here. Whatever the fuck. Then I came here. Now I'm late getting here because I tried to eat a salad, and you can't eat a salad fast.
No, you can't wolf a salad. You get the lettuces flipping and flopping, the ranch dressings in your eyebrow. It's brutal.
It's hard to break down. Like a piece of chicken, you can chew it 3 times and swallow it. But that
Sure.
lettuce, it just gets all folded up and stuck in
Yeah.
your thing. And
Yep.
So I'm late for this. I'm late for that. I got an expensive haircut, but whatever. Happy to be here.
In a few hours, it'll all be water under the anal, and you won't even think twice about it. But I get it.
Well, one thing that's making me happy, I can tell you, these guys.
Oh, can
what-
I?
Can I? Is that what it's called? I keep feeling like I'm saying it wrong.
Can I, baby?
Can I? CANNAE Pro Gear. Can
Love 'em.
I Pro Gear?
Big fan.
Well, they're the new sponsor, hired by military. It's like military.
Folks, look at this. It comes out of the military. Throw it in an aviator glasses, a Jeep Wrangler, and now you got a Phalanx duty pack.
Duty pack.
I love it.
Oh, my friend had a
An AE Pro.
the durability. Durability.
Yeah.
I can tell it's durable. I've only had it for a couple of days, but
And
they
woman.
can feel the durability. Durability.
Yes.
Durability. What?
Torrid.
Adorable. Durable.
Yes.
Duracell.
Ah.
Yeah, go use the pro. It's a great gift. Seriously, use the promo code Tuesdays, get an additional 15% off, and happy Christmas. I think I've started listening to podcasts recently, which just sounds weird.
About
I know.
time.
But there really is. It is great for Christmas gifts.
Yes.
Or not like just listening to them. Like I'm on Bobby's podcast. We have our podcast. We get ads. You start hearing these ads, and you're like, "That's a great Christmas gift."
Of course.
Like I'm grateful I listen to podcasts just for the gift ideas.
And you get the discount. It's great. Everybody wins.
Hell yeah! Now I know I already did a little business there with the haircut. I got a quick nugget. I want to get this nugget out because this is a very special episode
Love
of
a
Tuesdays
nugget.
with Stories. The people know because they've seen the photo.
Yeah.
They've seen the photos of what went on this week. They know what was happening last week. So the people are eager to hear. There's a lot of people hitting that 30-second forward button.
Oh, I hate the 30-second. We're not these chumps who put the 18 ads up front either.
No, we can't get ads. We stuck at reading them. But
That's true.
Have you noticed they changed it to 30-second forward, 15-second back?
I didn't notice.
It used to be 15 and 15.
Is that right?
So now to get the 15, you got to skip ahead 30 and then back 15.
Good eye there, Fatty.
You got to do arithmetic.
Yeah, weird.
It's a little strange.
Arithmetic.
But I guess somebody must have complained, I guess.
Yeah, all right. Arrhythmia.
Well, I got a few things, but I'll give you this one thing that's kind of fun, but it's a nice little warm-up.
Nugget, please.
You know? Yeah, here comes a Denver Nugget. What's more of a D.C. Nugget?
Oh, all right. I've had those in my... It's a dingleberry, we call that.
So this is one of the things that sometimes I'll does it work out or does it not work out? Sometimes in life things work out, And sometimes they don't work out, but really they work out because you just get over it.
And you die.
So I'm going to. I went to 2 hockey games last week. Thursday, Islanders Penguins. We wanted to see Crosby, Veter, and I, but he got hurt.
Bing?
About 500 people. No, it's his son, Sid. Sid and Bing.
Sid and Bing.
That sounds like a good sex position.
Or a radio team.
That's what I was going to go with. I switched to sex in the last second.
Probably better. Radio team I've done to death.
Oh, boy. But anyway, so we were going to go. He got hurt. We went to the game. And then Veter, you can tell, like, Crosby's out. Veter doesn't like to leave his house.
No, he doesn't.
He's got dogs and a wife and something.
They look alike.
But
Get Vader. He doesn't know how to use a podcast.
but so I could tell, like, he's like, are we still going to this thing? I'm like, well, I'm going. He's like, oh, yeah, me too. And you can tell he's just like, jeez, I was hoping to get out and crunch some numbers or whatever.
Right.
But,
I picture him with a little visor on.
I
pulling
always
a
picture
crank.
him with a visor.
Oh, yeah. He's got a pencil in his ear, the whole thing.
He's a good advisor. But
Yes.
great comic, by the way. He's got an album coming out, Veter Las Vegas. It'll be out in the spring. Make sure a lot of great shit coming out, by the way.
Oh, my. Too much shit. It's a DC. What do you call it?
Huh?
Wait, what did you just say? It's a DC.
Veter.
Well, shit.
Oh,
And I said.
a Denver Nugget.
It's a nugget. We got a lot of
A
nuggets.
lot of Nuggets. Jessica Kershaw. I don't know how do you say her name.
Kirsten.
Kirsten?
Yeah, no S.
Some people say
no
Kershaw.
H.
Some people say Kirsten. Sometimes you hear Kirsten.
Maybe it is Kirsten. Let's go Kirsten.
It might be Kirsten.
That sounds better.
Jessica, it looks like Curson.
Yes.
Curson. Curson?
I put a curse on you.
Right. Somebody did. My
on
career
you.
stinks. But the Stoner special comes out December 7th, and the Wolf special comes out December 10th. And then Veter will be out in the spring, and then I got something cooking up my sleeve.
Oh, all right, finally. And then Sam tapes on the 2nd. It's a lot of jizz in this gumbo.
Long December, and there's reason to believe maybe this year will be better than the last.
Good band.
Love the Counting Crows.
Me too.
Yeah, they're very good.
Better than the Black Crows. But that
I would agree.
I don't care for blacks.
Yeah.
Gross.
Okay, so I gotta go to DC. I'm going to the hockey. We go to the hockey game. Veter and I have a great time. Look out for his album. He's hilarious. We go to the game. Nice game, fun game, whatever. Then Friday, I go down to DC. I got tickets for the Washington Capitals game Saturday. Want to go see Alex
Can't tell if the pod is fucking up or if my earbuds are fucking up, but
Ovechkin. Who,
I can't handle the cracks anymore. Just gonna
hey,
skip
Mark,
this.
fake banter for the intro.
That's all I know how to do.
Great.
Good to be here.
Welcome to Tuesdays with
Story.
Stories.
Hit her in the face with a surfboard.
And then the duck fell out of his bag.
Surf's up. And she didn't even flush.
Knock, knock.
Who's there? Mark Norman and Joe List.
Yeah.
Mark Norman and
Tuesdays
Joe
with Stories,
List.
everybody.
Yeah, that's terrible.
This is supposed to be cheesy.
My radio
Yo,
is spitting at
isn't
me.
that me?
Holy hell, we're back, folks. Here it is. It's not Adam and Eve, it's Adam and Steve.
Yep, and Joe and Mark also.
That's true.
We were there. We're very old. We moisturize.
Yeah, something about a rib. He gave a rib.
I don't really know the whole thing. There was ribs involved. I got nothing on the Bible. Everything I know is just from bits and movies.
You're more of a Torah man.
Yeah, I don't care about the Bible. I guess it was.
either.
So what? How did it work? There was just Adam. They were just there. All of a sudden, poof.
I think God made them, and he made two idiots that were naked. Then he made a snake, and there's an apple computer.
So how did they get there? I mean, this is a real chicken and the egg or whatever.
I
But
think God just, did one of these, and then he rested for some reason.
so why was he so lazy? Why did he break everything and then just 2 people? Why not start with 40 people? A hunter,
Yeah.
a gatherer, a nester.
Yeah, and why not? Why weren't they allowed to bang? He
They
was
weren't
like,
allowed to bang?
Well, that was the whole thing. It's temptation, and then they eat the apple and fuck.
I thought they banged and then had a kid, and then that kid.
Is that Jesus?
See, that's what's weird to me. No, he was immaculate.
Ah.
That's what's weird to me is that it doesn't seem like it's all incest. If it started with Adam and Eve,
Yeah.
wouldn't they have to have a baby and then wait like however like 11, 12, 13 years before they can fuck and then have a baby? Like their
Oh,
two kids
yeah.
fuck and then they have a baby. Like it
Yeah.
feels like it would take a long time.
Who does the baby fuck?
The baby fucks the other baby. They got to have
Oh.
multiple babies, I think.
I guess I didn't hear about any other babies. I didn't hear about the one baby.
I don't know. I don't understand. Someone's gonna have to write to us, but
yeah.
The whole
Basically-
thing seems funky.
Yeah, anybody who believes in it's got to be a retarded person.
But then even evolution, like, how
Jeez.
did that start? Like, where'd the first monkey come from?
Well, they came out of the water. It was a fish,
Is that right?
and then the fish got legs, and then it kind of crawled out, and then he fucked a rock. I don't know.
Fish
and then,
got legs. This is like Chernobyl type of thing.
Yeah, pretty much. Then the fish got legs, and then he. I guess it's all pretty wacky.
I remember JFK in an interview one time said we came from the sea.
Yeah.
He was like, we came from the sea. But then he's a Catholic, so he must believe in
Oh,
not
yeah.
just evolution.
He
or
might just be
something.
talking about the Cubans or immigrants.
I don't know. He said from the sea. He's like, because he loves the ocean. We got to go
Ah.
back into the sea because we came from the sea.
Right.
What's the sea exactly?
Maybe
the
the s-
ocean is the sea.
Maybe the sea is the cunt.
Ah,
It came out of the cunt.
Oh, yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and it came from cum.
Yes.
A couple C's.
Yes.
You see inside of the sea.
See
and
me
then-
later.
Yeah, you put a T in her A and then thumb.
That was the worst on the test when you said, "What'd you get on the test?" And I got to see me. You ever gotten to see me?
I never heard that one. That's
oh,
good.
that's a Saved by the Bell joke, but I got that a few times. I got the see me, meaning like you're so bad at this, we need to talk about
See
it.
me after school, yeah.
Or you bang her.
That'd be nice. The first time I ever came, someone just said, I did Remy's podcast. How do you say her last name? Kashmir?
Casimir,
Is it Kashmir? Casimir?
Casimir, I think. I think there's an I in there.
There's certain names that you just know by the writing, but you don't know how to say them.
Right.
That's always weird.
Yeah, I got a few of those.
Like Ida Rodriguez is another one. I wasn't sure if it was Ida or Ada.
Ada.
Rodriguez.
It's weird when you just know these people, and then it becomes
True,
like, I've known this person
21,
too long to ask the
Right.
pronunciation.
Right.
At least that one's like Spanish.
And
There's
that-
another one.
Something you can't Google either. It'd be
Yes.
nice if you could Google names. That would help me. Like the pronunciation.
Oh, I see. There's somebody else that I was just thinking about that I'm like, I don't know how to say their fucking name. It's somebody. Who is it? I'll think of it later. I don't
All
want to
right.
have dead air here. But anyway, that's why it's nice having a nice Joe list.
Yeah.
2 syllables.
The worst is when you can't get the name right and they go, "Oh, what are you, a bigot?" Like, no, I just don't know how to say your name. This has nothing to do with hatred.
Yeah.
They go, "Oh, you mispronounced that." You're like, I don't know how to say Cantoya. Or
That
whatever.
sounded good.
Oh, okay. Maybe
Cantoya.
that's something.
Amigo
Name is Inigo
Cantoya. Yeah.
Compared to anal.
But anyways, I don't understand religion. And where were we at again?
All the religions, how can you believe you just were born a certain way? How do you know if that's the right one? That's what I never got.
Yes.
If you grow up in Muslim town, you go, "Hey, I guess I'm a Muzz."
Yeah, it's very bizarre. The whole thing is weird. But I'm a spiritual guy, you know. I look for
Sure.
things, and I like to jerk off or whatever.
Yeah.
That didn't make sense.
I don't believe in ghosts, though. I think
No.
that's silly. Anybody who believes in ghosts, I feel like I'm better than.
No, I got in a thing. I talked about this on stage this weekend a little bit.
Uh-oh.
And people get serious about it. There's certain people
Oh,
that get
yeah.
serious. I think a lot of people are like, no, my grandfather talks to me. They like it.
Right.
And then there's a weird thing is there's people that believe in ghosts that don't want to see a ghost, and there's people that believe in ghosts and want to see a ghost.
That's true.
That was
yeah.
the thing I asked on stage because I do a joke about a ghost, and then this one woman was like, "I want to see a ghost." And this
Right.
other one was like, "I don't want to see a ghost." And I was like, "Well, I got great news for you and bad news for you.
Right. Right.
Is you ain't gonna see a ghost."
Yeah.
But I like ghost stories, though.
Sure.
I love like the comedy stores, haunted. I love a
Yes.
haunted situation.
Haunted is good.
A nice spook and creeped out, you know, a
Uh-huh.
spooky thing, you know.
Right. New Orleans is all very spooked out.
Yeah, I like the spooks.
And we like Halloween.
I love Halloween. I like to get spooky. I'll tell you though, this is bad. I'm gonna just admit something. My
Oh,
mother's
please.
calling me on the phone here.
Defense is 40.
Sarah and I watched on Showtime. If you have access to Showtime,
I do.
They do there's a show called
box.
Active Shooter,
Oh.
and they do an hour on a bunch of these mass shootings. Columbine, you know, Lubies, that one in Texas there.
Lubies.
Lubbies?
Lubble?
I don't know. There's one at a cafeteria.
Oh.
That was the biggest one ever in 1991 or something. At that point,
I didn't
Lubbies
know
or
that.
Lubies or anals or
Lubed
grease,
I don't know.
something. I love lube, by the way. Best thing I've ever
Lube.
involved in my sex life.
What took us so long to lube up?
I don't know. I mean, like, and the pussy, the vagina, if you will,
Sure.
it lubes itself up. You can lick it and put a thumb in her butt, or
Old
whatever.
news.
But you buy a CVS lube and just squeeze it in there. It's a different situation.
Game changer. I mean, it's like a transmission. You got to keep it moist.
You gotta put it in there. And by the way, one bottle this big, you can take it on an airplane, and it lasts me fucking 3 years.
Oh, yeah.
I got it as a wedding gift from my grandmother, and it's still going. I mean, just a little dab will do you.
It doesn't cure all, though. Me and the gal been trying to do the back door, and that is a needle I cannot thread.
You've been trying. So this is like an ongoing thing here.
We've used a couple of transmission oils and cooking oil and coconut oil and baby oils.
Now let me ask you, what kind of dumps does she take? Does it open up the other way?
She's like, I think she's a real squirty dumper.
Oh,
the
really?
Problem. So she's got even the opening has never been stretched by a big brown turd. Boom, boom.
Because it's a different stretch. Because one, it's designed to stuff's designed to go out there.
Right.
I don't want to sound homophobic because I'm pro-gay. I have a very staunch pro-gay sex record. In fact, I got a story about the thing.
Oh.
But I think scientifically, the butthole is not designed to have things going inside of it.
I agree.
It's designed to go outward.
Yeah.
It's supposed to. I think it opens in a certain way. It's like a sewer or something. What opens one way and not the other?
Hatch.
A hatch, maybe?
A gay hatch? I don't know. I feel like the mouth isn't meant to have a dick in it either, but we'll put them in it every now and then.
But a mouth is meant to have things go into it.
Good point.
Like you are supposed to put food in there. A dick is not supposed to be in there.
Right.
But, I shouldn't say not supposed to be, but it's not designed.
Right.
I mean, Lord knows I've had several dicks in my mouth. But that's how I got into the show. But anywho.
That's our first story. But yeah.
What was I going with?
Oh, yeah.
Lube.
Hatch, gay. Lube. Lubbock,
oh,
Texas.
The tickets. Oh, the shootings.
The shooting. I'll shoot
The mass shootings. Showtime. This is. I have mixed feelings because every night the hotel in Minneapolis had on demand. You could had Showtime on demand in the hotel, which is pretty sweet. So we started watching this active shooter, which is a great show. They go through everything, and it gave me the thrills and the chills and the spooks.
That's a good show then.
It's a good show, but I'm like, I'm part of the problem.
How do you mean?
I'm like, I want to know more about the shooter. I want to know the psyche. I want to know his name because they're like, don't say his name, and because it makes, and I agree, it makes them want to set the world record, and it gives someone something to aspire to.
Right.
But I'm part of the problem because I'm like, no, I want to see his name. I want to see his mugshot. I want to see videos of him. I'm fascinated by it, and this is where we're at for entertainment. I need the surveillance camera. Surveillance footage of the nightclub, the Orlando nightclub.
Oh, yeah.
He was in the bathroom with the victims for hours.
What?
It's fucking crazy. Yeah, he was hiding in there with them. And then they had to blow up the wall, and it went to 4:30 in the morning. The cops didn't go in. It's insane.
What? He just happened to be involved in another shooting? And then he shot?
No. He's the shooter, and he locked himself in there. It's almost like a hostage situation.
I'm thinking of Lubbock.
So they're shot and bleeding, and he's in the fucking bathroom. There's 911 calls. I'm I can't even sleep. I'm watching it, being oh my god, this is amazing. How can fucking Richard Linklater compete with this footage?
Of course.
And they're he's in here right now. It's like a whispering 911 call.
Why did they beat him up? I guess he had a rifle.
A lot of them are shot. They're terrified. He's got a gun. But I did have a moment where he was reloading, and I'm like, that's how they've now come up with this thing since that mass shooting. You got to run, hide, fight. Those are your three options. So if you hear him stop shooting, the gun jam, like Aurora, the gun jam.
Yes.
If you hear that jam, you got to fucking go with a pump, full heel and
dive.
Whatever it is. Start choking them, hit them, kick them.
Sure.
But they were in there, and they had to pull out the air conditioning. They're 911. They're calling 911. They're push out the air conditioning, the whole thing. It's crazy.
Wow, he's in here. Oh my God, I got the chills.
It's insane.
Daddy.
It's the thrills and the chills and the spills. And then I started going Wikipedia. I was reading about the 1984 McDonald's shooting, which was in San Diego, which was the deadliest. No, that was the deadliest at that time. Well, it was before videos and stuff, I guess. But anyways, that one, the 911 dispatcher sent the cops to the wrong McDonald's. They all went there and they're like, there's nothing happening here. It's probably fake.
Yeah.
And then, so nobody knew. There was no locking down the perimeter.
Right.
So people kept arriving. There was 3 11-year-old boys rode their bikes into McDonald's and just get shot with an Uzi. The guy had a fucking Uzi.
Oh, these fat kids.
And then they just go there because they're like, I'm going to go get a burger. And it kept happening because they didn't lock down the perim and shut it down. It's wild.
A McFlurry of bullets.
Exactly. But it's a real bad situation that I'm like, this is entertainment. I'm addicted. I'm like, I got to watch another shooting.
Well, it's like the gal. Every gal I know loves the true crime.
Yes.
Because it's fear. Fear is fun.
And it's real. You know it's real, yeah. So
Exactly.
there's some spooky, creepy shit, but nothing more than a surveillance of fucking James Heskey or Hanley, whatever the fuck that guy's name was. Not Heskey.
Mattern.
James, what was his name? Holmes. James Holmes
yes,
in Aurora.
yes, James Holmes.
It's creepy. And he's at the movie starts, and he pretends to take which I thought was kind of, I don't want to say funny, but he sat in the front row and pretended to take a phone call to go outside and get the guns. I'm like, did you need to fake the phone call? Like anyone would have been like, they saw him leave, they're like, that's a shooting, everyone run. Like they would just be like, this guy's weird.
The phone call's actually more suspicious.
Right.
That's funny. It's like when you do something weird and you're whistling, you're actually giving more attention.
Oh, yeah. You never see people just whistling that aren't
I've
doing
read
something.
legends
You really
about a
don't, yeah.
sage
That's
named
the worst way to
Queen
look casual.
who studied the
but anyways, let me
mysteries
tell you,
of
speaking
life
about
beyond death.
gay
If I
sex and
remember
dicks in the butt.
correctly,
Please.
his
What?
ashes
Classic
were installed
formula
with
here.
a
I'm at the
golden
steam room
statuette.
on,
Here we go.
I forget what day it was, last Wednesday. Doesn't matter.
You're teasing these men. You're like bait.
Well, I go to the steam room. Well, here's this. This is quite a tale here. So
Master bait.
I got to sit up for this one because I'm going to get a boner.
Uh-huh.
You got a pillow?
Yeah. Should be one over there.
I'll put it on my lap when the time comes.
All right.
When I come. So I'm going to there's the steam room area at my gym. There's a steam room, hot tub, shower area. And it's divides the locker room with a little door. So I'm walking to the door from the lockers to the steam area, and I see a young, very tall, sexy black man. Just dark chocolate, chiseled, a real specimen.
A black Donis.
Yes, of human work. Put a lot of work on that body,
Oh, yeah.
And we're arriving around the same time. So I get to the door, I open it, and I say, after you. And we make this eye contact. He gives me an eye, and I know the eye. Like a real sexy eye.
Oh, wow,
a
the
real,
fuck eye.
a kind of glazed over fuck eye. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And he went, thank you. And then did a noise, like a as he passed, and I was like, oh boy, this is something happening here. This is a situation. We're both in towels.
Oh, keep your towel on.
Now, I've gotten in some pretty good shape myself, so I'm no slouch here.
Are you a little flattered? This is a nice piece of chocolate hitting on this vanilla bean here.
Oh, quite flattered, and we haven't even gotten to anything.
Oh,
We haven't even
oh,
started.
boy.
This is just a little sprinkle of little business. Yeah, so I open the door. I let him go. He says thank you in a sexual voice, and he does it as he passes. And I am flattered, because I don't get a lot of
Sure, take it in.
I don't know that I've ever gotten
Yeah, well, maybe you get served on by a fat black woman at a cafeteria.
like a
Yeah,
like that. That's
yeah.
a little different. That's 2 syllables. I got 1 syllable.
Good point.
There was no
Right,
There was no follow. So I go through, and now the steam room's to my right. So I take an immediate right. Now I have to cock my body to the right, and as I cock, I got a peripheral situation.
Cock.
I see him. He's got a full turn. He's got no cock. He's got a big cock.
Yeah,
Well, that
yeah,
comes
yeah.
into play. But he's not cocking his body.
Uh-huh.
He's just doing a full head turn.
Oh,
He's looking back.
Oh, man, you're in.
So I see out of the periph his head turn, and I go, okay, something's going down now. So I get in the steam room, I take my space, and there's a big, fat Latino old guy sitting over there.
Thank God there's a buffer.
Exactly, I need a buffer. Michael
Yeah.
Buffer. Let's get ready to rumble. So he sits down, and I'm sitting there, and I know sex. I'm no sex guy, but I know
You can feel it.
I know the dance, and I'm thinking this
Yes.
guy's gonna be in here momentarily.
The art of seduction.
Exactly. So I'm sitting there, and about maybe 90 seconds passes, and guess who strolls in? Is old big Blackie, and he sits right across from me. And now I'm like, I gotta say, I feel what it's like to be an attractive lady.
Sure.
Because I'm uncomfortable. Because I'm like, I don't want to have sex with this guy. I'm
Right.
flattered. He's very attractive, but I don't want to fuck this guy. Now, almost immediately, big fat Latino gets up and leaves. I almost grabbed him by the skirt and pulled him back in. I'm like, come on, no.
Oh, where you going, Chooch?
And now I feel like a lady who wants a buffer. You're like, can you
Right.
come with me? There's this guy. He's a creep.
Right.
I gotta go get paid, but can you just be on my side? 'Cause he wants to fuck me. And that's what I feel. And I'm like, God, someone come back in here. So now we're one-on-one. And now this is where the dance really begins.
Oh, God, I'm nervous.
He sits down. Now he's got we're both in towels, and I have my legs relatively together, and I have the towel tucked down.
Sure.
And that's not homophobic or anything. That's just
No.
out of respect. Because I find a penis to be a little vile.
It's vile, and you just don't want people seeing your dong, maybe.
It's a private part. It's for
Yes.
their benefit. I don't mind people seeing my dick. I show
Okay.
my dick to everybody.
All right.
But, thumbprint, whatever, warts, the whole thing. I'm not ashamed.
Aha.
But I just, people don't want to see your dick, so I cover up. But I look over. His knees are they're like L.A. and New York. They're not even, there's a whole Midwest in between them.
Oh, how was that, Chicago?
And, well, it was the Sears Tower, I'll tell you that.
The Sausage King.
So he's got it up there. Then he takes his towel flap, and it's tight. He starts doing this.
Oh,
He's wafting his
man.
cock. He's doing a cock
jeez.
waft.
This guy's bold.
He's bold and beautiful, I might add. So he's doing the whole cock waft, and
Oh, boy. Waffle House.
now I know I know the whole situation here, and I'm going eyes closed, but they're open slits because I usually go eyes. I don't want to act like I'm not noticing this, but also I want
Yeah.
to make sure nothing's getting too crazy.
Sure,
here.
but he hates a slit.
But I think he's seeing my slits and thinking that I'm peeking because it looks like I'm peeking because I'm peeking.
Oh, he's peeking.
But
You're
I'm not.
peeking.
I'm not peeking for the reason he thinks I'm peeking.
Yes, Peking duck.
So I'm doing this for the folks at home, the Patreon. I'm doing like kind of that thing, like a half eye situation.
Smart move.
Yeah, and he's doing that, and then all of a sudden, so nothing's being said. He's just doing a wafty. Then the steam, the steams for a while, then stops, and then steams, then stops. So during the stop, he goes, "Oh, I think it stopped," and I don't say anything to that because there's nothing that you need to react to, and I'm just kind of pretending I don't hear it or whatever. And then the steam comes back on, and then he says louder. Now he's saying it to me. He's
Yes.
like, "I thought the steam had turned off."
Oh, he wants a reaction.
But he's got and I'm not trying to be shitty with him. He's got a gay voice.
Sure.
I think the steam turned back on, like that. He sounds like that.
Yeah.
And I go, oh yeah. Now I got to react because he's now speaking to me. So I
Oh,
got to
yeah.
go, yeah. Sometimes I thought that too. Just kind of like fumbling. And now maybe he thinks I'm nervous because I'm kind of like, oh boy.
Oh, yeah. Well, I never.
Because that's how I would respond if it was a hot woman that I wanted to have sex with. I'd be
Right.
like, well, I don't know what to say, because that's how you go.
Yeah.
So then he says that, and then I got to try to get the order right. Then he reaches over and he says, I'm Isaac.
Oh, man.
Now, shaking hands in the steam room is not a normal activity. You're
No,
not usually,
no contact.
No contact, and now it's quite a reach because it's a decent size. It's probably where this wall is. So I got to reach.
Oh, Jesus.
And he's full reach. Now we're shaking hands. We're touching. His
Oh,
name's
my God.
Isaac, and which is doesn't every name sound gay when it comes from a gay person?
It does. I know exactly. I knew you were going to say
If he
that.
said my name is Mark, I'd be like, oh, what a gay name.
Yeah.
Isaac. It just sounds gay.
That's so true.
I don't know any straight Isaacs.
Also, the S doesn't help. The I sick.
Yes, but then I thought about
Sick
it.
your dick.
You don't know your kid's gay when they're born. So you don't. It's not like you just give it a gay
Right.
name.
Yeah, that's true.
But if he had been like, my name's Joseph, I would have been like, gay name.
Yeah.
But anyways,
That is it. That could be a bit.
maybe.
I like that.
But I am flat. 'Cause, by the way, he's a sexy man. I mean, this isn't
Sure.
like fuck it. It's not Giannis Pappas over here. This is like a
It's a black. I'm picturing Tyrese.
who's Tyrese?
He's a hot afro.
By the way, I picked Giannis. He's pretty sexy too. I should have gone
Yeah,
with someone
yeah.
ugly. I should have gone with
Ralphie May or something.
yeah, Ralphie Gay.
Aha.
Yeah, Giannis.
Ralphie.
Giannis is pretty hot actually.
Yeah, he's a hunk. A Brooklyn hunk.
The beard, the thing, Greek.
Yeah.
And Greeks and anal. I think that's something.
Aha. They invented it.
But anyways, so I shake hands with Isaac. Then I sit back, and then a moment passes. There's probably maybe some dialogue. Then he goes, "My legs are burning." So he moved because the steam is right behind him. So now he moves closer. Now he's one empty seat away. He's like where you are.
Oh, God.
Oh,
Now,
shit.
to be fair, that seat, your legs do burn. So like, oh yeah, that seat's brutal. And I don't want to do now. Again, I feel like a woman. I don't want to do the thing where I'm like, well, my wife. I'll tell you about my wife, because then they can go, whoa. What about? I'm not trying to do anything. And I feel like I really can empathize
Yes.
with women because I'm like, I don't want to. I understand women end up fucking people they don't even want to fuck because
Of
they
course.
feel bad.
Like you're about to.
Yeah, so he sits there and he says, how often do you come to the steam room? And I was like, oh, pretty often when I'm in town. I come here a lot. I love it.
Oh, I'm nervous.
And I'm like, it's much better than the sauna. I'm like, I really feel good. I feel relaxed after it. And he's like, he's not saying much. He's just going, dead eye contact, really looking at me. And he goes, but how often do you come to the gym? And I was like, pretty often. He goes, because you're very cut.
Oh!
He's like, you're cut and you look, and he's doing like a reach, not quite a touch.
Oh, my
He's like,
God.
you're very cut and really ripped up, looking good. And I'm like, oh, thank you very much. And then he goes, And he's like, I'm too hot. He does like a hand wave, the gay hand
jeez.
fan.
Yes, hand fan.
And then he goes, all right, well, he's like, I gotta get out. I gotta step out. And I go, all right, take care. Good to meet you.
Uh-huh.
Then he comes back like a moment later. He's
Yeah.
back in. So now we're sitting there again, and his foot's very close to my foot, and we're just kind of chatting a little bit. Then he leaves again, and I go, all right, take care. And I'm like, all right, he's gone for good now. So I sit there in the steam. I enjoy the steam a little longer. I come out of the steam, and he's just sitting right there, legs still spread with the wafty dick. He's just been sitting outside, like, waiting for me.
What?
And I go, oh, because the sauna is right next to the steam room, and you have to, like, there's 3 steps up the sauna thing.
Uh-huh.
So now he's just sitting on those steps. And I go, oh, hey, you're still here. And he's like, mm-hmm. And then I walk to the sink to kind of splash my face and fill my water bottle.
Oh, God.
And when I turn from there, I notice he's looking at me from like 10 feet away.
Jesus.
On the like he's just watching me through the thing. So it's a real...
It's a scene.
It's a real, hunt.
Yes, you're the prey.
I'm being preyed upon, but
Thoughts and
nothing,
prayers.
nothing. He's not me tooing me or anything. He's just doing the dance.
Yeah, he's letting you know.
But I'm not so interested in dancing.
Never forget
So then I went back and got
your
dressed, and when I'm dressed, I walk out, and he's still sitting there looking at me. And this time I didn't even do any. I just kind of saw him in the prep. I was like, I gotta get out of here.
Yeah.
And then I told Sarah, and I think it might have turned around a little bit because
Ah,
I'm a wanted man.
yes, yeah, it sucks. This could be construed as homophobic, but you're allowed to not want to be railed.
Yeah. No, I mean he was nice. I chatted with him. We whatever.
Yeah,
But yeah, I don't want to have sex. But in fact, this is what women feel, I think.
Of course,
Because
of
it's supposed to,
course.
it's like, it's flattering. And I think if you do that thing of like, hey, my boyfriend, say, they go, oh, boyfriend, whoa, I wasn't
Right.
trying to do
That
nothing,
sucks.
whatever. And you feel this guilt of like, I don't want to come off homophobic or racist and be like, hey, get away from me, man. I don't want to do
Sure.
that shit. So now I'm just getting into this area where like, now I'm a cock tease. You can be rude or you can be a cock tease.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Oh, she was so nice to me. She kept talking to me. What'd you think I wanted?
Right.
You know, I understand
I get it. It sucks.
that weird position you get into.
Yeah, let me throw this idea. I just had a gay prevention idea.
Sure.
That sounds bad.
Yeah, throw it at me. Throw some cum in my face.
GPI. Let's say you really wanted to let the guy know that you weren't into it, but not let him down in any way. You go, you top or bottom? And then he goes, I'm a top. And you go, I'm a top. It's not going to work out.
But now that's too late because see, that's no good. Now you're giving him outs. You're not giving him the full thing. You're not being perfectly honest with them.
Sure,
Because that gives him the
sure.
thing that goes, well, I can dabble. I can
We
switch.
could blow.
Yeah, I can suck your dick.
Right,
You can suck
well,
my dick.
Yeah.
What I'd have to say is my mouth is too small. I got a type 2 mouth here. There's no way that fucking dong is gonna put it in
Right,
there.
right. That's
But
a good point.
I liked his cocked waft. It makes me jealous of the gays because they can put it out there a lot more.
Oh, they can put it, baby.
If I was just on a bus with a lady and I started showing her my cock and wafting my shorts at her, I'd be in jail.
That's the end of that Peter Pan.
Yeah, that would be. I'd be Peter Band.
Aha!
But anyways, that's the whole story. But now, again, feeling like a woman, I'm uneasy. I go back to the next day. I'm back in the steam room, and I don't want to bump into Isaac,
Right.
as sexy as he is, and I'm sure he's a pleasant guy.
That's fascinating.
And it stinks because he'd be hotter than any woman that's ever come on to me.
Right.
I mean, I've had some sex with some hot women, but and my
Sure.
wife I love, and I'm attracted to her. And
Good-looking lady.
I mean, I'm overly attracted to her, but on paper, anyone looking at this guy would be like, "That's a hot guy."
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? I mean, this guy, I would say, how would I describe him? Shaved head, clean shaven, nice eyes, amazing body.
Yeah.
I'm talking like 0% body fat. Those chest
Oh,
plates,
I love a plate.
like really.
Collect all of them.
Really nice, good dong, got a good whiff.
Oh,
got
you
a
saw
good
the
look.
dong? Good.
I saw a bit of it. I didn't want to stare, It's
Sure.
like the sun, but
Gotta know what might be plowing you.
yeah, it was a pipe and a half, and I'd be honored. So I gotta find maybe there's a gay out there that kind of has a look of me.
Yeah.
But I think he sees the wedding ring. They want to turn you. That's a hot
Oh,
turn on to fuck a
interesting.
straight married guy. Especially my wife's like on the treadmill.
Right.
What would be if you're a gay? What's hotter than fucking a gay man while his wife was out doing leg lifts in the other room?
That sounds like a caption on a porn, like gay guy fucks straight guy while wife is in the next room.
Yeah.
It's a long one. It's a long title, but I could see it.
There was a moment where I was like, maybe I blow this guy just to kind of make it so it's not weird. I don't want to be racist or homophobic.
Well, it sounds like, too, you're describing a real hunk of beef here.
Yeah.
So he's probably confident in his hunt. You know?
Oh,
It's like,
definitely.
look at me. I'm a 12. This
can't carry
skinny whitey is gonna be all over me.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, I think he felt confident, and he was smelling good, by the way. I'll say.
Oh yeah.
And I'll tell you why, Mark. I was using native deodorant.
I love Native. They sent us cucumber mint. I'm wearing it right now.
Yeah, I'm wearing it too. I love it. Are you looking for a natural deodorant that doesn't use aluminum? Aluminum, by the way, is not great for you. You don't want aluminum in your deodorant. Most of it has it.
Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Gives you breast cancer.
We got a great new sponsor, folks. It's Native Deodorant. Native creates safe, simple, effective products, and Native has over 8,000 five-star reviews, so you know it worked. 8,000 people have given it a
Wow.
5-star. Usually the people that review are jerks that want to just say 1 star. 8,000 five-star reviews. My moisturize. Tell
For your body, folks.
Yeah, we read the other one? Or just
Hey, eyes, you got them.
Sure.
Something's up with me because I go, what do you want to call it? All right, so I've been on a real kooky, what do you want to call it? A midlife crisis, maybe?
Sure.
Something's up with me because I go, I've been doing a little self-examining.
Sure.
And I'm like, this sucks about me. Why do I do this? Why do I make problems for myself?
Uh-huh.
So I go, I got this old-ass phone. I could just buy a new phone.
I just bought a new phone.
I want to ask you about it, by the way.
Great. I love it.
Well, those are like $1,000 though, right?
$800, $750, 800 because I got the extra space. 800.
That's a pretty penny.
But may I just say, quick side note,
Please.
People talk about phones because I use it all day,
That's
every day.
true.
My
That's
laptop,
true.
you pay $1,500 for. I use my phone 5,000 times more often than my laptop. Plus, it's a camera. Plus, it's a compass. We should be. These are cheap.
You're
$800.
right.
This should be $10,000.
That's a good point.
It's insane.
It's your whole office.
It's my email, my fucking magnifying glass, my dick measurer.
Porn.
Yeah, the whole thing.
yeah, anal, Isaac. Yeah, so. But you know me, I got such low self-esteem. Like, I can't just go and buy an $800 phone. What the hell am I doing? But I go, this is your problem. You can buy a new phone and have a better life, you loser. You're going to die one day, you cum-guzzling Nazi. So, of course, I got to beat the system, so I find a new phone on Craigslist. I go, all right, I'm not giving Apple my whole pair of shoes. I'm going to go get a guy on Craigslist and beat the system, get a cheaper phone, same phone from some fat Mexican guy.
You're Costanza.
I got it bad. So then I go, well, look, I've always wanted a moped. I want a car, but I can't have a car in this godforsaken city.
Very expensive.
So I'm going to buy a moped. I'm going to cruise around. I do 18 sets a night. I'm always late. I pull my hair out, missing the MTA, getting a cab, jumping an Uber. I'm getting a fucking badass vroom vroom, and I'm going to just pop around town.
Like a Vespa or like a dirt bike?
Somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
A Vesp dirt. So,
A dirtpa.
thank you. So, Derpa. So I go, all right, I'm going to go on Craigslist again and eBay and all this and look for some cool dirt bikes. And I know a guy with a Vespa, and he likes his, and or a moped, and he likes his. We talked about it. I got all the information I need. I go buy one.
Whoa!
So this was my Monday.
Does it sound like that?
It does. I can show it to you. It's right outside.
No kidding. I'd love to see it.
It's quite a hog. All right, so Monday, I'm going to the Yankee game with the whole crew. It's Sam, Ari, Phil Hanley, Joe Mackey, Mike Vecchione, Anthony DeVito, Liz, Greg Stone, Pete Lee. I'm forgetting somebody. Pete Lee's lady. Brandon from the Cellar. He's a waiter. So it's like a crew, baby. So we're meeting at the Cellar. The game's at 1. We're meeting at the Cellar at noon. But
fun.
I'm so excited about my new purchases. I want to get it all in.
Sure.
I can't wait any longer. So I go, hey, fat Mexican guy, can you meet me in Manhattan at 10? I'll wake up early, get the phone from you, then go to the bank because I got to get out a couple coins.
Sure.
The moped guy wants cash, as moped guys do.
Wouldn't it be crazy if he was the same guy from the steam room that left me? What if he was the fat Latino guy that went,
man.
and then he was going to fucking get your moped?
Yeah, Fluffy.
He could have saved me from Isaac, but all of a sudden he's getting a call from old
Right,
moped head.
maybe. Boy, that would be a fun little Tarantino plot.
Yeah, clinker.
All right, so I meet the fat Mexican guy at 10 a.m. I'm half asleep. I'm nervous. We buy the phone. We go into a Citibank. It's super awkward. He's like, meet me at the hospital, the Bellevue on 1st and 24th.
Sure.
So I pop over there. It's a bitch to get there. He's late,
You meet him at a hospital?
That's where he wanted to meet.
Very strange.
He set it up. It was,
All
it was
right.
a drug deal. I'm sitting there. It was a couple $100, so I got that in my pocket. So I go, all right, I got to go
can't
meet the
carry
fat
anymore.
Mexican at 10 at a hospital. Then I got to have the money on me, so I had to go to the bank first. Then I got to go to the bank again and pull out a couple grand because you can only pull out 5 hundo from a ATM.
Uh-huh.
So I had to go to the guy, the teller, the clerk.
Old school.
Yes. So now I'm waiting outside the hospital, and this old white guy comes out, torn shirt, bloody, beard, shitty hair, dirt in his face, and he goes, you got a cigarette? And I was like, no, sorry. He goes, you're a fucking pussy. You're a pussy. And I'm like, yeah. He goes, where are you from? I go, New Orleans. He goes, I love that town. Now he sits down, and he mooches a cigarette off some lady. He's sitting outside of a hospital smoking and talking to me about his life. He's an ex-Marine. He got shanghaied. He woke up on a boat. He landed in New York. He got beat up the first night at a bar. He woke up in the hospital. So I'm
That
like,
sounds great.
he was cool, but he was scary. And he called a woman a fat cunt because he asked her for a light, and she said no. It was a whole thing. But it was like a real New York moment. I'm like, he's like, what are you doing here? I'm like, I'm waiting on a guy, a fat Mexican, to give me a phone. He's like, what? I've been there, you know. And so finally, the Mexican guy shows up. He's fat as hell. We go into a Citibank. Now the security guard's staring at us because we're standing in front of an ATM, going, all right, you got the phone? I got the phone. How's it work?
Wait, you getting the phone or the bike?
I'm getting the phone at 10 a.m.
I thought you were getting the bike.
I can't get the bike because I got to go to the Yankee game.
Oh, I'm all confused.
Oh, the bike, that's coming.
I thought you were getting the bike and taking it to the cellar.
No. If I get that bike, I'm going to want to play with it. I'm not going to be able to put the bike up and just leave it.
I got you. Okay,
But-
all right. I was confused.
So 10 a.m. phone, bank, Yankee game, then we'll go from there.
Okay.
So I get the phone, and now it's all exciting. I got a shiny new phone. It's got way more storage, way more quirks and quoops and all this shit.
What is it, an iPhone?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's an 8.
The 8.
What'd you get?
I got the 10R.
Woo!
10 retards, baby.
That's special.
You got the Ocho.
Yeah, you got that right.
Spano.
That was this guy. He looked like an 8. So I got it with him, and now it's fun. You get a new iPhone, but you're sitting there going, I got to put my credit card in, I got to put my name in, I got to get my handle, my wallet, my tweets, my you're
It's a pain in
signing
the balls, yeah.
Huge pain in the balls.
I can't reorder food anymore. I don't know any of my
Yes,
passwords. The
yes.
whole situation. I have to call the bank.
You didn't realize what you had. Everything was so easy. Uber, boom, just got it. Now you got to put your money back in. You got to put your name in. It's a whole thing.
Right.
So I'm doing that on the way to the cellar, and I'm all excited. And, you lose all your photos. I lost all these tweets and
Wait,
texts.
really?
Yeah, I lost a ton of shit. 'Cause
Well,
I'm
when
an
you
idiot.
do it like that,
I know, exactly.
don't you have an Apple Cloud
I
situation?
can't find the cloud. It's
Oh,
raining on
God.
me. It's a celluloid. What do you call
It's
that?
a sunny day.
Cumulus.
Cellulite. That's what the Mexican had.
Yeah, he did. And so now I go to the cellar, and I just go, all right, put the phone in your pocket. Now I got 2 phones in my pocket. I go, put the phone in your pocket and just try to enjoy. You got all your buddies here. So I'm pounding a Miller Lite. We jump on the D train. I'm drinking on the D. We're all laughing on the train. It's already a great day. Sun is shining. We get out to the fucking Yankee Stadium. We buy more beers. We got the big tall boys. Me and Ari take the shirts off. Liz goes, I got a surprise. She bought nipple tassels. So now we throw those on. We're drinking in the sun. The game's cooking. We beat the Orioles. It was a great game. Phil shows up. Sam shows up. The whole thing. We're just having a great old time.
Don't refer to the Yankees as we, for God's sakes. You can't be a
Oh.
Yankee fan, for God's sakes, can you?
Did I say, I'm saying we as the group.
Ah, jeez.
We're having a great time.
Ah, the we. We beat the Orioles, my God.
Oh, well, New York. I don't know.
All right, come on.
I like the Mets.
Gotta throw up. Thank you.
All
Mets.
right.
Be a Mets fan. That sounds good.
I like the Mets better. They seem
Whoa,
more human.
We'll settle on the Mets.
All right, what do you like? The Reds? The Red Sox?
The Red Sox.
All right. Well, I like the Red Sox too. I'm an atheist. I like them all.
I like them. Now the volume knob fell off.
So, whatever. It's a Yankee game. I don't know. I'll go to an Islanders game. I don't even know what an Islander
Yeah, we
is.
should go to the Islanders
I'm
game.
down to go to an Islanders.
I think we did do that one time.
What was that?
No, you weren't there.
Ah,
God, I'm sweating my ass off.
I know. It's hot as balls
All
in
right,
here.
so you're at the game.
So I'm at the game, and now I'm 6 of these beers in, and, it's a Monday. Like, this is the beginning of the week. I got 8 spots tonight. I'm going to buy a moped later. I got to get my head in the game. So me and Ari are just dancing, our shirts off. We're goosing each other. We're fucking in the bushes. So we leave, and I turn around. Everybody's gone except for me, Ari, DeVito, and Stone. And I was like, how did this happen? And we go, let's go to another bar. So we go to this bar in the Bronx.
Yeah.
And the Yankees won, so it's packed with just Long Island creeps.
Yeah.
And it's huge. You forget about the Bronx. It's like a warehouse full of Yankee people. There's an outdoor area.
Oh,
where
yeah.
I see Meg Cuppernall there. We're trashed.
No kidding.
She's great. So
That's a beautiful lady.
beautiful lady. And they were all like, how do you know her? Damn, it was pretty good. I felt cool. So,
She's a comic.
I'm shit-faced now. It's like 4 or 5 in the afternoon. I'm housed. And we go back, me and Ari on the train going, can you believe that special? That guy sucks. He stinks. Oh, my girlfriend this. He hates his lady. We're all going, we're the loud drunks on the, oh, shit. So, sorry, Shelby, cut that out. So we're on the train.
She's not gonna hear this.
All right, we're shucking and jiving. We got a headlock. I'm spinning on the pole. You know, he's got a Yankee jersey open. He's like a 60-year-old man. He looks horrible, and we're just having a great time. I'm like doing the worm down the D train, and finally I get back to my apartment like 6:30. I got a show at 7. I'm like headlining at the Fat Black or something. So I'm just like, come on, I take a shower. I'm trying to get myself back into. I'm drinking coffee, and so here's my night. I got my new phone. It's not working. People are trying to contact me. I haven't tweeted in 3 hours. I'm off all social media. I'm shit-faced. I'm sweaty. I get out of the shower. I go, all right, where am my calendar's gone? Everything's gone because of my new phone from Craigslist.
Yeah.
Ah! So I just show up at the club, and my phone kind of starts clicking on, and then
I can't carry
the guy goes, hey, I'm bringing the bike in from Jersey. Can you meet me at the Holland Tunnel at 8?
The Holland Tunnel.
Because he doesn't want to come all into the city. He's
Right.
like, I'm already. You're lucky I'm bringing it in. I don't want to fucking find your ass, which I get. I'm appreciative of the bring in.
Okay.
So I go, all right, well, I'm at the cellar all night.
That's not far.
That's not far. I could probably walk. But here's the clinker. I finally get my calendar coming on. I got a 7 o'clock, an 8:10, and then like an 11.
Okay.
So I'm like, shit. How am I going to do an 8:10 if he's showing up at 8 at the Holland Tunnel?
Right.
So I do some mixing and matching. I get on at 9. I do the 7 o'clock, run to the tunnel, get the bike, hand him the big wad of cash. Thank God I didn't lose that. Drunk all day. Just had a couple grand in my back pocket.
All right.
I give him the cash. He shows me the bike, and he goes, it's a great bike, great condition. I'll show it to you. It's mint. He's at the 1980 Garelli. It's an Italian moped. This thing looks like a fucking dragon, baby.
1980.
I went vintage.
Wow.
The new ones are so cunty. So I wanted some zip.
Okay.
So this guy's like a moped head. He's got all these. He's got like a garage full. He's like, this is my pride and joy. I don't want to sell it, but I had a kid and I'm gay and all this. I'm like, all right.
Not in
So
town.
I go, I'll just ride it back to the cellar. I'm at the Holland Tunnel. I can't start it.
What?
He told me-
left without starting it?
Well, he thought I lied. I said I was a big moped guy.
Wait, what did he take back? Did he walk through the tunnel?
He drove his truck.
Oh, it was on the truck.
Oh yeah.
I thought he was driving the moped and
I
then just,
don't know.
popped smoke and disappeared.
Right. I don't know if you can pull that hog through a tunnel. That'd be risky.
Okay.
I mean, they go about 60, but still.
All right.
You don't want to get honked at all day. But yeah, so now I got this bike, and I'm on in like 20 minutes because he did a walk around. He's like, this is the clutch, the exhaust, the choke. I don't know any of this shit. I'm panicking. I'm like, yeah, the choke. I'll choke you in bed, whatever. And he's like, all right, buddy. We've kind of made friends. We exchanged hellos and goodbyes. And now I'm on the side of the highway or whatever, the west side highway area, just like, trying to start. I'm kicking
Nothing.
it. I'm twisting it. I'm turning it. I'm juking it. I'm Googling, how do you start a moped? I'm half
Oh, my
drunk. It's
God.
nighttime. Cars are honking at me.
It's like a horror movie.
It was bad. So I just walk it to the cellar. It takes me forever because it's heavy as shit. I'm just, glugging along.
Oh, this is the saddest thing I've ever
It's
heard.
so sad. I'm going, what am I doing with my life? I'm shit-faced. What am I, 18? I'm pushing a bike. I just paid a couple grand to a guy with an envelope. He pulled up in a truck. He's from Jersey. Had an earring.
The idea of walking a vehicle is so depressing.
So depressing. And now I got to bring it to the cellar where everybody goes, what's that? Start it up. Can I ride it? I'm not ready. I can't even start it myself. So I got a lot on my plate here.
That's not a bad move, though. You give someone permission to ride. You get a Dean Del Rey or some bike guy and be like, take it for a spin.
That's true.
And then you video what he does, and then all of a sudden you got it.
That's not bad, but I kind of have a buck up moment, like a block away from the cellar, where I go, all right, you loser, you're getting this thing started. So I Google it, I YouTube it, I go, okay, that's something. I pull that clutch, I pop it, starts it up, I get on it, I go all over the. I it was a revelation. I felt like a new man.
Wow.
I had like a, what do you call it? Epiphany.
So what I'm picturing, is it like a Vespa where your feet are on the thing? Are your feet involved?
It looks like a really skinny, shorter motorcycle.
Okay, so it's closer to a dirt bike than a Vespa?
Yeah, in looks-wise, for sure.
Okay.
But it's more of the power of a Vespa.
I guess I don't know
It
what a
just looks
moped
cooler.
is. Motor pedal? What does that mean?
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Motor
it's a
pedophile?
motorized bicycle with pedals.
Mostly pedals.
Ah.
But you don't pedal.
No, they are there for your feet.
Okay, so it's like, do you kick it to start
You
it?
kick
like
it. You
like
kick
one of
it.
those things.
Yeah.
That's sexy.
It's pretty cool.
Isaac would fucking shit for this
Woo!
thing.
Yeah, he's all over us.
Big cock waft for that.
So I get it started, and I go, all right, I got about 15 minutes to my set. I'm half in the bag. So my first ride on this thing, I'm shithoused.
Yeah, you're breaking the law.
Yeah, I don't have a helmet. I don't have a, whatever. It's not registered. So I'm riding around
Jesus.
Hudson and Bleecker, and I'm just like, wah, the sun is in my face. I mean, the wind is in my face. I'm having a great time. I'm like, this is the best thing I've ever done. I went from, what the hell am I doing with my life? I suck. I'm on the side of the road with a vehicle that doesn't work. I got ripped off, I thought, by this chooch. Now I'm riding down Hudson. People are going, hey. One guy goes, great moped. I feel like Kramer.
Wow.
It was amazing.
That's a girl's bike.
So I pull that hog up to the VU, and they let me park it inside right by,
What?
yeah, you know where the velvet rope thing is.
Yeah, now how's the parking going to work? Can you put it on the sidewalk and shit?
I'm nervous, though. You could throw that thing in a truck. It's heavy, but I have a lock for it, but still, I'm nervous.
Yeah, you got to get one of those big locks, I guess.
Yeah.
I gotta see this thing 'cause I can't visualize.
You're going to shit when you see it.
All right, I can't wait.
So I go, all right, I pull it right in there. Everybody's like, Artie Fuqua's like filming me, like, whoa, this shit's awesome. He's a millionaire. That was fun.
Multi.
He doesn't have one of these, though.
No.
Not a 1980 Gorelli. So I do my set, whatever, get off stage, and I just go, I couldn't wait to get back on it, and I just zip around with no phone, really, by the way, so no one's bothering me, and I'm just cool wind in my hair, learning the moped, feeling it, getting it. I know how to start it now. It was a really a special day.
Now, where do you park it at home? Is it just out there?
Right now it's chained up to I have a gate on the sidewalk. It's chained up to the gate, and I got a cover over it.
Wow, you got
Yeah.
it covered and everything.
Oh yeah, I really went all out on this thing, and you know, you took a risk, and you got a guy from fucking Jersey come in, and I already had the moment of like, this is a huge mistake. He told me how to do it. I didn't listen. I was drunk. I had to learn it myself. I was kicking myself for buying it, and now I'm so glad I did.
Now, does this have anything to do with the Seinfeld business? Because you said you wanted to buy a Porsche, but you couldn't afford a Porsche. And I can't help but notice he did a whole Sebastian Maniscalco Vespa in the village.
I thought about that, but
All
I
right.
did have one in high school, and I wanted to zip around, and I remember seeing that episode and being like, if this 50, 65-year-old guy can do it, I'm doing it.
Fuck yeah.
So, but I got it, and it just shows, because I have all these issues with my brain. If you want something, you can just do it.
Yeah.
And it might be weird, and there's going to be parking situations, and it's going to not start every now and then, but fuck it.
Yeah, we're doing it.
We're doing it.
By the
You're allowed
way,
to do it.
I've never seen 1 second of Sebastian Maniscalco's act. I watched that Comedians in Cars where they ride the scooters. They show one clip. It's the hardest I've ever laughed in my life.
Oh, really?
That company bit, I was
don't know
on the
the bit.
floor. I've never laughed so hard in my life.
Wait, I saw the app. I don't remember.
They show a clip of him doing the thing where he's like, when you're a kid, the bell ring, someone rings the doorbell,
Oh,
and you're like, this is for
yes.
company. Now they're like, and he does the whole thing. He's like, there's a
Right.
sword under the couch. I've never laughed so hard in my life. The guy, I've never watched him. 'Cause
Oh.
I'm like, Sebastian Maniscalco, he's blowing up, and everyone's like, you know when that someone blows up, you're like,
course.
I don't want to watch it.
He
You guys
stinks.
don't know what you're talking about. He
Yeah.
probably sucks. Never laughed so hard in my life. Although I heard
Wow.
that's his best bit by far.
It is easily, it's like his signature.
It's pretty amazing, though. It's one of the funniest bits I've ever heard in my life.
You know what else is amazing?
I do know what's amazing. Are you thinking Raycon, or are you
Oh,
starting a new
yeah.
story? Are you talking Raycon?
I love Raycon.
Love Raycon.
I love them. I use
I can sing.
/Tuesdays. Oh, yeah.
Cool wind in your hair, cool sounds in your ears. What a life. Don't you love the summer? I mean, what a summer we're
Oh,
having.
great summer.
Beautiful
Great
summer.
summer.
We're all over the place, and it's just the best. I'll tell you, I don't know where to go. I got a bunch of stuff. I got Denver, I got LA, and I got Minneapolis. I don't know where to go, but we gotta wrap up soon.
You got a
here.
nugget? I mean, we got 10 minutes. You got a nugget?
I got a couple nuggets. Well, I'll tell you, but we're talking phones here, phones and
Please.
phones and bikes. I can sink into the phones and bike situation.
Period sync.
So I'm in Denver. I've had the most insane run. I'm finally off the road. I
Yeah.
did in a row. I did the whole tour with Louis in Europe, straight to Montreal, weekend in Montreal just for laughs. Next week at Tampa Side Splitters, which was killer. Then Denver Comedy Works, which is one of the best clubs in the world. Then Acme Minneapolis, one of the best clubs in the world.
Yeah.
Finally home. I'm road weary. I haven't had 4 nights in a row at home since June.
Wow.
The month of July, I stayed at my house 6 nights.
Holy
It's
Moses.
insane. I don't know how we're pulling off the podcast, folks. I hope you're loving it out there.
You're
Because
welcome.
We're gonna get divorced, for God's sakes.
Uh-huh.
But so I was in Denver Comedy Works. First of all, great city, first class city.
Mile high.
It is. That airport's a little kooky. But do you know about the theories with the airport and shit? Evidently, there's a
swallowing
huge
jizz.
conspiracy with the airport. It's like a burial ground, Native Americans. There's
did
all
hear
kinds of
that.
weird rabbit holes. People keep telling me.
Yeah, I heard that. It seems kooky, but that airport is a bitch and a half.
It's 9 hours from the city.
It's a tight shoe.
Very strange. It's a wet sock after a wet sock. What was that one again?
What?
A dry sock after a wet sock. That's a good thing.
Yes.
That's a bad
But what's
one.
the shoe one?
Tight shoe.
Oh, it is tight shoe.
A shoe that
okay.
doesn't fit well.
Yeah, that's too tight on a shoe is a bitch. It's a real cum dick.
I haven't experienced that in a long time.
Oh, I hate it. Remember when you were a kid, they go, "Rah," they
It's
pull
only
the
when you're a
strings?
kid, yeah, because your
Yeah.
foot is growing. Isn't it weird that you grow? Bones
Yeah,
grow? It
it's
doesn't
so
make
crazy.
sense.
That long, hard thing grows.
Your dick is the same dick.
Well,
Like
I
that
hope
dick
not.
is the same dick.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
they didn't
yeah.
switch them out.
Right.
It's like it starts as a little pecker, and then you got a
Little
big
acorn.
dog. You got a big Isaac over there.
Yeah, I guess so. then the grass starts growing. It's a kooky thing.
It's wild.
That's why when you're a kid, everybody goes, "Hey, you're getting big," because it's it's a big deal.
Yeah, it's strange, and no one notices because it just happened. Like it happens at night, I guess, in the cartoons.
It's so gradual. That's why you got the notches on the wall to show how big your dick's got.
The Nazis?
The notches,
Nachos.
not just cheese.
I got you. Nazis and cheese.
Oh, that's delicious.
That wouldn't be bad. All right. Anyways, so I'm out in Denver, Comedy Works. Speaking of phones and bikes, we're out there. We have a great time. I fly in a night early, and that's fun. I just walk around. It's a beautiful day. Sarah comes in the next day. We go to Sam's Diner or whatever the fuck
Oh,
place.
I know that place, right in the corner.
Right across the street. Great day. Now, every time I ever go to Denver, I always have a car, and I'll go out to the mountains. Estes Park and El Dorado Park and Red Rocks. This time I said, I'm going to save money and just be in the city.
Wow.
Downtown, have some fun. Check out the city.
We flipped. I'm spending money on gadgets. You're saving money.
I'm saving money, but I want to explore a little bit. So we go out, Sarah's there, we rent bikes, and we ride the Cherry Creek Trail,
Cherry Creek Trail.
which is right behind the condo. It goes all the way the length of the city, and Cherry Creek's they're like Beverly Hills, you know?
Oh, I didn't know that.
So we rent bikes, and we ride that trail. It's a beautiful trail. It's a creek. It's the Cherry Creek.
That's
And
lunch.
we take it all the way down, miles and miles. It's beautiful. There's all kinds of artwork and homeless people. It's real lovely. We get down to the Cherry Creek Mall, which is it's like this Beverly Hills situation. It's spectacular down there. We went to the Denver Botanical Gardens. Several people messaged me to check out the Botanical Gardens. Thanks for the Rex. Appreciate it. Went there. Beautiful. It was 175 degrees, but
Yeah.
great time. Walked around, meditated, kissed, whatever. Then we start walking, and I'm like, we'll go back to the creek. We'll rent bikes. We'll ride back. I go look at my phone to check the map. It's just dead.
Oh, no.
Fully dead, and it's hot. It's like a hot rock.
Not battery. Dead.
It's just dead. It was at 60%. I was using it the whole thing, whatever. It's
Kaput.
just gone. So we were like, that sucks. I go, well, whatever. We'll go back. I'll charge it. We ride back. Beautiful ride. I plug it in. This thing is dead.
Dead as a doornail.
Just crapped out. And of course, I'm freaking out because I'm like, what am I going to do? We have gigs. What if the club's trying to contact us? So I have to email my manager and agent, tell the club to call Sarah.
Wow.
I call my mother just in case. You start freaking out. You're like,
Isn't that wild?
You're like, if in case anything happens, call her. Everyone, I'm like, call her number. We start using. I'm like, I don't know how I'm gonna get by with 14 hours without my phone. Which it's sickening. It's fucking
sickening.
sick. It makes me want to kill myself.
You
Seriously,
need it. You tied at the hip.
it's horrible.
What does that mean, by the way? Tied at the hip. Is it
Attached at the hip. I think it's like
attached at the hip?
yeah, I think it's
Is it
Siamese people.
That's a little insensitive to the Measies.
Yeah, you don't hear about the measles all that often anymore.
Yeah.
The Siamese.
Maybe we got rid of them.
I hope so. They're creepy as hell.
A little off-putting.
That would be. You'd never see a Siamese mass shooting.
Yeah.
That'd be like double the guns, wouldn't it?
Yeah, good point. Yeah, that's 2 rounds.
Well, I guess they only have 2 arms. They have the same amount of arms as us.
Oh, yeah, and
Because
they're
they don't
easy to
each get
shoot.
their set of arms. But attached to the hip, you would, because you're kind of,
Yeah, and then do you get 2 dongs?
I don't know.
Let's call in if you're Siamese.
Yeah, well, look, we have no Siamese fans, I'm sure of it.
We got to get some.
If we did, we lost them.
Well, that'd be 2. That's 2 losses. Because that's 2 brains. 4 ears.
So we ride back, and then we do the show, and now I can't record my sets. Of course, I had the best sets of my life. And then the phone, it's just dead. So I call Apple on her phone.
Sure.
And then it's all this computerized shit. The thing's like, they're like, right now, go to your settings. And I'm like, I don't have settings. I want a different phone. So then I go to the app. I go to the Apple store, and they keep going, Sarah. And I'm going, where the fuck is I have an appointment, and I go, wait, is that me? Maybe it's me. And they're like, well, you called at fucking whatever time. I'm like, that's
Right.
me. And they're like, well, we can't prove that. I'm like, it was my wife's phone. My phone is dead. That's
Right.
the issue. So I talked to the guy, and he tries to fucking, zap it, make it alive. He puts it in 7 different plugs. They do
Wow.
a litmus test or whatever you call it.
Yeah.
He's like, this thing's not turning back on. Your phone's dead as fuck.
Wow. I guess I got overheated. Maybe it
I
melted.
guess it just, they design them to crap out. So you
That's
get a new
true.
phone.
That's true. They crap.
So I ended up getting this 10R, and I'm loving it. The 10 retard, you got to get it. It's $800, but it's a beauty.
You see the difference.
The camera, it's got portrait mode and stuff, and I don't know much difference.
It
but
looks zippy. It looks shiny and clear.
But anyways, I realize this isn't a great story. But we took bikes, and I got a phone, so I felt like it related to the topic.
Place it in the Herodric cube along with Kaleem's other relics. The eye, the heart, and the flail.
Okay, I gotta find a bunch of other shit. Nice. Store his brain, sell this other shit. Nice. Alright, let's do.
Good evening.
Good evening. Alright, let's be out, bro.
But you got to switch and swatch all that crap.
This isn't a good way to end the show. I was like, I got something. I was just thinking bikes and phones, but this would have been more of just a topic of conversation after.
Tell me how the shows were in Denver.
All right, I'll give you the
cut it.
shows, but I'm really disappointed in myself. I'm just talking about a phone. I feel like I'm 150 years old.
Well, Apple needed a plug.
But it's a nice phone. But here's the nice thing about it. The whole time I thought I lost all my sets and all my photos. But this cloud business, I know they're spying on us. They have all our shit. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
It's gross. But I'm kind of happy they did because I just plugged this in. You turn it on. You plug it into the power and Wi-Fi, and I got
Yeah.
25,000 photos back. Every set, the whole thing, all my notes.
Wow.
Back in black or whatever.
Yes, back in the New York anal.
But great time in Denver. Had a great. Every show was fucking great. Tanya, waitress Tanya.
Oh, I love Tanya.
She loves us, and she's like, "You guys talked about me in the podcast. I can't believe it. Thanks so much." And
good egg.
I felt bad because I got the reflux diet, so I never ordered any food, and I don't drink, so I just kept feeling like we don't want anything, but keep coming back here and saying hello.
Yeah, nice lady.
And there's a lot of Tuesdays on the crew there. Or
Oh,
whatever you call it,
yeah?
the staff. Yeah, a lot of Tuesdays. We packed it out, hit a bonus, a lot of gays, amazing shows. But I'll give you this thing. I was texting you, freaking out.
Uh-huh.
So the one night they go.
Yes.
I'm talking to Mel on Wednesday or Thursday morning. We're taking us to meet. And she goes, I want to ask a favor. Is it okay if I got Sarah flying into feature? She's like, can we bump Sarah from the shows? We'll still pay her. But they're shooting a documentary about the Comedy Works. And she's like, we got to have all local comics on. We got to shoot them. They're shooting the other club. And she's like, but Saturday they're going to shoot downtown. So we got to get all these local comics in.
Kind of a bummer for you, but I get it.
It's a bummer for me. I go, oh, whatever. Sarah, what is she? She's like, all right, great. I'll get paid and I don't have to go on.
All right.
Nice short week, 3 shows. Like Friday night, she's like, I'm done.
Yeah.
So you want to do sets, but there's also a party that's like, don't you love when something gets canceled?
Of course.
Even if it's like a TV taping, like, we're going to do it another time, you're like, great, I got the night off.
Night off, do it again.
So we do that. Saturday comes. Now, I wasn't really thinking, I'm just going, all right, they're going to shoot some documentary, whatever. But then you get there and you go, now there's a bunch of people in the green room, and they're all shooting. So they have like that nervous energy. They're like, all right, I got to do a set, the whole thing. And they're all friends. So they're having beers, and they're only doing 6 minutes. They got beers. They're talking to the cameras. They're all friends. And I'm just kind of nervous because I'm trying to work something out here. I got some new stuff. I'm trying to get an album ready. And so I'm a little anxious, and they got the nervous energy. And they're the best comics in Denver, and Denver is a killer city. It's not the best comics in Toledo.
Right.
This is a legit city.
It is D-Town.
And they're all bringing the heat. It's a hot crowd. I mean, they are killing. And then Ben Roy is there. And they go, hey.
He's the mayor.
Can we throw Ben up, too? Do you mind that? And, of course, I mean, Ben's he's a legend there. I mean, I've known of the guy for 20 through Soder.
Right.
And he's a killer act. I've only met him a couple times. Nice guy from Boston originally.
Ah.
Although I don't think he started there. So I go, of course he can go. What am I going to say? No?
Right.
So he's going to go up before me. Now, you know Ben Roy, and people at home, you should know him. If you don't, killer act.
Crushes.
He goes up and fucking murders.
Oh,
and now it's like 5 comics. And even if they're only doing 3 minutes, the audience starts to be like a new guy, a new guy, a new guy. And they get used to seeing people do 5, 6, 7 minutes. So I'm happy to oblige. The club is so good to me. I'm happy to be there. I'm grateful. But you start to go, this is an issue.
Right.
I got 5 people murdering. Ben Roy is destroying.
He kills.
Destroying. And I was like, I'm fine. Like, this is crazy. And he does a whole bunch of airplane stuff, and I do a bunch of airplane stuff, which, everyone has airplane jokes, but I'm like, this is awkward because I'm like, it's got to go straight from his airplane to my airplane.
Right.
He's killing. He's likable. Fuck me.
It's a lot of planes.
And it's Saturday. I'm fucked.
Yeah.
So then he goes into a whole chunk. This actually saved me. He goes into a whole chunk about how people from Boston are trash and they're the worst people. It's the worst city, and it's killing.
Yeah.
I mean, applause breaks. It's like Def Comedy Jam in there. And then the only thing that saved me is I got up and I went, "Hey, my name's Joe, and I'm from Boston," and it's like a roar.
Yes.
So that kind of saved me, and the crowd was so hot, so I was fine. But it was a tricky situation because you bring a feature,
yes,
because that's who you want to follow,
right? Of course.
And Sarah's kills, but like it's a nice, easy like jokes, and just a nice boom. And we work together. We work well. He's very high energy, and he's fucking just like cranking up and he's kill. I mean, a kill.
Yeah.
So I thought I was fucked. It ended up being. I mean, the crowd was so good, it didn't even matter.
Yeah, that club that just cultivates the hottest crowd. Can I just say 2 things about that?
Throw
One,
things.
and then we'll wrap it up.
Sure.
It's a testament to the headliner, though, that you could follow that and that you could, let that happen and still have a killer show.
I appreciate it. I mean, there was. I definitely did have a little bit of that. What do you call it? Confidence, ego. That was like a lot of people couldn't handle this.
Right.
I mean, Ben Roy is not a feature act.
No, he's a headliner.
Like,
he's a crush.
You have done well, noble hero. Ormus congratulates you. The old spirits of Skatsim will watch over you for returning their sacred blade. Now, after all these years, Ormus will once again use his powers to protect the innocent from the shadow. The spell that protects the dark side shall now be reinforced.
Okay. Okay. Talk to Ashira.
Sure, yeah.
So and everyone else killed too. So it felt good. I mean, that crowd was like so hot. That club, I feel like the early shows are the hottest crowds ever,
It's
and
bananas.
The late shows can be a little bit of work. That night, that late show was fun. Friday late at that club was like, whew.
Yeah, they drink out there. They're all high, and then they get drunk, and then there's a rowdy vibe in that town. But the second thing I want to say is, I just want to put it out there, and I'm not saying you're saying this. I'm taking the brunt on this one.
Good day. Hello there. You must be a great adventurer to risk coming here. My name's Ashira, and I lead the mercenary band of mages known as the Iron Wolves. We've been hunting down demons in the jungle for months, but no matter how many of them we kill, they just keep coming. Seems this whole place has been overrun by evil. Rumor has it that you've come here to help. If that's true, then I'll let you hire some of my mercenaries. But be careful. If you piss them off, they can be worse than those monsters out in the jungle. Now that fewer of the Iron Wolves are needed to guard the dockside, some of them have volunteered to accompany you free of charge.
Anytime somebody says, "Do you mind if this guy does a set?" I mind. Every time. I'll say yes. I'll say yes every time. You
Sure.
can come up and ask me, but we always mind.
Yes.
And I don't know if you know that or if you go, he really doesn't care. Oh, we hate it. But I'm just, I'll say yes and you can do it, but I hate it.
Well, some people, yeah, it's tough. I mean, like a guy like Ben Roy, it's like, yeah, he's gonna go. Like I was at the stand the other night. New stand is open. Check it out. It's hot. It's beautiful.
Great club.
But Herrera comes up to me. I was like, "Are we on time?" He's like, Dave Attell is gonna go on before you."
Okay, well, that's a
and he's
different
like,
thing.
He's like, "Is that all right?" And I'm like, "What am I gonna say here?"
Yeah.
Absolutely not. Tell Dave Attell he may not go. And you're like, just say Attell's going
Yeah.
on. Sorry.
The irony, though, is if you said no, he would be like, Attell, go, "Oh, sorry, okay, whatever, I'll go
Yeah,
after."
Attell, I
He's such a
could. Yeah,
sweetheart,
I
but-
could. Yeah, I would talk to him personally and be like, "Hey, I gotta." But I would never do that unless I had somewhere I had to go. And
Right,
he would
right.
understand. I wouldn't just be like, "No way, Jose."
Yeah.
But it was fun. Herrera is such a sweet guy that he
Yeah.
was like, I was like, "Are they running on time?" Instead of saying no, he was like, "Yeah, Attell's gonna go on." I was like, "So no," but
Yeah.
pleasure to watch him. So happy to be at the club. So happy it's open, and I don't know. I'm all over the place.
Good
mentally.
talk. Good to see you. Good. Get a bike. Get a phone. Get a life.
Yeah, live your life, folks. And hey, next weekend, if you're in London, I know there's a few. You probably already bought tickets. Soho Theater, August 30th and 31st.
Alrighty, let's get the next.
Hey, Mark, fake banter for the intro.
That's all I know how to do.
Great.
Good to be here.
Welcome to Tuesdays with
Story.
Hit Her in the Face with a Surfboard.
And then the duck fell out of his bag.
Surf's up. And she didn't even flush.
Knock, knock.
Who's there? Mark Norman and Joe List.
Yeah! This is Tuesdays with Stories, everybody.
No, that's terrible.
This is supposed to be cheesy.
My radio is spitting at me.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Tuesdays with Stories. I'm going to talk as fast as I can. Let's see how fast I can get. I'm Joe List. That's Mark Norman. And Shelby's on the ones and twos. And Mark's in Houston. I'm in New York. Hey, that was kind of fun.
Hey, that was pretty good.
That wasn't bad.
The Micro Machine guy. Remember him?
Yeah, of course. That guy was amazing.
Yeah, he made a career off of talking fast. And he was on like 18 commercials and then nothing.
Well, you know what's weird? I reached an age now where I'm finally feeling the age. Great Brandy Carlisle song, Beginning to Feel the Years.
Uh-huh.
And I'm starting to do this thing where I'm like, that guy's probably 75 years old.
Yes, I think about that too.
I keep doing all this crazy math of being like, when I was in high school, my mother was younger than me.
Yeah.
Now,
You do
like-
do that math.
I mean, it's all I can think about. Like, that album came out 30 years ago, and like music, I feel like I've already talked about this shit on the show, but like Ferris Bueller's Day Off is now as old as like Rear Window was when we were kids.
I know. Isn't that weird?
It's very strange. And thinking about our teacher's age, like looking back and thinking like my English teacher was like 26 when she was my teacher.
And you thought she was 90.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody. And
Here's where you know when it really kicks in is when they're making movies about the 90s. Like when we were young, it was like, well, they based a movie in the 50s. How kooky. Oh, look at the 50s. Oh, it's soda pop and convertibles. And now you're like, this is a movie about the 90s. I was in that.
yeah, it's very strange. And to say I grew up in the 90s, which is like
Yes.
three decades ago, is
Yes.
strange. Yeah, it's very bizarre.
It makes you realize, like, hey, we think of this as our time, but you're just another bag of bones and thoughts and jizz, and you're gonna die, and then the next group will die, and they're gonna think they're hot shit. They're gonna die, and it makes you realize we're all just a couple of lemmings on a gay conveyor belt.
Well, this is our time, and
Well,
those people
true.
had their time, and then we'll be dead. It's so strange. Life will just
Yeah.
shuffle on, and this is like our time to be 38 or 36. Why couldn't you say 35 or 39?
Right.
Cool Hand Luke. I mean, Cool Hand Luke, that movie's 70 years old now, or whatever the fuck. 67, 87, 97, 2007, 2017. It's 43 years old.
And he's dead. That guy Luke is gone.
Luke
he ain't
is dead.
cool.
Oh, he died in the
His
movie.
body's cool. What?
I said he died in the movie.
Oh yeah.
Lucas Jackson. But
I can't
what's
carry
crazy, like, so my wife is older than I am, and my mother had me young. So when my mother was my wife's age now,
Oh,
I was out of high
weird.
school. I was like a drunk. I was 20 years old.
Oh, that's wild.
Isn't that weird?
It's weird, man. It's kooky. It's gay. It's all over the road. I don't know how to process it, but it just makes you realize, like, I better fucking rip it up while I'm here, you know? Do something. Create something. Make a movie. Do a comedy special. You got to have some... You got to leave your Mark Norman.
Yeah, you got to leave your mark, and I don't know. You take a black light to my clothes, and there's marks all over the place.
That's true. Little me's.
Hey, I've got to give a shout out to a fan whose name I don't even have. I'm just thinking about it because I looked at it, but he's a big runner, professional runner, and he said, "Hey, I know you've been running. You're a runner. Your wife and you run." And he sent me a bunch of gear. He sent me some sneaks and Sarah some sneaks and some
All
shots.
right. I love
And-
gear.
Love a good gear. I'm not a gear head, but I do like gear.
Yeah, well, you're really grinding my gears there.
But anyways, yeah, we're old and it's weird, and my father's gay. Happy Father's Day
Yes.
out there.
That's right. I got to make it awkward. My dad pulled this when I texted him, Happy Father's Day. Don't worry, calling in a bit. You know, just like, hey, throwing it out there. I didn't forget. And then he goes, I'm about to go to your brother's house with your mom. We're all going to be together. You should call then. I was like, ah! I'm such a selfish cunt. In my head, I'm like, that just means more talking to the family.
Brutal. Yeah, I'm lucky my father and I, we don't have that kind of thing. There's no phone talk. It's a text. First thing in
Yeah.
the morning, 9:30, he writes back, love you, the YA, and that's a wrap on that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're good,
That's
we're
a
done, we
wrap
move
on
on.
Well, see, my dad, he's similar to that, but he's a conniving cunt where he's going, oh, well, call me when I'm at your brother's house, so the load's off me too. He's a clever little rabbit.
Oh, totally. No one wants a one-on-one in any
No.
situation.
No man and child for sure.
No, there's about 3 people I'm okay one-on-one, and it's my wife, my priest, and my rabbi.
Rabbi.
And they all walk into a bar. Hey, folks, get on the Patreon. Our Patreon has really plateaued. We're grateful, but we'd like to see a little spike in cases, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, let's Florida it up over there. You know, go to the beach without your shirt on and no mask, and let's Patreon it up because we're breaking down our old sets, and I'm getting some cool tweets about how much people are enjoying that. I mean, you're getting to see comics uncomfortable shitting on their own act and talking about it. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was a weird feeling because I went through a range of emotions of fear to watch my old set, and then also a little acceptance, and then a little like, hey, that was pretty good.
Yeah,
Had a little pride. You know, I came a long way and did some good stuff. I had a nice Sears outfit, a hand-me-down John Fish outfit, but it's
Yeah.
pretty fun. We watched an old set of yours that I thought was great, and
thanks.
of course we got the live episodes on there, and
Oh, yeah.
we might start bringing some guests in maybe, and there's so many queefs from on the road, all kinds of guests in there that we just did in our hotel rooms, our basement, our father's house, so
Yeah.
go check it out. You can join for $5 a month, and yeah.
Yeah, it's a hot one, and get a shirt, get the Patreon, help us out, and the more you subscribe, the more content will blow on your taco there. So you
also
help
get-
us, we'll help you.
You also get the videos a week early, which is nice.
Ooh.
You don't have to wait around for that video.
People still cannot get on board with that. Every time I look at the comments, hey, how come this is the old one? I think I've seen this. Am I having deja vu? Did I have a stroke? You know, can I not get it up? And I'm like, no, we've talked about this. The Patreon gets it first.
Yeah, so check it out. People love the video. They want to watch videos, so go over there and get it. Now, speaking of the pod, I got to address some things from last week's episode. I've been catching all kinds of flack from the
What?
people.
What? You got
Woo.
flack? What happened?
Oh my God, I got buried. It was like a firing squad out here.
Roberta Flack? Hit me.
Well, first of all, I mean, this podcast is very irreverent. We're saying crazy shit, wild shit. We're talking about, all kinds of goofy stuff.
Oh, yeah.
The most controversial thing we've ever said was last week. I said golden retrievers are dumb. I mean, I'm getting tweets. People showed up at my house. I got a Molotov cocktail thrown up my asshole. There's a brick
Mazel
through
tov.
my window. I mean,
They are the dumbest dogs, though. I think it's a fact.
no,
I mean,
no.
Come on.
They're the 4th smartest dog. They're known for this. You're fucked now. You're gonna get this shit.
Well, who's up? Who's number one? Snoop?
I thought poodle. Well, first of all, let me just explain myself. I had to send out a
Please.
tweet because I hired a PR person. Not to mention, by the way, we talked about the idea of fucking a dog for 25 minutes. Three
Yeah,
people were
well-
upset about that.
Don't fuck a puppy. That'll get you in real trouble.
Well, let me just say, that was another thing. People were like, "You're disgusting." Couple people, and I'm like,
Yes.
"I didn't fuck a dog. I don't want to fuck a dog. It's a comedy show."
Yeah.
I was just making a point that if you pet a dog, they really just lay back and spice it up.
Yeah, dogs are creeps.
They really just. I mean, like it just feels like you have. The dog just loves you. I mean, obviously, no one's having sex with the dog. I can't believe I have to address that to the two people that were upset about that. But these golden retriever people, again, I know nothing about dogs. I know you got, 4 hoofs and some fur.
A waggy tail, a floppy ear. They lick their own genitals.
Some don't even have a tail. Some they cut the tail off.
What's up with that? It's a nub. It freaks me out.
I don't know what is up with that. Maybe because it covers their asshole and they shit into their tail.
Oh, maybe, but it tries to wag sometimes, and it's all wonky. His butt's moving, and there's nothing wiggling there. It looks like a Lorena Bobbitt thing, where you're like, that should be a movement.
It,
But it's
it
just-
looks like. Remember Shallow Hal? Did you ever see that movie?
Yes, the tail.
He's got the little tail there.
By the
By the
way,
way-
what a drop off for Alexander. I mean, I like Shallow Hal, and I like the Fairley Brothers, but it was like. He's the king of Seinfeld, George Costanza, and then he can't get a gig. His TV show gets canceled, whatever, Bob Patterson, and then he has to
Oof.
become the creepy tail friend.
But that's the best thing he's done since Seinfeld, though.
Well, maybe Curb.
Oh, yeah, he was pretty great on Curb.
But no, I hear you. Isn't that scary?
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it goes. But
Julia
That's-
Louis-Dreyfus. Kill him.
that's scary, but the alternative, even scarier, never doing anything good.
True, yes.
Most people never even get one hit.
Wonder.
carry anymore.
But any jizz, where was I going there? Where did I
Oh, the
start?
dog fucking
The
a poodle,
dog,
smart
oh.
poodle, anal,
So,
dingleberry.
I don't know nothing about a dog. I was dog sitting for a dog owner. Now, this guy owns a dog. He's owned
Sure.
a series of dogs, and he's the one that gave me the info. And this happens a lot. People give you info, and you go, oh, that must be, I don't know anything about this. They know stuff about this. They must be right. And then you go spread that seed everywhere, and eventually someone's like, that dog don't hunt. That's not correct.
Right.
So he kept telling me that a poodle, the golden doodle's a mix of a poodle, which is very smart, and a golden retriever, which is very dumb. I heard this thing 9 times from him. So I'm tweeting and emailing and sending out letters saying golden retrievers are dumb. Well, I mean, I never got more flack in my whole life.
Well, they're a beloved dog. They're the star of every sitcom family. The frisbee catch in the mouth. We all love a golden, but here's the bigger picture here. This is very interesting. So you got a dog guy telling you all these dog facts, and you don't know anything about dogs, so you just go with it. It's almost like you got a racist dad, and he's saying these people are dumb, these people are lower, and you're just a young buck. He doesn't know anything, and you're just absorbing it.
Learned behavior, yes.
Yes, learned.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying go talk to this fella. He's got the bad info. And by the way, I mean, if I may defend myself, 4th smartest dog. Every human's smarter than dogs. So, I mean, you got 4 levels down than a human. It's still pretty dumb. And I want to say I'm grateful for the couple people that tweeted and said, hey, no need to apologize. I got a golden retriever and it's a fucking moron. So,
You see? I mean, maybe they're like people. Some are dumb and some are smart.
but I'm sorry to everybody I offended. Golden retrievers are very smart. They read books and they vote Democrat. Whatever it is that makes something smart, they do it.
The
So
vegan, pro-choice. Yeah, I get it, but what's number one? Did we look it up? Call in if you know.
Shelby, could you give that a Google? Maybe text us or something if you're not too busy on the other line there. Shelby is not on the horn, but he's available to us.
Yes,
So-
feel free to text.
I
Number
think
one smart is Pooch.
It's got to be Poodle, unless this guy
Why
has
Poodle?
really horrific.
What are you going on Poodle? What's your hang up on the poo?
Because that's what he kept telling me.
Oh, you see? You got the bad dad telling you Asians are stinky and Jews are evil.
So maybe he's way off on Poodle too, but Golden Retriever was number 4. I just gave it a quick Google because as soon as I saw that first tweet, a guy quoted Golden Retrievers are dumb, Joe List. And I'm like, oh, here we go. This is not going to be good. And He quoted me. You got to quote this other asshole.
Wow, wouldn't that be crazy if this is what ended you? Out of all the things we've said on here, the golden retriever thing got you canceled.
Oh, here it is. Shelby's coming through big. Number 1, Border Collie.
I
don't even know what that is.
Borders.
What does that look like? I don't know what a Border Collie is.
Border Collie. I know what a collie is.
What's a collie?
A collie is, cauliflower. It's like, it looks like a golden retriever, but it's a little beefier, and the hair isn't as wispy. It's hard to explain a dog's look.
Now, there's Border Collie and there's Border Textie.
Texty?
Yeah, call, text.
Oh, I see.
I'll kill myself after. Number 2 is Poodle.
Oh, okay. You were right on with the pood.
So Poodle's up there. Number 3, of course, they're known.
You.
They're known for their engineering, the German Shepherd.
Germans are good.
They've had some bad ideas, but,
They're efficient people. They get shit done.
And I assume that the list that Shelby sent, that ends with those 3, Border Collie, Poodle, German Shepherd. And from what I saw, number 4 is Golden Retriever. And here's a photo of the thing we just were talking about. I don't know if you can see that there on the video.
Which one's that, a collie?
That's the collie.
Oh, I was way off. All right.
I thought your description fit.
Oh, all right. I'll take it.
I don't know.
Yes.
I mean, I wasn't listening, but it seemed good.
You fit the description. That's what I say.
My apologies. Now I want to know what the dumbest dog is. Like, what's the big fucking idiot dog? Probably a Boston Terrier. No offense to my people.
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
That dog's just like, yeah,
homo.
go ahead.
Yeah, he just like, he goes to the gay pride parade and yells at him, barks at him.
He's
I
like,
don't
"You're
know.
fucking queer."
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I had a dog when I was a kid, and it was the same dog from Wizard of Oz.
Oh, a Toto dog.
A Toto, and I had the same hair. So my dad, it was a black-haired dog, and I was a black-haired douche. And my dad called me Toto for a while. Then the dog got eaten by ants.
I can't
Come
carry
on.
anymore.
Well, not eaten, but it died from an ant pile.
An ant pile? What? First of all, you sounded like Bob Seger for a minute. It was a black-haired dog, and I was a black-haired man.
Yeah.
So wait, all right, give me this ant story, because this sounds a little fishy.
Well, I lived in a rough section of NOLA, and this dog was not cut out for my hood. And he was sheltered, and literally sheltered. And we picked him up, and he was cute, and he was little, and he was a nice little guy. He didn't have a bad bone in him. And one day he went out and started digging through an ant pile because it's a big pile of dirt. It's fun, and he starts rolling. It's a hill. He died on that hill, and he's rolling around it like a chinchilla because it's all fun dirt. And he didn't realize he's getting all these ants on him. And these are, black ants, so they didn't hold back, and they bit the hell out of him, and it bit him so much he died.
Like, but did he die? Did he get, like, poisoned and he was sick, and then you went to the vet, and they were like, he's got ant bites, or did he, like, legs up, fucking covered in ants, dead?
Legs up like a cartoon. They swarmed him. You couldn't even see him. He was so covered, like eyeballs, eating the eyeballs, and in the mouth. I mean, in the ears. It was out of a horror movie.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, ants with a Z.
Boy, they really upped the ante.
He said uncle.
Oh, boy. I'm off on this ep. I'm sorry. The dog stuff's got me down. But
No, golden retriever, you're killing it.
Well, good for the ants. I heard there was a bit that I used to love. Someone in Boston had a bit about how if you kick an ant hill over, or an ant pile, as you guys say in New Orleans, evidently.
Yes.
If you kick over an ant hill, they don't pause. They just immediately start working to rebuild the hill.
Yes, that's right. They're better than us. They're not lazy.
And the guy, I forget the comic, he had the bit. He's like, come on, all of them? There's got to be one guy that's like, what the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? No way. I'm out of here. And he did a whole act out. It was a great bit. I loved the bit.
That's great. I love that angle.
It's a funny angle. And then, of course, they can lift the equivalent of a car 10 times their weight or 100 times their weight.
That's right. And they have ant farms. They literally farm.
You should be farming. What do you mean? They growing crops or what?
No, you never seen an ant farm? As a kid, you had the little green thing with the clear plexiglass, and it had the dirt in it, and you throw a couple ants in there. Within 2 days, they got tunnels built, and they're doing an underground railroad, and they're lifting turnips and beets. They build a farm.
But I thought that was just a term for like where they live. Are they actually farming? Are they planting seeds and
It's
and
a thing
pulling
you
them out?
buy. Give it a goog. It's crazy. It's a thing you buy, and you put a couple ants in it. You throw a few speckles of dirt, and maybe a half an onion rind, and you put that in there. And before you know it, they got a city center. They're building like suburbs in there.
Well, I've seen the farm. I know about the farm, but I thought farm was just a general term for. Do they feed themselves off the farm? I mean, that's amazing.
Oh, yeah, they're incredible creatures. Also, if an ant was our size, he'd be faster than a Ferrari. Fun fact.
No kidding.
Goog?
Wow, that's wild. I'm saying no kidding as in wow. I'm not saying I don't believe you.
No, I get it, but they're a hell of a little Nazi, and that's why they were so fun in Honey, I Shrunk the Dick. Remember the ant?
Yes, I remember the ant. They had the little crumb hanging off the front.
Yes, the Crumb, Harry Crumb.
I love that redheaded kid. He's in Big, and he's in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, and
he was good.
Overboard.
He had 3 hits, and he was out.
He was big, and he was really funny, and he reminds me of Matt Wayne. He's got a Matt Wayne feel.
I can see that. Hockey jersey, kind of 80s kid. Yeah, I can see that. Quick with
By the way,
lip.
Matt Wayne, one of the funniest guys. I think he's on the Patreon somewhere. There's a live episode with him. One of the funniest guys ever. One of my favorite comics, Buffalo Guy. I shot this short film with Robert Kelly and myself and Sarah, and there's a scene with a fart. And we went to YouTube and pulled up some fart sounds. Sarah and I love a fart joke.
Sure.
And we plugged them in. It just wasn't sounding real. It was sounding like somebody making fart noises.
Yeah.
So I said, I know who's got good farts. Matt Wayne has the funniest, best farts. I texted him. I said, hey, buddy, we need a fart over here. Step on it.
He's like break glass for a fart, He's an emergency.
He's tremendous. So he said, such a funny guy. He texts me and says, no problem. I'll have my wife put some lentils on.
Ah, come on. That's amazing.
Put the lentils on. And then he says, I'll get you in the morning, because in the morning I got real motorcycles.
Vroom, vroom.
This guy is just a natural, the funniest guy I ever met. He's up there with my Uncle Brian and Derek, this guy.
Yeah.
So next morning I wake up, I hear the cock-a-doodle-doo, the sun is rising. I already got 3 sound files on my phone. And they're labeled like Dud, Long One, Classic. I can't remember what he labeled them. And you get a little bit of his vocals beforehand.
Uh-huh.
And it's great. And the fart is perfect. We put it in. It's the exact length we need. Perfect. I'll play you one. You want me to play you one?
Yeah, he's a fartist, is what he is.
Exactly.
I love. What a hero that he didn't flinch. He didn't go, what's this for? Why do you need this? Am I going to jail? He was just like, you got it. I'm on it.
He was on it, and I Venmo'd him $7. I was like, I appreciate it.
He's a first fart sponder.
Here we go. Here's a couple. Quick gripper.
Yes?
Oh, that's home run.
What'd he
Did
say?
you hear that? He said, oh, home run.
Motorcycles is great.
That's a great one. Here comes another one. That one's good. And then here's a real long one. Get ready, folks.
It sounded wet.
Woo! All right. Anyways, that's enough of that. I'll probably get shit for that. People will grow up, you losers. But
yeah, it just goes to show you. So I'm in Houston right now, and I'm rusty. I'm gay. I'm working on an act here, and the clock. There's a big clock on the wall there, and that clock is ticking, baby. You think, oh, I've probably done about 28, 29. You look at the clock, you've done 7.
Oof.
You know that feeling.
Certainly.
And so I'm just reaching here. I'm grabbing sticks and twigs and berries from any area I can, and I'm trying to pull something out of my ass, and it's all put together with gum and tape. And so I'm doing pretty well. I'm cooking, but I'm getting real dirty. And because don't you find you go hacky and you go dirty and you add a lot of fucks when you got nothing?
Of course, that's why hacks are hacks.
Right.
They have
So
nothing.
I had nothing, so I had like 18 minutes to go with zero material left. Zero. I've got 3 sheets of paper on the stool. I'm going, I got nothing. I'm reading a laundry list here. I'm panicking. And this lady yells out, "You're so fucking lazy."
What?
And I was like, oh, jeez, here we go. So now part of me is like, well, this is bad. This lady's pissed. She's mad. She's obviously yelling. But now I got something to go off of.
That's nice. It's a nice little gift. But why'd she call you lazy? What is that?
Well, I mean, in her defense, I got 12 papers out. I got Post-it notes. I got a whiteboard up there. I'm reading, the daily news, just trying to pull any kind of material out. And it turns out I did some porn jokes. I think she dabbled in porn, and that hit a nerve.
Oh, interesting. Well, first of all, let me just say, to me, that sounds like the opposite of lazy.
That's what I said.
You're working. You got notes and a thing. Lazy would be if you were just sitting there with nothing.
Right. And the beauty of it, I was doing pretty well, and I kind of had the audience with me like, sorry, folks, I'm working this out. And they were all like, you got it. Keep going. So they were cool. And so I had them on my side at least. So when she yelled, they all turned on her.
That's always a good feeling.
Then I got to go, hey, all right, let's take it easy. And then she was so far in the back, I said, I can't see. If I could see you, I'd really insult your physical appearance. But I can't see you, and I'm just trying to get something out of it. But when somebody says something that has some truth to it, it wasn't like you suck or, your dad's a dick. It was like, you're lazy. And, we've all had lazy thoughts where you go, she's kind of right.
Good day.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that anybody that's ever met you would describe you as lazy. That seems insane, but I think this lady's crazy. Maybe she said crazy? It sounded like lazy?
No, it was pretty clear. And she wasn't Asian, so that didn't happen. But, yeah, it was weird, and it's the toughest thing about comedy because
10 to 7
you just put out a special. I think you already have a ton of
10
material,
to
or you're about to put out a
27 's
special.
pretty good.
You have a bunch of material in the backlog, though, right?
Yeah, I got a nice chunk. Yeah.
So you could headline with new material.
Pretty much. I mean, I did 1 week after I shot, and I did like 15 of the stuff from the special, and then I got about 30 or so.
Okay, so
35.
I didn't prepare. You're the grasshopper. You're the spider. I'm the grasshopper. Who's the
I'm
one who
not
saved
sure.
all the nuts?
I don't even know what you're referencing.
This is an Aesop's anal. It's one of those old wives' tales.
Be right back. 2 seconds.
There's the grasshopper and the
So
Nazi or somebody, and the Nazi saved a bunch of nuts, and the grasshopper said, "Hey, have fun with that, dickless. I'm going to the beach."
Oh,
and
I don't know.
Then the winter came, and the grasshopper starved to death.
The only grasshopper story I know is when the grasshopper walks into the bar and the bartender says, "We have a drink named after you," and the grasshopper says, "You have a drink named Dennis?"
Nice.
I mean, that's one of my favorites of all
That's
time.
a classic. Yeah. Also, the ninjas say grasshopper. They go, "Hello, grasshopper," like to the new guys.
Oh yeah, it strikes me you don't hear much about ninjas anymore.
Well, that means they're doing a good job, I think.
Like, when's the last time you heard a ninja movie? I mean, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles has been remade, but like there hasn't been a ninja film or TV show in quite a while.
Yeah, you're right. I think it's kind of, I don't know, it's too close to the N-word. People are avoiding it. I don't know. It's ninjas out. You're right.
There was like Power Rangers, Ninja Turtles, and it's all kids with ninjas.
There was 3 ninjas. Remember that movie?
Oh yeah, the 3 ninjas. And then there was Beverly Hills Ninja.
Ah, yeah, Chris Farley.
This is all 90s.
Yeah, you're right. Ninjas are out.
We should get back on the ninja scene.
You got Crazy Rich Asians. Did that have a ninja? Well, I guess you had Kill Bill, but that was more kung fu-y. I don't know.
And even that was almost 20 years ago.
Yikes! Here we go with the years.
I know. I think about it all the time. That was 17 years ago. Or
So
16.
the way you look at the 70s is how my dad looked at the 30s. Isn't that insane? My dad was born in 47.
Wait, what?
You were
Your
born
dad
in
was
the 80s.
37?
My dad's born in 47.
47.
Yeah, sorry. Did I say 30?
Maybe you did say. I don't know. I can't remember. Okay, so he was born in 47. So he's
So-
10 years older than my dad.
So the decade before he was born was the 30s, and the decade before we were born was the 70s. It's insane. Like that, the 30s was like the Depression and tenement buildings and horse-drawn carriages and ladies with a big mole and a mustache stirring a pot and the clotheslines and shit. You know,
That's insane. I mean, that's the stuff like we talk, not to get whatever, but all this stuff going on with Black Lives Matter and everything. You think about it, it's like this is only a couple generations away from slavery.
yes, as Louis would say, it's two old ladies dying back to back.
Right.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's wild.
Crazy to think like your great-grandfather is involved in like the 1830s.
I know, it's insane. I'm like, and you just want to tell the guy like, you got no idea what's coming. Like the internet, TV, porn, it's gonna be wild.
And people were happier. I was just reading a thing
Yeah.
about gratitude and like putting yourself in your like great-grandparents, your
Shit, I just bought
forefathers
that
or
for
whatever,
no
your
reason.
ancestors is the word. Put them in their position, like to think about what that must have been like. No windows. You had no window. Things could
Yeah.
just fly in. The weather would just come in.
Yes.
No central heating. You'd have to have a
Yes.
fireplace and like gather around it. No TV, no radio, no internet, no
Yep.
lights, no electricity, no AC.
Yes.
Totally. And that was life was all about. Okay, it was all seasonal. Okay, the winter's coming. We got to do this. Okay, the summer's here. We got to crop. Make hay while the sun shines. It was all just survival. And I think in a sloppy, douchey way, that's kind of how we're wired. And we were probably a little more sane then.
Oh, 100%. I think the studies that we were like happier then. The internet's
Oh,
killing
yeah.
us. Side note, I deleted Twitter off my phone on Friday. I feel like $1 million. But
Good
wait,
for you.
weren't we getting to something? Weren't you telling a story? I think we went crazy.
Oh, well, let me just say this because we're talking about the 30s. I was getting to this heckle lady. So, the 30s, isn't that crazy that in like 1932 somebody said something offensive and somebody went, Jesus, man, it's 1932. You gotta wake up. Like, we always do that. Like, hey, it's 2020. Are you still doing this shit? But they did that back then. Like, the year is just the year. It's an arbitrary bullshit number. We're just humans who happen to be alive now.
Interesting. Yeah. I guess that's the nice thing about progress. We are still progressing.
Yeah, I guess so.
It took a long time before people were like I tweeted this the other day about people. There must have been a first guy that was like, hey, maybe we shouldn't drink and drive.
Yeah.
It seems a little dangerous. Like, there must have been one person at one point that was like, what if we just didn't drive while we were drunk? And then
Right.
everyone else is probably like this, shut up, you fucking homo, you piece of shit.
Yeah, yeah. My friend Neil Stasny had this great bit. Like, you could probably have been the governor of a state if you had just, like, back in the day, if you were like, oh, I'm not racist. They would have been like, holy shit. Like, just blow people's minds by being not racist.
Yeah, how nice. I think this has been someone's bit before, but like, how nice. I watched like a documentary about Bill Russell, and he's like crying. He's like, Bob Cousy ate out of my French fries, and I knew he was a good man. I'm like, what a nice thing that must have been.
Yeah.
To just, I mean, not for the, black people, but the idea of just like, I eat Damian Lemon's onion ring, and they're like, this guy's a hero.
I know, it's so easy.
You know what I mean?
You
I'm
get a
like,
photo of you high-fiving Jackie Robinson, and all of a sudden, but then on the flip side, you get the N-word lover. Hey, what do you go back to your area? You segregation? I don't know.
yeah, they beat you up or whatever, but nice back then. You didn't have to, post a certain thing, saying the right thing with the right wording. Back then, you could just have your arm around, B.B.
Louis
King, and people were like, well done.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so I also wanted to say, I did this heckle thing, whatever. She got thrown out, which was fun. But, yeah, boy, I'll tell you, that's the thing about stand-up with these shows. It's so funny because these these audience members see the special, so they'll see your special. They'll go, we like this guy. This is a polished, funny, whatever, good joke comic. And then they come see you, and you're the exact opposite, and I think they're a little confused. So like, imagine seeing LeBron James on TV have the game of his life, and then you go see him and he sucks. Like, he doesn't lose skill after he does well, or after he records something, much like us. Not skill, but we lose content.
Yes, and even that analogy is tough because they still got to see the other 11 guys. There was still a game going back and forth. They're just bummed that he had a bad night. It would be like if you went and saw the Stones and they had a bunch of notes out and they kept starting and restarting, and you're like, what the fuck? But some people love this.
That's true. I think the real comedy nut jobs, they get it. They know what the hell's going on, but even as the guy delivering the shit jokes, you still want to fucking prove it to him. Like, oh no, I can do it. So
Right.
it's tough on the ego.
Well, this is where we miss the comedy club, the comedy cellar, the stand, and these clubs to work places out. I mean, that's where it's brutal.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
was talking to a couple of different comics that were saying, you know, I want to go back to work, but I can't go and do a headlining show. You need the cellar or something
Yeah.
to do 10 minutes, 8 minutes, whatever.
It'd be nice.
But speaking of working out, that's not a good segue, but we do have a sponsor this week, and we are very happy about this sponsor. This week's episode of Tuesdays with Stories is brought to you by Blue Chew. You know it, the first chewable dick pill.
Yes.
While we're all stuck at home, what's something we could all use a little more of? Human contact, sure. But also, we need sweet and easy.
Here. I'm on one right now. I chew them like candy. They actually taste great. And the other pills, whatever you want to take, they're not chewable. This is great because it's so quick. Sometimes you just get in the heat of the throes of passion, and you got to just guzzle one down. So get on it quick. Right now, we've got a special deal for our listeners. Visit BlueChew.com and get your first shipment free when you use our special promo code Tuesdays. You just got to pay the 5 clams and shipping. Again, that's BLUE chew.com, promo code Tuesdays to try it free. BlueChew.com, finally a website that can give you a direct...
To the point. There is a very special book which you must find for me. It was written long ago by a sage known as Lam Essen, who studied Skatsimi magic and the effects of the prime evils on the mortal world. The Black Book was lost when the children of Zakarum took over this land. Now you must reclaim it without delay. Its knowledge may aid us in this dark time ahead.
Okay. Oh shit, I was talking to the right guy. This guy not selling shit.
Good evening.
Guess we can do a gamble. Fuck it. Let's gamble on some shit. Throwing knives. Heavy boots. Axe. Ugh. Plus 40% enhanced defense. Does that mean my overall defense rating goes up by 40%? What does plus? Two. His defense is an armor attribute that increases the defense value of the armor by a percentage. Okay. So, this is currently giving me 11 defense. But is that included in the overall defense rating? Like, right there, is that the defense that I'm getting 11? Is it already? Are the enhanced percentage? Yeah. Yeah. Does my glove add 6 in bonuses add together. Does anybody know? I think I'm wording this wrong. Use to calculate the final damage that you do. So I'm assuming that it's on the rolls I get that percentage boost. It's not on the actual base stats. So in theory, 11 plus 11% would be like 12. So what's 9 plus 40%? It's like 0.9 times 3. That's like 3. What's 0.9 times 3? Or 0.9 times 4 is like 3.6. So 12.6, it's about the same, but I get 20% more run speed. Okay, whatever. That's probably all wrong, but who fuck cares? Alright, let's gamble on some axes. What is this doing? 5 to 14. But it has a 28% axe or damage rating. Or enhanced damage. So it's really 6 to... What's 14 divided by 4, roughly? Like 17, that would give a shit. Let's try it one more time. We're gonna do one more roll on an axe. Ugh. So much worse. Fuck that. I think we're good on this gambling shit. I need to go buy more teleport scrolls. And then we will be out. Let's regenerate some spawns here. Where the fuck am I going? Let's get the pod back going.
Action! Boy,
Hell yeah.
they really cut to the chase on that copy.
Certainly. Well, tell me some other Houston things. What's it like down there? How's it going? Are you getting nervous? Are you seeing sick people? Do they have masks on? Are the shows good? Am I gay? What's going on?
Well, it's getting interesting now because, look, I'm a freewheeling, cum-guzzling chooch, and, I like to live by the seat of my khakis, but I did a meet and greet, first show, Friday, Saturday, Friday late show, meet and greet. Saturday, I get a text from the club, hey, we're kind of pushing it with the meet and greet. Do you want to, let's just call it quits on that. And I was like, hey, done and done. Now I'm not the bad guy. You guys don't want to do it. I never want to do it. I mean, it's nice meeting the Tuesdays and everything, but it's a lot of work, and it's it's more of a risk. So they nixed that.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like handshakes. We should do away with it forever.
It seems like it. So I think people are
geez,
starting to worry a little. I don't know if they're actually worried about illness, but maybe they're starting to worry about, are we going to get called a bunch of so-and-sos if we don't follow the rules, and maybe we should just try not to get in trouble, and what if some guy gets sick from here, and now it's on us? So it's even if it's a liability, I think people are taking precautions now.
That's good. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I was talking to Shelby about it off mic, and we talk about it a lot, but there's cases spiking over here, and then you look at where the cases are going up, it's the entire bottom of the country. Everything below the, Mason-Dixon equator. Yeah. It's really getting rough. And I'm supposed to be at Side Splitters the end of July, but Florida's spiking. Vecchione's there now, or was there this past weekend. I'll talk to him, but I don't know what to think, because you don't want to be a spreader. It's not just about us getting sick. I feel healthy, whatever, but I don't want to be giving it to every Tom, Dick, and Harry, and Larry, and Susan.
That's how I feel. Like, I'm a queef, so I just assume that I can't get it, and I'm like, I think I had it in February. I'm immune. It's like chicken pox, But you never know if you got it in your ball sack and then you shoot a load onto a dinner tray and then they get it. So you got to be careful, I guess. But it's just so fun being on a road weekend. Like I did some guy's podcast where he drank whiskeys, and it's called Whiskey Neat.
Whiskey Brothers.
Maybe that's it. Something like that, and it was great. And I'm hanging out with the openers, Zide and Andrew Youngblood, and we got lunch after at a diner. And it's like those things about the road, where you're like, oh, the show's at 7 tonight. You got to race home from the restaurant, take a shower, look at your notes real quick, then run to the club, and you go out after to the bars, and you see all the local guys, and they come to the show, and that's the stuff that you missed the most that you forgot about. Because in your head, you're like, going down to the Improv, gotta work a set out, gotta figure it out. I'm a rusty, here we go. But it's all those little things where you forget about the Rona for 8 seconds, and you live in a life again.
Right. Yeah.
That's nice.
The thing I miss the most right now is the actual performance. I like the connection of on stage and expressing yourself and getting those laughs. And I actually do miss the meet and greet as much as we talk about it.
Yes.
'Cause it's nice to see people's faces and the joy, and you kind of connect with the fact that they just really enjoyed the show, and they go, that was awesome, we love you, we listen, you whatever. I do miss that because electronically it doesn't quite have the same pop,
Yes. And
But I just miss the shows. I miss getting up there and working it out.
It's a beautiful thing, and you're scared again. Like, it's that thing where it's 4 o'clock and you go, oh, the show's in 3 hours. Oh, the show's in 2 hours. And you just start thinking about it and you get in your head again, whereas before it was like, we got 2 shows tonight. Fuck. Now we got 2 shows tonight. What are we going to do? And it's way more fear-inducing than it used to be. Before it was almost a nuisance. Now it's like, how am I going to get through this? How am I going to do 45 minutes? I'm doing 45 on the penny.
Right. Yeah, boy, I do miss it, but I keep wanting to work, and I talked to my agent, and he's just like, I don't know. I mean, they got a spike over there and a spike over here,
right.
The crowd is only 50%. You're gonna be working for less money and risking this and whatever.
Yeah.
But it's like you said, I got comics from all over texting. Are you going back to work? I don't know. Are you going back to work? And it's funny how insecure all these comics are. Comics in their 50s are just like, what are you doing? Should I do what you do? And
yeah, that's how we check. We all check in with each other, and yeah, it's nice to be here. I will say the plane, don't freak out about the plane. The plane is the best part. Like, there's no one on there. You got your mask on. The stewardess has got the mask on. The guy in the other row's got a mask on, and it's recycled air. But I think it's all right.
Yeah, I read a thing that said flying is not as bad as people think because they clean the fuck out of everything, and then they said just leave your vent on, your overhead vent the whole time because it's blowing tits on your ass.
Sure.
Tits on it said leave that on, wipe everything down if you have to, but they also say it doesn't live on surfaces, so I don't know what the fuck, but I did hear that planes aren't quite as dangerous as we think. Leave your mask on, leave your vent on.
Yes,
and boobly-boo.
So here's something I wanted to bring up to you. I don't know if you've ever done this, but I forgot to say I went to Cape Cod with the lady, and we got pretty bored out there, and her dad's like this, nice, dad type dude. He's got high jeans on and a couple of penny loafers, and he goes, you ever play golf? And I go, I don't know how to play. I play putt-putt. And he goes, we should go hit a few balls at the driving range. And I was like, I've never held a golf club in my life unless I was swinging at a intruder or something. And he was like, well, I'll teach you. And it was, whenever somebody offers you some crazy thing, my first instinct is to go, no, thank you. That sounds like work. I'm good. But I just had this queef up my dick hole, and I was like, fuck it, let's go. So we went to the backyard, and he pulls out a wood and an iron and a boner, and he goes, all right, let's hit these ping pong balls. So I look like a fucking special needs kid. I'm swinging it wrong, and I got my elbows bent and my head up and my back arched and my tits out, and I got pretty good. Like, not pretty good, but I got it down, and then we hightailed it over to the driving range. Had a blast. I mean, I'm hitting these things off into creation, and I hit a pond, and I hit a kid, and it was great.
Oh, well, first of all, driving range, when I was a teenager, that's all we ever did. I mean, that was like one of the main things. I mean, I grew up in the suburbs, and that was like one of 3 things you could do. And
Right.
a lot of the driving ranges were also batting cages. So you'd hit the driving range, and then you go to the batting cage. Or you go to the batting cage, you go to the driving range. And what's funny is I never thought this was weird. I went to the driving range for years before I ever golfed. People were like, yo, you golf? And I'm like, no, I just go to the driving range. People thought that was crazy. But I
Right.
always thought a driving range is like its own standalone activity.
Totally. The golf is a commitment. It takes hours. You're on a trail. You get lost. You're in a cart. You got
Yeah,
a
it's
bag.
competitive. I'm losing. I'm hitting the ball into the woods and the water, and then
Yes.
you're losing your ball.
Yes.
Whereas a driving range, you're just hitting the balls everywhere.
Right.
But, yeah, a driving range was a thing we'd do a couple times a week back when I was a teen. But, yeah, golfing's like the funnest. I fucking love golf. I'm a golf guy.
So fun. And, I always thought, because I'm from the inner city, so golfing to me was like khaki pants, polo shirt, saddle shoes, and some guy named Phil Mickelson or whoever the fuck, with a sweater vest on. So I always put it over there. And then you show up to the driving range, everybody's got a beer in their hand. It's a bunch of guys in shorts. And it was free and easy and fun. Not free, but like you're free to roam, right to roam. And you can buy a bucket of balls, have a couple beer. It was the best day of my life.
No, it's a great activity. Yeah, people have
Man,
that
this
weird
mace is fucking
thing
these guys
about
up.
golf. Like,
Yeah.
that's professional golfers.
Right.
It would be like if you were like, hey, we're getting the gang together. We're going to play football. And you were like, oh, I got to get a helmet and knee pads and, get a tattoo. And
Yeah.
we're going to get 60,000 people together. Like, you're like, no, we're going to play fucking flag football, whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
But no, golf is like the funnest. You smoke a cigar, a bat, and I used to get hammered out there. Drive those carts around. You do weird shit. You do a wheelie. I mean, my Uncle Dale and I have flipped golf carts and shit. It was fun.
Oh, that's a great time, and it's so laid back. Like you hit a few balls, you sit on the bench, you watch your friend hit a few balls, and I'm taking photos of them and everything. It was awesome. I'm gonna try to do that at Chelsea Piers when that opens.
Yeah, I mean, it costs $1 million. A fun place to golf is in L.A., the Los Feliz Swingers golf course. It costs like $9.
Oh yeah,
It's a little 9-hole pitch and putt. It's amazing. I go every single time I go there.
Can you drive them, or is it all pitch and putt?
It's all pitch and putt. That's why they call it a pitch and putt.
All right, but I want that range.
Well, that's fun also. I'm just saying, next time you're in L.A., you want to golf, boom. It takes
I'm
an
down.
hour and a half and costs you $10. But no, golfing's the best. When I was drinking, though, I was like, by the 11th hole, you're like, fuck this.
Right.
That's the only golf problem. You get tired and you're like, fuck, I don't want to golf anymore. I just want to smoke a cigar and booze.
Well, they say you're walking like 7 miles. It's like Jesus or Moses through the desert. It's just hot. You're on your feet the whole time. You got a bag on your back, unless you know a black guy. It's brutal.
Oh, only an asshole fucking walks when he golfs, though.
Oh,
You
really?
get the cart.
All right, you got to get the
You
car.
bump into those walking guys, you're like, what do you think, you're better than me? Fuck you. I mean, I hate the walkers. No one likes the walkers. They take forever.
White walkers.
And the funnest part is the driving. You try to scoop a guy up, you got to jump on the car as you whiz by, you hit the other guy, then you loosen the strap on the back so when they pull away, the golf clubs spill out. Classic move.
This is great.
Yeah, golfing's the funnest.
So fun. I'm into it, and I put a story of me swinging on Instagram, and I got 8,000. You fucking suck. Kill yourself, boy. That's the worst form I've ever seen. What do you got? Scoliosis? You chooch.
Oh yeah, everyone wants to tell you how you can't do anything without everyone telling you what to do. It's why I'm trying to get away from this social media. It's destroying our skulls.
Yes. So you mentioned getting shithoused on the course. So I don't know what got into me, but I think it's the quarantine and the time alone and the gayness. But Ari Shafir hits me up on Thursday. So I'm leaving Houston on Friday morning to go to Houston, the whole thing. Ari Shafir hits me up at noon on Thursday and goes, I got nothing to do today. What are you doing? I said, I got nothing. I'm leaving for Houston tomorrow in the morning. He goes, let's get a drink. And I go, fuck it, it's noon. The sun's out. He's Jewish. Let's do it. So I meet him in the village, the East Village. We go buy a margarita. We're walking around. One of the great things about the pandemic, very lax on open container in this town.
Oh yeah, the rules have changed out here.
They don't give a shit. And so one margarita, now we get two. Now we're on our third. We walk into some garden. There's those weird gardens in the East Village that, like, are they public? Are they private? I don't know.
Yes.
So we walk into some garden. Now we're just talking comedy. We're screaming like, "You fucking like that guy? That guy sucks!" You know, going back and forth. And some guy, like this hippy dippy guy, is like, "Hey, you guys want to chill the fuck out? Like, this is a Zen garden, and you guys are saying, slurs over here." And we're like, "Oh, sorry." And then he goes, "Well, while you're here, can you help me rearrange the garden?"
What?
So we're kind of like, but you know, Ari's half in the bag, and he's 98 years old, and he's like, "I would love to do that. I haven't gotten any exercise," and he's all into stupid, weird shit, and he's open-minded. So now we're moving barrels and rolling over buckets and replanting. We got our hands dirty.
Oh, wow. That sounds great.
It was all right, but it was one of those, can we leave now? Can we leave now? And so finally we leave. We hit more bars, more benches, more walking, more talking, and he calls DeRosa. DeRosa goes, "Come over." So now we go to DeRosa's house in the village, and he's got booze over there, and we go at it with DeRosa. Now, before I know it, it's like 2 a.m. I got a flight at 8.
Jesus.
It was like the old days, and I realized like how reckless we used to be, and I was like, "What am I doing here?" And I got back home, and the lady's like, "What the hell's going on? You reek of, you smell like whiskey and this and that." And I was like, "It's tequila." And then that alarm just beep, 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 beep. You get 2 seconds of sleep. You get on the flight. Brutal flight. Brutal.
Oof. Was it full or quiet? What are we talking?
Well, here, I pulled a list.
Uh-oh.
So I'm hungover. I'm in the Uber on the way to LaGuardia. And I'm going, let me check the app. My vision's blurry. I'm shitting blood. And I go, all right, I'm in seat 22B. Let me see what happens if I push seat 11A, which is comfort.
Mm-hmm.
It says no problem, $0. All right.
Nice.
So I go, I crank up to 11A. I get through security. There's no line. It's a breeze over there at the airport now. And I get to my seat, nice aisle seat. I got a lady on the window, nice middle seat open. The whole back of the plane is pretty empty. And then this guy's coming down, big fat guy, like a Michael Moore, John Goodman, Ralphie May motherfucker. And I'm like, oh, shit. And he walks right by me. Woo! But then here comes Batembe Batumbo. This is the biggest black guy you've ever seen. He's got to be 7'8", huge arms, wide shoulders. Sits down in the middle seat.
Oh, middle seat during Corona? Come on.
I know. And you could tell he was like a late addition. Like he just barely made it on the plane. He bought his ticket 2 seconds ago, and they just threw him in the middle. And I'm talking, his arms are on every armrest on the whole row. He's got his feet out. He's got a man spread like you wouldn't believe. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I look in the back of the plane. There's nobody there. So I go, I'm just going to sit in the back. And I get up and sit in another seat. And the stewardess goes, you can't do that for some reason with Corona. And I was like, well, what's the difference? There's nobody here. She was like, yeah, you can't do it. So I had to sit next to this guy for 4 hours. It was the longest flight of my life.
Jesus, that sounds strange. Delta, what are they doing? I thought people weren't selling the middle seat and all this shit, which is supposed to be spacing out or distancing, whatever.
Well, it was American. Maybe that's the rub.
Ah, American. I hate those Americans.
I mean, this dude was huge. His feet were this big, and I couldn't believe it was like out of a comedy movie. Like, here comes Shaquille O'Neal coming down. Oh, there's Bo Jackson. Everybody watch out. And then, man, that guy took up every... I was up in the aisle armrest like this. Brutal. It brought me right back to like the old road days. I'm like, I'm in preferred here. How'd I get fucked in preferred?
Oof. It's so strange to hear anything airport and checking the app because it's been so distant out of my mind.
Yeah. So if I'm getting Corona, it's going to be on this trip because the drinking all night with Ari, no sleep. I had 2 flights because I had a layover. And then Batembe Batumbo, he's got something. And then I've just been boozing it up in Houston and doing 2 shows a night. So if I'm going to get it, this is it.
All right. Well, be careful out there.
You heard it here first, folks.
And it's so weird about Ari because Ari and Bob Kelly and Sarah and I are going camping tomorrow.
What?
And he's giving me all this shit. He's like nervous. He's like a different guy. He's like, I don't know if I want to rent a car. I don't know how we're going to get up there. I don't want to get in an Uber. And he's like a nervous Nelly, which is so interesting because people bust my balls about anxiety, Ari particularly,
He's
and
bad.
something bad happens. Now Ari's just all changed. He's usually the mushroom, free spirit, free thinking guy, and he's like, I'm not taking an Uber, I can tell you that. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, oh,
An
yeah.
Uber, there's a plastic divide. You keep the windows down. It's one guy.
Uber's great. He's got a mask on. He's got gloves on. Ari he Purelled his asshole after every time we sat down. He Purelled his eyeballs if he saw something weird. I mean, he was all over the map with the hygiene. And I'm like, we're getting hammered on the streets of New York City. We're going to DeRosa's shitbox. Like, you're fucked, man. This Purell's not going to save you.
Weird. Yeah, it's weird to kind of hear him talking like that about, I don't know if I want to do this, and I don't know if I want to do that. And
It's totally weird. It's so unlike him, but he's I have a theory that people even out. You know, he's this freewheeling flip phone. I live in China for 6 weeks and fuck a dog. And then when the pandemic hits, he's like, if you don't wear a mask, you're a fucking asshole. And he was flipping out at people, not wearing masks and shit. I was like, this is a new side of you.
yeah, interesting. And it's funny because I feel like I've zenned out during this. Like, I'm an anxious guy. I'm paranoid about this, and I got hypochondria. And this happened. And now I feel like, it's all fine. It's groovy, man.
Right.
So crisis is treating me well.
Yeah, you seem a nice even kilter.
Oh, I feel great. Well, all I do is meditate and read all day now. Before I was
Wow.
running around with my asshole on fire and my dad blowing me and everything was scary. But now there's so much downtime. I don't have to worry about making a flight. I don't have to worry about performing and meeting and greeting and the alarm clock going off and this and that. And so I've just been sitting here all introspective and, having sex and connecting with my wife and whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
And we had a great time yesterday. Sarah and I went and we met up with Katie Hannigan, our pal.
Yes.
Vecchione, who they're an item. He's
Yes.
out in Tampa Side Splitters getting corona and heckled probably.
Oh, yeah.
And so the three of us walked, and we were like, we got this place, Sunnyside Gardens, we go to every couple days. And she's like, I'd like to go there. So we walked all the way out there, beautiful day, 80 degrees, masks on, whatever. And we went through these secret, beautiful gardens, had some nice convo. And then Sarah and I
Nice.
came back here. I ordered a pizza. I'm saying, fuck the reflux. I'm not even worried about that shit anymore.
Yeah.
Just eating pizza. Got an ice cream. We watched all the nonsense on the telly. We laughed about it, and it's been quite delightful.
Yeah, look at you. You're meditating, you're reading, you're in a garden. You're fucking checked out.
I might never go back.
It's scary, man. I tell you, when you have a flight, I think that's part of why I got shit-faced, because all the anxiety of the flight and the gigs and the new material, like, I think I got drunk just to kind of suppress that a little bit, but I don't know. You got to face reality. The booze is not, it's not your friend, but
No. But
it's. I mean, next time you get back on a plane, it ain't gonna be autopilot. No pun intended. It feels definitely like, how do I do? Okay. Are we early? Are we late? Did I bring my razor, my tampon? You know, it's scary again.
no, it's strange to think about because, like we've talked about it before, but like September through December, I flew every single week. Both ways. I mean, it's like so many flights, and I'm just hoping Delta keeps my status. They said they would, and I got a couple $1,000s worth of credits because I didn't take. There's like 20 flights I didn't take. So, but it is weird to even think about the idea of getting on a plane right now.
Yeah, totally. Shit. What was I gonna say? You had something with the garden, the Zen. I can't remember. God damn it. Oh, I got it. Speaking of Zen, so I want to give a shout out to this guy. I couldn't do the meet and greet, so I had the manager comes in. Hello, come into the green room. There's a guy out here. He said he's got something to give you, and I was like, oh, great, he's gonna give me Corona. But that's always a risky thing, you know. But I was like, fuck it. I go outside. Huge Tuesday, nicest guy in the world. Hands me a big jar of shrooms.
Oh,
So. I don't know the guy's name, but I got to give a shout-out to that guy. Good egg. God love you. Thank you for the shrooms. I can't wait to take them, and Lord knows we need them now more than ever.
yeah. I just rewatched the Bill Hicks documentary for the first time in a couple of years. We were texting, and it's all about the shrooms. That movie really makes you want to do some mushrooms. It's a real mushroom movie. And,
Oh, yeah.
what a fine artist. Great film. Good stuff, and it was inspiring, but it was making me want to go do stand-up. I wrote like several pages in my notebook for the first time in a while.
I know. You said some of the bits. You got some killer stuff there, and we're all excited to hear it. And it's fun getting back, man. But it still doesn't feel the same because it could go away at any moment, or it's still like a pandemic-y vibe in the air. But boy, it's cathartic. It feels good.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where I can do a set. I mean, I did that one set on the back of a truck, and that was nice. So it's lit a little bit of a spark. So trying to figure some stuff out. We'll get there.
We'll get there, folks, and we're gonna get there together. Hit the Patreon, tell a friend. Let's build the Tuesday army. We love you. We need you, and get a shirt.
I don't have enough fucking gold.
Tell a friend and queef it up.
Yeah, get some merch. Check out the merch. And,
I just spent
$63,000.
I spent all of my money
on there that you might be missing out on. Live
on
episodes,
that fucking
the first
amulet.
150 episodes, 177
crazy.
episodes.
Why did
We're
I
breaking
do
down
that?
sets. You get the video early. A lot of stuff, and you can join for $4 or $5, $10, whatever you want. So go do that, please.
Yes. Here.
Really the next. Oh shit! Did I run out of?
Hey, Mark, fake banter for the intro.
That's all I know how to do.
Great.
Good to be here.
Welcome to Tuesdays with
Stories.
We're at 355. Looks like we got 7 viewers on Kick. First time really doing a stream on Kick. That's pretty good. Throw me a like and a follow over there. I'm starting bare nothing. Rumble, we got 3, and as usual, we got a fat 0 on YouTube, because fuck YouTube. Let's see. I just realized I don't have a way to actually see Kick Chat. If, like, I need to pull up Kick Chat, see if anyone's trying to talk to me. Let's see. 318. Good. We're at 355, so we gotta keep scrolling here. 326, 323. Yo. 57, 56. Alright, 56, 57, and 58. Let's put a 59 in there also.
Is.
Hit her in the face with a surfboard.
And then the duck fell out of his bag.
Surf's up. And she didn't even. Hey, Mark, fake banter for the intro.
Let's get it
That's all I know how to do.
Great.
Good to be here.
Welcome to Tuesdays with
Stories.
Hit her in the face with a surfboard.
And then the duck fell out of his bag.
Surf's up. And she didn't even flush.
Knock, knock.
Who's there? Mark Norman and Joe List.
Yeah! This is Tuesdays with Stories, everybody.
No, that's terrible.
This is supposed to be cheesy.
My radio is spitting at me.
Ah! Hey, here we are, folks. What a week. What a time to be alive. What a time to be.
What happened? What's happy at? My internet crapping down on me?
Depressed. It is Thunderdome out there.
Yeah, things are kooky. No question about it.
Yeah, I got back from Houston. They shut down the flights the next day. I had to cancel my Greenville gigs. I'm supposed to be in Greenville right now.
Oh yeah, but you can't come back. You come back and they stick you in a cage with some kids.
Yes, they put you in a coffin, they hammer it shut, and throw you out into the river. But I'm bummed. I hate canceling, but I think it's bad. If I cancel, it's bad.
Yeah, I just canceled Sign Splitters officially because well, they got this quarantine. I don't want to do a gig and then have to stay in my house for 2 weeks.
Sure.
And if those are the rules, I want to live by the rules. I don't want to be the fucking asshole who's like, fuck you, it doesn't apply to me. You know, I don't want to be a super douche.
Right.
So had to move it to March. It's getting moved to March, but I have to say there's part of me, and I'll catch flack, but it doesn't matter now because I'm off of Twitter, which is the best. I took Twitter off my phone, which is the best move I've ever done in my life.
Wow, congratulations, Fatty. That is not easy.
Well, I've gone on via the internet, just the Internet Explorer or whatever the fuck, just to twitter.com, just to fire off a tweet, and then I don't check anything about it.
That's the move.
It's not easy, but that's the move. But so I'm going to get shit for this, but I have to say right now, my ego, I got some pride in this. New York is back. We're in phase 2. I'm eating at a restaurant. I got my hair cut. And Texas and Florida and these red states that were like, oh, you got a mask. They're all exploding with cases. They're shooting up, and they're trying to do, well, it's because we started testing. Fuck you. This shit works. Every scientist is saying it. And our cases in New York have plummeted. And the reason we had them was because we're an international city with fucking subways. And the reason you got them is because you're just ignoring science and doctors and you're a bunch of chooches. And you're going to all the shit. And fuck your mothers in the ass because we're back, baby.
Woo! And I gotta say, NYC, it looks like Florence out there. Every table is full. There's stringing lights. There's a big fish coming out on a tray, and the waiter's got the white lab coat going. I mean, it's beautiful in the village.
Oh, I'm loving it. I mean, we went to a restaurant the other day and sat, and the lady came out, and I mean, I was jerking off under the table. She said, what do you have? And I'm like, I got my finger up my ass. That's what I have.
That's the special of the day, anal du jour. But I was in Astoria yesterday. I went and helped Salacuse do some moving. And
you didn't hit me up. You come to the neighborhood, you don't say hello.
Well, he was in a time crunch. It was we dropped off a couch, we got a bite, and we hightailed it out of there.
Oh boy, this is painful.
Well,
I mean, I'm in the village. We drove right to your home. I showed up at your house.
It wasn't like that. He drove. It was his dad's car. His dad's gay. It was a quick thing. We had a falafel in Bolton.
All right. Well, I wouldn't have mentioned it. It could have just said, "Hey, you never know."
A risk. I knew it was a risk mentioning it, but here's the thing:
I
fucked up because
see what we got.
I got you half a box of Antoine's over here, the best cookies on the planet, and some queef fan of ours. He messaged me. I'm not going to give my address, but he sent us a poster. He wants us both to sign it, and he gave us some clams.
Oh, I'll take some clams. I love a clam. My wife's clam was on my chin earlier.
Yeah, I could smell it through the screen. But I should have popped over. But Sally, we dropped off a TV stand and then hightailed it because he had a Honda Element and it was barely running. It's a whole thing. But I would have loved to seen you and gotten you to sign that, given you the dough, and gotten you a cookie.
The cookie dough.
Well,
Antoine, he sent me a big old batch, and I got to say, we talked the other day. We did a queef, and you were like, how about these Antoine's cookies? You're texting me. And once again, I'm like, this Antoine, I'm going to have to fly out to Sunnyvale and stick a boot in his ass.
A good boot?
Evidently, no, a bad boot.
What bad boot?
I didn't have any cookies. I'm like, Mark's getting all these cookies. I got no cookies, but then as sure as night follows day, most things I worry about never happen anyway. The doorbell rings, and there's a pleasant little, Vietnamese kid handing me a box of cookies.
Sure.
Individually wrapped, soft, squishy, crunchy, all kinds of adjectives. And
Charlie.
Stuck a few of those in my ass, and it was nice. And Brendan Sagalow came over yesterday. I bought we got the stimulus package, which is delightful. Did you get a stimulus pack?
I don't know. I don't think so. I got a small package. No stimulus.
Well, we got a debit card in the mail with a big American flag on it, and it said, congrats from Donald Trump. Hope to get your vote or whatever. And, I threw that in the trash, but I got a debit card, and I'm like a swinging dick out here.
All right.
I'm one of these guys now. I got my regular bullshit debit card. Then we got the corporate card, and now I got the what's it called again? Stimulus. I'm one of these guys. Which card? I got like a 3-card stud over here.
I know you fan them out. You got a Diners Club, a Whole Food. I've been there.
Yeah, it's exciting. So I bought a Ninja. When I did the Louis tour in 2016, every green room had a big Ninja.
Yes.
And you stick all your veggies and your dildos in there and your cookie dough.
Yes.
And that was the first purchase I made when I started making some money, was a Ninja.
Yeah, loving it. Is it still $99.99?
What's that mean?
At the price.
Oh, no, it came down a little bit. This was, I brought a brand new one, $89 something.
Okay, look at that. COVID prices.
So I bought one. That was 2016, mid 2016, and I use it every single day. So it's starting to get a little gunk and some fog on there. And I wash it, but it still had a couple chunks in there. And I noticed the blades were a little dull.
It's inevitable.
So I call up big old Sagalo, and I said, hey, you need some healthy foods in your asshole. And I said, you want to take this off your hands? And then he admitted later he had to text Mike Cannon and be like, what do you think of the Ninja Commando 8? And Cannon's like, you need that. Take that.
Wow.
So he came by. I gave him that. Got the new one here. It's very exciting. So I'm sure he'll never use it, but it felt good to pass it on.
Yeah, he'll put a s'more in there and a peanut butter cup and a scoop of mint chocolate chip. But those things are great, but they do wear out. But here's the clinker with those things. They're a bitch to clean, and you got to keep buying the fruit and the veggie and the anal and then the jizz, and it's a whole thing. I sound like Cosby there. But you got to keep buying everything, and then your fridge is full of that. Then you got the Ninja, and you're like, fuck it, I'm buying a smoothie. I don't want to deal with this.
Well, the other thing is, too, you run out of the things at different times.
Yes.
Like, this is my smoothie is an almond milk, a spinach, a banana, a blueberry.
Okay, it's good mix.
That's my mix, but all of a sudden you get your tub of spinach, and I jam a ton of spinach in there. I take big green shits, as you know.
You're like Popeye.
But sometimes I get the green business in there, a nice banana, no blueberries. And sometimes there's no banana, and banana is the most crucial. It gives it the creaminess.
It's
like
the backbone.
Semen.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yes.
And so anyways, I got a new one of those. I got a new tea kettle, too. It's one that you set the temperature. Because green tea is supposed to be 175, so you can pick the temp.
Right.
And you should see the spout on this thing. It's sexy. It's a long, curvy spout.
Ooh, I'm a spout size queen, so I like that. Do I get one of these? How do I get a package?
I have no idea. It just showed up. I think the Altmans are therapists. Whatever the fuck. Financial. What do you call them?
CPA.
Yeah, what's it called, though?
Accountant?
Accountant, yes.
Hey, what's up,
Our
Ramen?
accountant.
Ramen?
He
Ramen?
did something. I don't know. It said it was addressed. His name was on the little letterhead or something. So he figured it out. You should be getting one of these. It might have been a direct deposit.
The old DD, designated driver.
You know me. I like to play the game. If it's a stimulus package, I'll stimulate.
Bring it on, fatty. I'll take it. Yeah, stimulate on my face. I'm with you.
So I'm stimulating. We bought a desk and a tea kettle and a smoothie maker and a prostitute and a Russian bride in honor of Trump. So it's exciting.
Yeah, boy, you can spend money. That's a quality you have.
Well, I liked it. Well, especially if it's free money. I mean, forget about it.
I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, like, you ever seen Brewster's Millions? We could do list millions, and you would be cleaning up.
But I'm also careful. I got a nice little nugget. I'm no Louis.
Aha.
Like
no,
Louis would go buy a tuba and it'd be out of money. I mean, like, he's just like, you got to spend all your money. He's one of those nuts.
Right. Money's not real. It's all liquid, baby. You're like, shut up. I'm in debt.
Exactly. Money's like air, and you're like, okay, sure.
Right.
So I save some, I spend some, but you got to live your life. You got to have fun. But I am trying to have less things.
Aha. Hear, hear.
I'll tell you what, the podcasting, there's too many wires.
I know. It's brutal. I'm plugged into the wall. Then I got the mic wire. Then I got the computer plugged in. My asshole's plugged into the generator. It's all over the place.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. So, anyways, it's been nice. I bumped into Veter yesterday. I've seen Veter a couple times, and it's nice to see people. Got a haircut, and
Yeah, I'm with you on the things because we're moving out. Me and the lady are moving to we're moving uptown, baby. Next stop, Pottersville. And you don't realize how many trinkets and nuggets and twinks and kooks you got around here. You got little vials of this and a little pamphlet of that and a Mein Kampf's over here. And then I got a dildo here. It's like all these little things you accumulate over years, that chapsticks and AA batteries and a swastika. It's just crazy. And you're like, what am I doing here? Why do I have all this? And then I can't throw it away. It's this weird catch-98 where I'm like, I don't need this, but I'm like, I can't just throw this in the garbage. It's a D-cell battery.
That's what's nice about something that still works, and that's what's nice about young, poor, chubby comics. Is you go, hey, do you need a record player? Do you need a remote? But you buy. It's so fascinating the buying things, and then a year later you're like, I don't want this.
Or 63.
Right,
That's
right.
pretty
Like
high.
as you know, I bought a PS4. I got a wild hair inside of my asshole, and because we were playing Nintendo and loving it, but I didn't realize the pleasure of the Nintendo was the memory of playing Nintendo.
Nostalgia.
So then I bought a PS4. It's got 78 buttons. Haven't played a video game in 2 full years. We use it as a DVD player.
Aha.
And even then, it's mostly streaming anyways. So I barely use the thing. I got 2 remotes. And every once in a while, I'll take a photo of my TV screen saying, oh, this movie. And people are like, hey, the PS4, I knew you were a nerd. And I'm like, no, I've never played the thing ever in my life. I don't know anything about video games.
Right. It's so true. Can I just say that? I'm a little annoyed at old Saggy Titsalo because he questioned you on the Ninja. Take the fucking Ninja. It's the best thing you own. What are you kidding? You had an abortion 3 weeks ago. Take the blender.
Well, he's from Long Island. He wears shirts with no sleeves. He doesn't know what a Ninja blender is.
Well, he knows what a ninja is, and if I know a guy from the burbs, they love ninjas. They all have a sword and a case and a throwing star up their ass. Take the fucking blender.
Well, I'm sure it's just straightening out a crooked table at his house now. I mean, he's not using that thing, but he'll use the blades to cut himself. He's emo, but
Right. Emo Phillips.
hopefully, great comic. Favorite city's Dayton. Side note.
Wow, I knew he was weird, but Jesus.
Very strange. But anyways,
Hot
yeah,
dog.
we got all kinds of things. But it is amazing. I've even had this where you go through the drawers and every once in a while you donate clothes, which feels good.
Yes.
And I've done it where you go through, you take inventory, you're like, I don't need this. I've never worn that. Fuck that. And then 3 months later, you do it again, and you're like, I don't need this. I thought 3 months ago I want that. And then you realize, it's like that Todd Barry joke. I think it's an actual method of something, some kind of lady, that minimalist lady, is like you put a shirt in.
Oh, I found what's his name's heart. Nice.
Inside out in the drawer or something. You put it upside down or you...
Marie
whatever
Kondo.
it is. Yeah. So if you find it and it hasn't been touched, you don't need it.
Right.
Something like that. If you leave it in there for 6 months, you haven't used it, you go, I don't need this.
Well, jeez. I guess I don't need my kid. Never been touched. But, yeah, I feel like that. I mean, not a joke, but like kids are scary because you have a kid, then a week in, you go, it's crying a lot, it's shitting itself, it's got a tiny dick. I don't want this thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of things like that. That's what's amazing. It's an amazing thing about like this podcast or comedy, things that stay steady.
Yes.
Because how many times have you written 3 pages of a novel and been like, I'm an author, baby. I got a new book. I mean, in March, I was 48 pages into a biography. I sent it to my agent. My agent had it. My agent, Jimmy.
What?
Yeah.
I'd love to read this 48-pager. And then it was a cold day when I shit in that stiletto.
I mean, I had a book agent. Did I tell you this?
No, this is all news to me, Fatty. Lay it on me. Who are you, Chaucer?
Oh God! Well, I started writing my memoir because early on,
What? You gotta
it
have
was
shit. You gotta have something happen. You gotta get molested or kill a kid. What do you have in a memoir?
what are you kidding? I mean, we have every week we do an hour podcast.
I guess you're right, but nobody wants to hear about us at the Rochester Zing House.
Well, I mean, I think you're wrong.
All right.
We got 60, 80,000 listeners. I mean, half of them think I'm a cuck liberal fag, and they fast forward through me talking. But whatever. That other half, at least a quarter of them don't read. Also, so
That's true. That's true.
Because Tuesdays don't read.
Put in your books.
But any jizz. So I started writing the thing because it was winter, and it was the winter of my years. I lit a candle, and I was just writing down there.
Sure.
Fast and furious. And I sent it to, a certain somebody, another somebody, people that have
2
written
seconds.
books. I'll just
Gotta
say
piss.
that.
Oh, boy.
And they
Again,
were like, this
this
is good
fucking
stuff. And they gave me
Celsius
notes
went
and,
right through
and
me.
red lines, and I put in the necessary changes.
What?
And then I sent it to my manager and agent, and they put me in touch with a literary agent.
Woo!
And I talked to this literary agent, and she really gave me the goods. She's like, this sounds great. And I pitched it, and she was like, this sounds amazing, and yada, yada. And I really was like, I'm going to be a book. I'm a book guy.
Wow.
I'm
book,
gonna be
Jerry.
I'm gonna be an Arthur. So
You're the next Brad Garrett with that thing.
So I sent it. Finally, I write all this stuff. I send it off to the lady couldn't have been nicer. And she reads it, calls me back a couple of weeks later. And this is where it all comes apart. I mean,
Oh, boy.
You know us with our fragile egos and whatever.
Sure.
She's like, I'm just going to start by saying this. And right there, I was like Larry David. Right when she said that, I was like, that's it.
I'm out.
I'm out.
Yeah, no need.
Say no more. All I needed was that, like, all right, I'll start by saying this. And I was like, I'm fucked. And she's like, you're an excellent writer. Just really good on the page and really interesting.
That's nice.
And then the next 9 minutes was like a roast.
Oh.
I mean, it was, you don't know what a vowel is. You got too many commas. You don't know the difference between apostrophe. She's like,
But
your
that's
stories
good.
are all over the place.
Oh,
She's like,
never
this
mind.
story led to that. She's like, I don't even know what you're doing with this. It's hard to tell what you're thinking. She's like,
wow.
it was like being stabbed in the tits with a penknife.
Right.
It really it got ugly.
Pen is mightier than the sword, but it's tough because they know that's like in the let you down easy handbook. Start with a compliment and then shit right in their mouth. That's how you get them on board. You got to start with the nice.
We had to be separated. My manager was like, I was like Earl Weaver. I mean, my manager was holding me back, and it was ugly. But you know how this is what's so great about comedy is with comedy, you write a joke, you go do the show, you say the joke. If they laugh, you tell it again.
Yeah.
If they don't laugh, you make some adjustments. But with a book, you spend 9 months working on the thing, and then you send it to somebody, and they're like, piece of shit.
Right. Yeah. Fuck that. So what was the hook? I mean, what was the twist?
Book.
Well, what was the turn? What was the angle? What was the premise?
Well, that was the issue. I didn't really have that. It was just, but the thing was, I got, stories from childhood. There's anxiety, there's therapy, there's alcoholism, there's herpes, there's stand-up comedy, there's heartbreak and recovery and all that shit.
Yeah, you got a lot. I mean, you had a one-woman show for a while. I mean, you've got a narrative cooking.
Yeah, that was essentially it. Was the one lady show, but
that was good.
Didn't now, thanks. Well, didn't work out. So I'm not a book guy. What are we doing? And then I realized this is the book.
Yes,
the book is the podcast.
Here. I'm with you. I'm a ghostwriter.
Yes.
Well, hey, it was a valiant effort. I'm impressed you even went down that road. You're like Hemingway over here. Just don't kill yourself. But it's good to have you back on the scumbag, dirtball, degenerate crew.
But now we got there's no gigs. I mean, the gigs are dropping off like flies. So I don't know what's what here.
It's tough out there for a chooch. We're trying to make it work. Canceling a gig killed me. I was going to meet up with Chris Al. We were going to do some black people stuff and talk and all that. And I don't know. It's all been rescheduled, but who knows when everything's going to catch on fire again and flame up and spike or peak or tweak. So, yeah, we're back to square jizz here.
Well, maybe if some people would just, take some precautions, hang out outside, wear a mask, and stay a few feet apart when they're intermingling with strangers.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you're never going to queef on everybody because, like, I got a buddy. He's all into the COVID stuff. He wears the mask. He yells at everybody. And yet he won't eat in the street because he's like, well, now you got cars going by. Now you're absorbing exhaust and food particles and pigeon jizz and fish cum and all this stuff. And he's like, that's gross too. So you're like, oh, we're all so happy about that. But then he makes a decent point about the particles.
Oh, I don't care about the particles and the particles. Well, but the particles and the farticles, that's just for your own benefit. I don't want to be near a car. The other shit is to protect the other people.
Aha.
It's out of consideration.
Right.
If I get sick, I'll puke on my shoes and take a couple naps. But, if my mother gets sick, forget it. My dad will never talk to me again.
Yeah, and there is something going down with the porkers. I gotta say, a friend of mine, he's a dear friend. He's a big beefcake. He's a heavy set husky cunt, and he's got the COVID.
Oh boy.
Yeah, It's a chubby chaser, this COVID.
Is he dying? Is he sick? Is he sneezing? Because some people, they blow their nose twice and it's over.
Yeah, no, he's a large cat, and he went to the hospital. He said it was hell on earth. He said the breathing was an issue, and it hurts to breathe, and the fever, and the body aches. And he said it was about 4 days of hell, and he's finally coming out of it.
Wow.
Yeah, great guy.
I don't know what to think, because Robert Kelly, obviously a big guy, he's got the antibodies. He had the sniffles for a few days.
Yeah.
And he seems to be fine. So I've heard the blood type thing. It has to do with your blood type or your semen type. And I don't know how to find out my blood type.
Yeah, that's tough. I don't either. I think you get tested for that, or you take an IQ test, or Blood Brothers, bloodbath.
I don't know. B negative.
Menstruation. Who knows? But I gotta run a few things by. But should we talk about an ad, or is it too early?
No, I don't think it's too early. I mean, there's never too early to talk about these folks.
Well, I got to throw out this one. I love this group. I think they're one of the best. I use them every night. Feels, everybody. FEALS.
/Tuesdays, and you'll get 50 FEALS.com/Tuesdays with your first order and feel. I love it. So I gotta get some more. I haven't used it in a little while, and I love it. So I gotta get some more myself. Maybe they could hook it up like Antoine's.
Yeah, send it over. I put a little feels on my chocolate chip and take the whole thing down.
I'm gonna have some of those chocolate chips as soon as we're done with this episode. Treat myself. And by the way, this episode is also brought to you by Raycon.
Ooh.
Now that everyone is, I'm cooking. I'm running some pretty fast miles out there, and those Raycon earbuds stay right where I need them to be. You already know Raycon earbuds start at about half the price of any other premium wireless earbuds on the market, and they sound just as amazing as the other top audio brands you know. You've used them.
I love them. I like them. And they got a new model. The newest model is the Everyday E25 earbuds. And they're the best ones yet, folks. 6 hours of playtime, seamless Bluetooth, deeper bass sound. So you can't go wrong. Now's the time to get the latest and the greatest from Raycon. Get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Tuesdays. That's buyraycon.com/Tuesdays for 15% off Raycon wireless earbuds. One more time. That's Raycon.com/Tuesdays.
And we are grateful for the sponsors. So please support the people that support the show. It helps us out. It helps you out. It helps them out. And, spread it around. Use that stimulus package.
Yeah, pack it right in my pooper. And, all right, I got so many things to run by you. Maybe I should save some. Some are juicy, some are slimy, and some are squirters.
I'll take whatever you feel. Surprise me.
All right, well, I'll go in chronological order here. So, did a gig in Houston, a couple days ago. Got back on Monday. Flight was delayed 3 hours. What are you going to do? It's the dark ages. I'm not complaining. But finally landed in Newark. Got your $8 million Uber back to my apartment, and I always have this fear about the hog. I don't know what it is. I don't own a lot of big items. We live in New York. Nobody's got a car. Nobody's got a boat. Nobody's got a doghouse. We got an iPhone and a laptop and, a dildo. So I get back into New York, and that drive, you go through the Holland Tunnel, you pull into the West Village,
what the
and
fuck
I always
did I
go,
do?
the hog's going to be stolen, the hog's going to be towed, the hog's going to be pushed over, the hog's going to be breathed on wrong, scratched, it could get touched, whatever.
A pigeon could shit on it.
Thank you. So, pulling up, you turn on my street, and I go, here it comes, and I look out that window, and there it is, the hog in all its glory. Now, that sounds good, but I got a motorcycle cover on that bitch. It's gone. I can just see the hog in broad daylight. The sun is beaming off this poor guy. He's going to get cancer.
Oh, he's unprotected.
Yes! No condom, no mask, no diaphragm. And I'm like, who steals a bike cover? I mean,
someone with a bike.
I guess so, but I go up to it. I'm like, well, maybe it got fondled or molested or something. The bike's in ship shape. I think somebody even cleaned it, but the cover's off. cover's gone. I walked around the block. I did an APB, boop, 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 calling all covers. We're missing a Gorilla. Nothing.
My favorite cover,
should probably
All
try
Along the
to
Watchtower. Jimi Hendrix. Yeah.
Well, somebody jimmied me right in the pooper because this thing is gone with the wind, and it's just vexing. You know, I already bought a new one. It's $20. Who gives a shit? But it's just, who takes a cover? It's your brain is going badonkadunk, and you just can't figure it out.
So let me ask this. You can't tie the cover from the inside to the handlebars before you pull it over? No, that wouldn't make sense.
I
There's
guess
no
you
way to
could.
secure the cover.
No, it's got a little clippy that you put around it like a baby in a stroller in a car kind of thing, but you can just unclip. I guess I could put a lock on the clip, but nobody does that. I mean, there's a zillion covers all over the island.
I guess that's why they're so easy to steal. It's almost like they're basketball nets.
Aha.
People always steal a basketball net.
That's true, yes.
Because they're like, it's there, and I'll take it, I'll put it on my hoop.
Exactly. How are you going to claim that net? They all look the same. Same with the cover.
Exactly.
You know what I should do is I should write like Black Lives Matter or Out to Lunch or Queef, something big, bold spray paint right on that cover so I know it's mine.
Or maybe a MAGA, like the Larry David. No one will. They might take a dump on it or something. But no one wants a MAGA cover.
Good point. Good point.
Not in the village, anyway. Certainly, there's 43 million people that would like it.
Right. Ah, damn. Well,
but maybe something to personalize it, or just like a big dick and balls or something.
yeah, I'm thinking Queef it up or That's Lunch. Yeah, something. So even if somebody sees the cover in the Bronx, they'll go, I guess Norman lives here.
Right. So has it turned up or anything?
Nah, it's gone. It's come out like a gay guy in the 80s, and it's out there, Jerry. It's gone.
Yeah, you need the cover because you don't want. I mean, the summer, I guess, is the better time to have it be gone, but you don't want that faded. You ever see there's like we were just walking by like a store, and all the window shit is faded, like a dollar store where it's just like tied, and the tie is like a light pink now. It looks so ghetto.
It does. The sun really wears on you. Nobody thinks about it because it's just there every day, and it's so gradual. But you leave a He-Man doll out in the sun for 2 weeks, and leave a He-Man doll in a temperature-controlled closet, and it's gonna show. It's gonna look like Skeletor at the end.
He-Man lived his whole life in the closet. those pants aren't fooling me.
Ooh, that was a beauty. Yeah, so that's just one of those things. So last night, it's weird how when you have a setback, it makes you realize, like, well, I got to use this hog more. It could gotten stolen, so it makes you, like, appreciate it more. And so I put the lady on the back of that thing last night, and she hung on to my bits and titties, and we drove around Tribeca, hit the water, and we had a couple of beers in us. And it was no helmet. It was beautiful.
That sounds pleasant. I've
it
been
was
seeing
pleasant.
There's the Revels.
Yes.
The blue Revels, which seems nice too, but that helmet, the shared helmet, seems tough. I don't want any of that city lice.
Yeah, speak of the Revel. I'm with you. That's no good. But I think it's better to get the city lice and crack that head like an egg.
Yeah, you don't want the head crack. That's no good.
But it's cute with a gal on the back of your hog because you can feel her cans on your back, and she's like every time you.
Hey, Mark. Fake banter for the intro.
That's all I know how to do.
Great.
Good to be here.
Welcome to Tuesdays with
Stories.
Hit her in the face with a surfboard.
And then the duck fell out of his bag.
Surf's up. And she didn't even flush.
Knock, knock.
Who's there? Mark Norman and Joe List.
Yeah! This is Tuesdays with Stories, everybody.
No, that's terrible.
This is supposed to be cheesy.
My radio is spitting at me.
Ah! Hey, here we are, folks. What a week. What a time to be alive. What a time to be depressed. It is Thunderdome out there.
Yeah, things are kooky. No question about it.
Yeah, I got back from Houston. They shut down the flights the next day. I had to cancel my Greenville gigs. I'm supposed to be in Greenville right now.
Oh yeah, but you can't come back. You come back and they stick you in a cage with some kids.
Yes, they put you in a coffin, they hammer it shut, and throw you out into the river. But I'm bummed. I hate canceling, but I think it's bad. If I cancel, it's bad.
Yeah, I just canceled Side Splitters officially because, well, they got this quarantine. I don't want to do a gig and then have to stay in my house for 2 weeks.
Sure.
And if those are the rules, I want to live by the rules. I don't want to be the fucking asshole who's like, fuck you, it doesn't apply to me. You know, I don't want to be a super douche.
Right.
So had to move it to March. It's getting moved to March, but I have to say there's part of me, and I'll catch flack, but it doesn't matter now because I'm off of Twitter. Which
Speak of the Revel. I'm with you. That's no good. But I think it's better to get the city license, crack that head like an egg.
Yeah, you don't want the head crack. That's no good.
But it's cute with a gal on the back of your hog because you can feel her cans on your back, and she's like, every time you swerve, she's like, "Oh my god!" Oh! You feel like James Dean for a second, but minus the car crash.
Well, it's one of the few chances to be the little spoon.
That's true.
That's nice, and that's the better spoon. Let's be honest.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. Just it's good she doesn't have a spear to penetrate me with.
No, I mean, that might be fun, too. Don't you think the worst part of being pegged or pegging is afterwards when you have to go back to communicating?
Yo, no doubt about it. Like,
I
is
mean,
it dishwasher safe, or are you watching Ozark? What are you doing?
I mean, like, in the middle of it, sure, you got a hard on, she's got a wet on, or whatever they get, and it's just a nice pounding. But then afterwards, I mean, you got to figure out what to eat. I mean, that's...
Yeah.
Insane.
I know, that's brutal. I mean, conversation's tough enough already, but now with the pegging, it's doubly awkward.
Yeah, same with threesome, wife swap, all that stuff. Is just that post. If you need the Men in Black fucking
neuralizer.
Yes, you need a neuralizer. Because if I had a neuralizer, I'd be getting pegged every morning.
Right, but you'd be like, why is my poo falling directly out of my anus?
Well, I neuralize her.
Oh,
I'll remember. I don't mind remembering. I'm like, yeah, I know what's up. You got to neuralize her, then the conversation can go back to normal. You can still be limping and crying, but
yeah, the tough part about pegging too is you have a boner, so your boner is just going out into nothing, negative space. So it almost looks like the peg is coming out of you. Does that make sense?
A little bit. I mean, the peg is going in and out. Like, it looks like you're shitting the peg?
Well, it looks like the peg is going so far in because it's just so odd, the guy getting railed having a boner going into nothing. So you're just like, and then you got a boner shooting out into the wind, and it's not going into anything.
Well, there's two boners. There's fake boner going in and regular boner staying put.
Yeah, but it's just put out into the world. It just feels so unused to me.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine she's put out too. She doesn't want to do all this hip cranking.
Maybe they do. I don't know. There's penis envy.
But I think he's wailing on his real boner.
Oh, that makes sense.
I think he's cranking it out, and as soon as he blows, the pegging has to end. Because, I mean, after you come, there's no way you still want to get pegged.
I assume not, but can't you have an anal, glandular, milk in the prostate, oral, queef, something's happening?
What do you mean? Like an
anal orgasm?
Oh, because they touch the spot, the G spot, and it makes you automatically come?
Yeah, that's an old wives' tale. Call in if you've been there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The whole thing sounds very strange to me.
I need confirmation, Chad.
You know what would be fun to do is go to like a pegging site and read the reviews.
Ooh, that's not bad. I bet we could find that. That might be something for Patreon.
Yeah, because this one was good, but it didn't hit the prostate, or this one was not hard enough, or this one smells after. It's something.
Well, there's probably places too where, like the S&M or whatever, where you go to a place where a woman pegs you.
That too.
You could review. You could check out those reviews because I'm sure, especially in New York, there's places you can go where they wear leather and they bite your ear and they stick their heels in your ass.
Yeah. I think I've played there before. But yeah. All right. So that's one nugget. Let me give you another one.
Sure.
You're a thinker. You're a thoughtful guy. Let this swirl around in your noggin for a second, because I can't crack the code on this puppy. And maybe if I give you all the pieces, you can get the jigsaw cooking.
I'm excited. I love a good challenge.
All right. Here we go. Me and the lady last night out to dinner at one of the beautiful establishments on Hudson Street, and it's outdoor, and it's dusk, and the sun is setting. We got a nice table. I see a bunch of teens, youths, maybe 17, 18, Afro-Americane children on bikes, as you will. They're all on bikes. Little childhood trauma there. But they're circling a fat white guy with a beard. Older guy, probably like 45, 50 years old.
Salacuse?
No, he was a taller, bigger, full head hair. Guy looked like he was put together.
Okay.
And he's on the sidewalk. They're on the street directly next to him, like shouting stuff to him. And he's like, nope. And this is a block back, so I don't have a great shot here. But I'm like, something's going on right here.
Oh,
and the guy is on the phone, so he's calling a popo or an investigator or something. And they're going, come on, man, like saying, like, stop calling the police. Finally, they get off the sidewalk. Now they're in the middle of the street, and they're just all around this one guy, and he's holding the phone up like that, like can't reach it, and one guy's going, I'll give you money, just give me my phone back. I'll give you money, just give me my phone back. And he's going, nope. And I'm like, this is about to be a melee here. This is about to get ugly. They're going to wail on this guy because there's like 9 of them, literally. And he's going, come on, man, give my phone back. And they keep tapping him, so he has to keep turning because he's scared of he's surrounded. So, like, they keep tapping his back. And he's going, nope. And then the cops show up. So one guy, the guy who kept saying, I'll give you money, give my phone back, he runs. And the other kids just jump on the bike and take off the other way. Because they were like, you're on your own, dickless. Well, we didn't do anything. You did something. And then he talks to the cop. And then everybody's like, what the fuck's going on? The restaurant is standing up. Everybody's facing him. Everybody's on board with this. It's like a show. And this older black guy, like a well-to-do, ascot, pocket square, one of those black guys with perfectly white hair,
I love those guys.
Yeah, like distinguished, like a professorial dude. He runs over, and he's one of these helper guys. He runs over and he starts talking to the cops. He starts talking to the old white guy, and they're figuring it out. And then he came back and ate and ordered dinner, and I wanted to go, what happened, you son of an onion? Talk to me, you Uncle Ben-looking mofo. Give it to me. So that was it. That's all we got.
Boy, this is a real situation. I feel like Costanza. I want to get a shoebox and recreate it with Legos and M&Ms and stuff.
Yeah, I think the M&M is you.
I mean, this is fascinating. Well, it seems to me maybe the only thing I can think is one of the kids had a phone. Maybe it's a burner phone because they seemed okay with abandoning the phone.
Interesting.
But they walked up and took a video.
Yes.
Or a photo, and then he took the phone saying, hey, you can't video me.
Yes.
And then they were like, give it back. And he was like, no, I don't think so. I'm keeping it.
Right.
Because I had a couple of whippersnappers one time take a photo of me outside of Starbucks here in Astoria. And I was like, hey, you got to delete that. You can't just take photos of people. What are you, crazy? They were young. They were like 13.
Uh-huh.
And they were girls. And they ended up deleting the photo.
Uh-huh.
But I was like, which goes to recently deleted, so it wasn't even deleted. But I was like, you can't just walk up to people and take photos.
Yes.
So maybe it was something like that, or they shot a video and they kicked him from behind, something embarrassing, and he just ripped the phone from their hands.
Yeah, which is a ballsy move. And I don't care who it is, white, black, gay, anal. There's 9 of you, and then 1 of you.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't. And these were teenagers.
Yeah. They didn't look menacing, but I feel like if there's 9 kids on bikes, it's always scary.
Well, there's nothing scarier than teenagers to me.
No,
a group
no
of
doubt
teenagers.
about it.
One teenager is nice and whatever, but a group,
Right.
forget it.
Oh yeah, and then they got the hormones and the zits and the semen pumping through them. They got things going on physically.
Yeah, this is puzzling.
It's puzzling. So I just make laps around the neighborhood now just to get out of the shoebox I live in. And the guy owns a restaurant on the corner, so I might go by tonight after having a couple of libations and just go, hey, man, just seeing if you're okay. I saw what happened, and try to, like, get a tale out of them.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Do it tonight because we got to record again tomorrow. So that might be a nice to be continued.
Ooh, yeah, I'll come back with the answer.
Yeah, join us next week.
Yeah.
Or whatever. But yeah, that's the only thing I can think of because he had the phone. They felt they deserved that phone or had rights to that phone.
Yes, he kept saying, I'll give you money, just give me the phone. I'll give you money, which is such a weird thing to say.
The kids were saying that to the adult.
Yeah, it was one kid in particular. I'll give you money, give me the phone, and then he's the one who went south, and the other guys went north.
Wait, maybe they just wanted to use his phone. That was their game or whatever. It was like, we need to make a phone call. Because I've had that before where people are like, my phone died or whatever, and it feels scammy.
Yeah. I don't know.
So maybe they were just trying to get the phone from him, and the phone did belong to him. And then they were going to, he's not going to give his phone to a kid on a bike because a bike, as you know, can pick up speed pretty fast.
Sure. Maybe. I think I like your first one. I think it was a Karen situation-y, filming-y, something with that. But again, I don't know. I think you had it close to the first one. But hey, what the hell do I know? And then it's one of those things where I'm going to go talk to the guy, and he's going to go, "Oh, that was my ex-boyfriend. He brought all his friends." You know, you never know.
Yeah, this is mysterious indeed.
Yes, very vexing. But I'll try to crack the code. And I wanted to ask that older black gentleman so bad, just like, give it to me straight. Talk to me. Come on. What happened? But, you know, he's eating tuna tartare over there.
Yeah, you got to be careful these days. But I don't know. Well, write in and call in if you have some thoughts.
Yes.
I'd like to hear some hypotheses.
And the lady friend, she's been so hooked on the Citizen app that we kept checking it every 10 seconds because we're like, maybe it'll pop up, and never popped.
Yeah, I figured it would because if he did call the police, or maybe he didn't, he was just threatening to call the police. No, you said the police came.
They showed, and they all chatted, and it ended. You know, they walked away from it, and nobody got a ticket or anything. So
interesting,
very interesting, and quite a show. Like just seeing that, 20 feet away was pretty exhilarating.
Yeah, that's exciting. It's an exciting time in the city because it feels normal-ish right now. You know, you see the restaurants, everything's abuzz, it's beautiful, it's nice weather. But I'm in a similar spot where it's like you're still just walking. There's not really a lot of activities other than walking and maybe sitting outside to eat.
Right. Yeah, true. I mean, my street is turned into Bourbon Street. I got like 8 bars on my street, and by 5 o'clock, there's quite a milling going on, and everybody's got a cocktail in hand and a flip flop on, and by 9, it's Cancun out there.
Yeah, same here. 30th Avenue in Astoria is just rocking, just piles of people, and there's like scaffolding. You see drunk guys like doing pull-ups on the thing, and then the women are yelling, and motorcycles. And are you noticing a ton of fireworks?
I have not heard one, but I see on Twitter everybody's yapping about fireworks, and I see a lot of motorcycles.
Oh, we got nothing but fireworks over here. Every night it sounds like a shooting. It's just boom, 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 right outside the window for like hours. And
wow.
I guess, can you get fireworks on Amazon? What is the uptick in fireworks?
I don't know. Maybe people thought Corona was about to end, and then it didn't, so they're like, fuck it, we're shooting this Roman candle.
I guess so, but yeah, it's fireworks central over here, but...
Did you ever get into that? Did you ever get into the firework game?
No, never. I've never lit one firework ever in my entire life.
Are you serious?
No, I mean, like, people had them here because people in Massachusetts, they're illegal.
Oh,
so,
okay.
But everyone went to New Hampshire. My family, 4th of July, they've been doing their own. My brother-in-law and my father and my uncle do their own fireworks display. They spend thousands of dollars and shoot it off in the beach. But I was always scared. I mean, that was a scary activity to me, lighting a fire and it explodes, and you heard all the wives' tales of people blowing off fingers and all the shit. And, yeah, I never did it. We had sparklers. I mean, but I had the neighborhood, like my neighbors stuck the firecracker, an M80 into a frog's mouth and whatever, all that crazy shit.
Yep.
But I never personally was a firework guy.
All right. I mean, I think the fear was the thrill of it all. Like, we used to shoot those things. We'd go down to the levee and just shoot them at each other, and you'd have a hole in your shirt from where it hit you. I mean, it was we were left to our own devices as youths, and looking back, I'm surprised I'm alive. I remember one time I got way too drunk, and I kind of blacked out a little bit, and I became the target somehow. You know,
boy.
like I'm on one side of the street and kind of in this empty lot, and my friends are on the other side of the street just shooting things at me, and I'm talking, putting the stick in the bottle and then pointing the bottle at me like this shit, and I was so drunk, I was like, nothing matters, and then one kid threw one, big cherry bomb, might have told us before, it lands at my feet, and I kind of do the, hey, doesn't go off, and I go, hey, it must have been a dud, I go down to pick it up, bah, blows up my face, just like in the movies, and I just heard, and my ears went out. I go, well, I'm deaf. I look like Wile E. Coyote. My face is black. I was Jimmy Fallon. I got canceled. And my beak turned to the back like Daffy Duck. And I just was like, well, I'm deaf. I have to deal with that. And about 10 minutes later, I could hear again. It was rough.
I mean, we had those kids, but I was just not that guy. I was like, it was too... All the stories I took to heart. All the things you tell a kid, I took as... hard and fast rules. Like people were like, "Don't the fireworks will get you killed. You'll blow your thumbs off. You'll shoot your tits off." And I went, "All right,
yeah,
great. I won't do that." And
Oh,
even drinking, I didn't till I was an adult.
Really?
Like I was like, "Sure, I'll stay away from that." I didn't drink till I was out of high school.
What?
And yeah, I started drinking October of 2000. I was outside of high school.
God, I'm learning a lot about you. You got a book deal. You're drinking later. I feel like you should be wearing a turtleneck and a pipe.
No, I got fired from that. The book is over. That's
All
over,
right.
Jerry. My dreams have been dashed.
Well, we would have lost you if you wrote a book. You'd be on a different pod. I feel like.
I know. I'm not a book guy. It's ridiculous. I don't know what I was thinking. But yeah, fireworks. I was like, okay, I'm not going to do that. The same with like smoking cigarettes. I was like, all right, you got it. Like some things they hit you with so hard. This is the thing with drinking. They don't hit you with it. My family's all drinking.
Right.
Like to me, I'm like, all right, that's fun. That seems
Right.
good. They're like, don't drink and drive.
Yep.
Or that, but even that I ignored also, obviously. But a lot of things I'm like, you got it. Smoking, cocaine, fireworks, all that stuff. I was like, all right, sure. You say no, I won't do that.
Yeah, the fireworks were tough because they were just right there, and although I've never done cocaine, and that was right there also. The snorting got me.
Yeah, anything in your nose is ridiculous. I can't put something in my nose.
Yeah, same. But yeah, you're right. The drinking, it's like fine dining restaurants have beer. They have vodka, it's so normal.
Well, in that one, they can tell you whatever they want, but you can see them doing it.
Right.
You know what I mean? I mean, you're welcome to say, don't drink, but then everyone's drinking and having a great time. So you're like, nah, you're full of shit. Like my parents never said don't do fireworks, and then they were the ones sticking fireworks in a frog's mouth and shooting it.
Sure.
And having a great time.
Yeah, and the smoking, I was with you as well. I never got into it. I tried it once. I said, this sucks. And all my friends' parents smoked. And it was a bummer to be in the car with them, and everything stunk, and they stunk, and they're blowing smoke on you. They had yellow teeth and all that. So I was like, what's the point? What's the upside?
Yeah, exactly. I saw no upside other than it looked cool. But
It does. You got to get this. It's a good look.
yeah, Nicholson looked great. Let me tell you a little bit about this camping trip. Can I switch to camping, or is that all right?
Please, I'm dying for it. I was
right.
trying to fill the jizz.
Oh, all right. You started to say one other thing though.
Oh,
smoking.
Smoking. It looks
Shit,
cool
what the
when you're
fuck
doing
is
an activity with a cigarette hanging out of your mouth. I like that look.
Oh yeah, especially with the thing with this
Yes.
thing. Yeah, you got that going on. I mean, I've told the story a million times, but Kiefer Sutherland in the tux, no jacket, smoking butts while playing pool. I mean, it's still the horniest I've ever been in my life.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I'm with you on that one.
I mean, if someone was like, you could fuck Kiefer from that night, or the entire cast of Saved by the Bell blows you, I'd take Doc, whatever his name is, Brown, Hollywood. What was his name? In Young Guns.
Doc Octopus, Dr. Brown.
It was definitely
Doc
Doc
Severinsen.
Sherwood or Doc.
Oh, yeah, Doc
Something.
Holliday.
No, that's a different Doc.
That
There's
was
a lot
Kilmer.
of Docs back then. You notice there's way more Docs.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
Back
I
in
worked
the-
on the docks.
I mean, Michael Moore makes Docs, but
Yeah, he needs a doc. He's a
oh,
little
yikes.
plump.
Isn't it hard to take him serious when he's that grotesque?
It's a problem. Yeah, he looks like somebody on Hoarders.
And someone's going to teach him how to wear a hat. He's always got the flat-billed hat, like someone sat on it. It's sticking over here. He's got the testicle neck.
Yeah.
And he's like, here's what we got to do. And I'm like, shut up.
Well, it's also interesting. The guy has like $8 jillion. Isn't that weird too? Like you look like that. You're wearing sweatpants. You look like you invented Comic-Con, and yet you're a trillionaire.
Yeah, it's just it's too much. I mean, I kind of like the guy in some ways. He's likable to me,
and he's a good filmmaker.
Yeah, he's pretty good. I mean, he's a little
preachy.
Well, he's not always honest with the filmmaking.
Oh, I don't like that.
There's certain things where I'm like, well, that was a little tricky.
Yeah,
if you ask me. But that's a whole other topic. That's more of a queef topic, I feel like.
Ooh,
but
well, save it.
Sticking to his looks, it's just goofy. And I've never seen anyone wear a hat worse.
No, it's a bad hat. Bad look. Bad bod.
Nice.
It's some bad hat, Harry. Anyway, we went camping, and so Friday, I think it was
Lucked
last
out
Friday.
on the fucking gamble.
I'm on a group text with Bobby and Ari, and it just
Sounds
says
like we got
Camping
8 people
Monday.
over on
and
Kick.
we've talked about this a lot. My immediate
Say hello
instinct
on
for
Kick.
any idea that was not my own is to be like, no way, Monday? It's 2 days away. You got to give me some time. Like, what? I'm not going camping in 3 days. That's ridiculous. It's dumb Ari trying to do his thing where he's like, let's go to Tibet on Wednesday.
Right.
You know? I'm like, why not just plan it? And so my immediate instinct is like, absolutely not. I'm not going camping in 2 days. And then I kind of walked around and had that thought of like, well, why not? We're not doing anything.
Yeah.
There's no work. Usually you want to clear the schedule. You got a podcast. You got a whatever. I like to go to the gym or whatever bullshit. And I was like, I'm not doing anything Monday.
Sure.
So I messaged back and said, yeah, we're in. I'm down. Let's do it.
Good for you. That's big.
Little impromptu, and I had one thing to tend to. I was like, I got to do this before, and that was a whole argument because Ari's like, we got to get up there early, which I'm an early guy, but some things early, you're like, we don't need to go camping early.
Right. We're here all day.
You leave at 8 a.m. We're going to get there at noon. You hike for 3 hours. Now it's 3. The sun goes down at 9. That's 6 hours sitting at a campground.
Yeah, that's
and then
a lot.
another 5 hours in the thing.
Yep.
Sorry, somebody's doing work somewhere in my apartment.
Aha.
Can you hear that? Is it brutal?
I don't hear a thing.
All right, great. Well, anywho, so we go camping. It's me, Sarah, Bobby, Ari, good group. And Bobby's got the antibodies, so he doesn't give a shit because he's the one you'd kind of worry about a little bit. He doesn't give a fuck. He's like, come on up here. So then we got to figure it out. And Ari's he's a nervous Nelly because his parents are 106 and he's 58. And
yeah, he was in the Holocaust.
Yeah, all the people, we talked about this last week, or maybe it was on the Queef we talked about this. All the people that are like, oh, you're so anxious, you're so nervous, you got to be a free spirit. Then the shit goes down and there's a deadly virus. He's like, I'm not going to get in an Uber. I can tell you that. Maybe I'll walk to your house. I'm like, it's a 9-hour walk. You just take an Uber, you fucking idiot.
Exactly.
But I digress. So finally we convince him he rents the car in Manhattan. He goes and gets the car, comes over, scoops us up. We're all in the car. We're having a great time, a lot of laughs. We got the big backpacks. We go up to Bobby's house, meet up with him, and Bobby's got 4 of everything. He's got extra this, he's got extra that, he's got, sausages, and he's got cigars and beverages, all kinds of shit.
Oh, yeah.
We pack it all up. We say goodbye to Max. We take off. We go up to Wagawoo Falls. I have no idea what it's called.
Good beef.
Perfect day, 80 degrees. We got the huge packs on, and we hike up this mountain. It's like an hour and a half, 2-hour hike. We get to this big waterfall. We set up camp, and we're the cool ones. Don't you love when you're cooler than everybody else?
Oh, it's the best.
Because this is just, no one's hiking up, because this is bushcrafting. We're like hiking, not at a KOA, but like not at a campground, but like in the woods. We just find a spot in the woods to go camp.
Good for you.
As we're hiking up, we got the big bags, the big camping ones that come up this high, like we're in Vietnam. And there's all these people walking by, no bags. They got jeans on. They're like, are you guys staying the night? We're like, that's right, you fucking douche.
Yeah, suck on that.
And they're like, whoa, excuse us. Oh, sorry. They're wearing flip-flops and heels.
Right.
So we go all the way up there. We pack up. We pick our spots. And it feels so manly to set up a tent.
Yes.
And we all got knives. I forgot my knife, but I had an axe, and that was
Ooh.
exciting. And
Body
we're chopping
spray?
down trees. No, not anymore. I guess
All
people
right.
don't like that.
No, it kind of went out.
Yeah, whatever. But we set up and I'm the fire guy. I like to be the fire guy. Ari's the go get the logs guy because he likes to run through poison ivy and chop shit down.
Sure.
And then I get the fire all set up, the teepee, because I got Native American blood in me, as you know. That I made up. But the rest is true. So I get the fire going. And Bobby, he brings the food. He sets up the food. Sarah does nothing. It's a great time. We got the fire cooking, and it's just beautiful. So now the fire's on. We go, let's go check out the waterfall. And we
Yes.
go over there.
Don't go
and
chasing them.
We didn't chase it. We just went over there to the waterfall, and it's like a perfect flat rock moisture pool. It's like a natural pool, Jerry.
Aha, Deadpool.
We get in there, and it's
Above
like
ground.
55-degree water, icy cold. We just hiked. We set up our tents. It's hot as fuck. We slip right in there, go straight into the water. It's the most refreshing swim of my entire life.
Come on.
Yeah, just beautifully refreshing. We're all in the pool. Bobby's got his shirt on. We have a great time. We're swimming around. We're splashing on each other, and
Yes.
it's just high spirits. They couldn't have higher spirits.
I saw the photos. You ripped.
Oh, well, that was a lucky break there. I think the sun hit it just right, and
Wow.
I was freezing and a little hungry.
I wanted to hit it. It was hot, and our
Oh.
mosquito is on fire.
Yeah, his balls are huge, and
yeah.
just a great time. Sorry for the noises. Sarah's cooking up some lunch here, so there's a lot of beeps and sweeps.
Oh, okay. I heard a kettle or something.
Yeah, there's some aluminum foil and some business. We're almost done.
What is that, Jiffy Pop?
I don't know what's on the griddle for today, but
All right.
I'm going to get a burrito right after this. But oh my God, we got to wrap up here. But anyways, we did the whole thing. It was a great swim, great time. And earlier, whenever time I hike, I always throw out a rule. Whoever falls first, and falling is constituted by both hands on the ground, they got to
Okay.
buy lunch the next day.
Ooh, I like it. Is it Bobby must have bought a couple of meals.
Well,
A restaurant.
I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves,
All
but
right.
you're not wrong.
Ooh, he probably bought a full Whataburger chain.
Well, we hike up there. We do the hike. Everyone's on their feet. No one falls down. But we're swimming. We're literally getting out of the water after a perfect swim. You just hear a little slick swoop, a splash, and everyone just goes, "Free lunch, baby!" And Bobby's got water. And if he had that one moment of like, "No, wait a minute. Ah, fuck. All right, fine. You got me."
Yeah, he's covered in mud.
That was great. And then we sat around the campfire all night. No music, no screens, no phones. Just sat there and really took in the piece and just trashed every comic we've ever met, which was really fun. And
Nice.
we sat under the stars and didn't sleep at all because we're on the ground and it's cold and there's monsters and we're telling ghost stories.
Of course.
But just a great time. And then the next day, we all summarized it. I think it's on YouTube. Bushcraft
Oh.
Party Boys and One Girl. Check it out on YouTube. It's on Ari's YouTube page.
Oh, wow.
So you can go check it out and get all the stories and stuff. And boy, there wasn't really a lot of laughs in there, as I realized. But
No, I could see the whole thing in my head. I'm picturing Bobby on the floor, kicking his arms like a dead cockroach, and Ari's balls, and yeah, the fire, the camp. I love it.
I should have sprinkled in some jokes, but it was very refreshing, very relaxing, great car ride, great hike, great swim, and just a good, nice time. And it's those moments you forget that COVID even exists.
Yes, that's the key.
Because we're all sitting around, it's just there's no distancing, there's no people, there's no masks. You're just sitting under the stars and having some good laughs, and it feels like real life for a few minutes. So
Yes.
it was glorious, and yeah. Glad to be home.
Good for you. Good for you for going. Good for you for doing it up. Good for you for turning the screen off. That's the key. It's you get the real life and the no screen, so you're getting double good vibes.
Yeah, that's the best. And taking Twitter off the phone was a nice move. And so I want to apologize to people for not favoring all the tweets. I'm sure there's some nice tweets in there. I appreciate them. You can email me or Instagram me because Instagram's a much kinder, gentler world than Twitter.
I agree. Why is that? Is it because it's just photos?
I don't know, but I mean, there's some shit on Instagram, but people it's not a mean place. Twitter is mean.
Mean, and just hateful.
I heard Ari was telling us, Kurt Metzger had an interesting thing. He prefers Facebook over Twitter because on Twitter, the response is an equal size as your tweet. So you tweet in a cube, and then the response looks the same as your thing. Whereas Facebook, your post is this thing, and the comment is a little bloop down the bottom.
Ah, interesting. So he's just a ball hog.
I guess, I mean, he's also a complete crazy person, but...
Yeah, funny guy, but he's a bit of a nut.
Oh, one of the funniest people ever.
Oh, yeah. Great comic.
But anywho, we ended on very little laughs. I apologize, but I hate myself.
The message is take a breather and go camping.
Go camp, delete Twitter, fuck your dad, eat your mother out, spit in her face.
Jizz in a kumquat, and yeah.
We're just going to start the next one.
Hey, Mark, fake banter for the intro.
That's all I know how to do.
Great.
Good to be here.
Welcome to Tuesdays with
Story.
Hit her in the face with a surfboard.
And then the duck fell out of his bag.
Surf's up. And she didn't even flush.
Knock, knock.
Who's there? Mark Norman and Joe List.
Yeah! This is Tuesdays with Stories, everybody.
No, that's terrible.
This is supposed to be cheesy.
My radio is spitting at me.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Tuesdays with Stories. We are here. It's a wacky one. It's going to be a strange... I'm just going to warn everybody right off the top. This is going to be a weird one. I'm here. Mark's here. Shelby's here. We're all here, the whole gang, the whole team. And it's Saturday morning. I mean, it's cartoon time. It's fucking 8 a.m. on a Saturday morning. I'm going to Maine, so I got to pre-record because they got no Wi-Fi in the whole state. And how you doing? How you feeling?
I'm hungover. I'm gay. We did it up last night outside fucking spring break, so you can't help but get tied up in the action. But I had to kick the lady out, and it's 5 a.m. I got bedhead. I got a morning wood. This is tough.
Well, I appreciate you doing it, making it work here. It's gonna be a strange one because, like the old days, hey, that's an old mug.
Oh yeah.
Isn't it weird to think that we're going to have old faces?
Yes.
Like, you're going to have, like, a ball bag neck and, like, your eye. There'll be that weird pink droop under your eye where you can see, like, the eye gook.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna go into a restaurant and a young kid is going to help you. Like, oh, sir, hold on. Let me get the door for you. Like, isn't that insane?
And that's best case scenario, by the way.
Right.
That's if we're lucky.
Holy hell. Then you're going to have trouble getting off the shitter. You're going to have food dribbling down your face and a napkin tucked into your shirt.
Not to mention the doctor's appointments. Those people go to the doctor 3-4 times a day.
Oh, God. I hate
all
it.
day. And a big pouch of pills. There'll be 900 pills, and you don't even know. You just dump them all in and eat them like Fruit Loops.
Right. And then some kid comes up and goes, "Sir, I used to watch you when I was 4, and you're like, oh, thank you. And you're like some old geezer, like comedy legend, like from the Catskills. And he's like, I watched you with my dad. He's dead now.
Yeah, that's got to be strange. And again, this is all best case scenario. But maybe, hopefully, it becomes we innovate. It'll be this kind of thing where eventually there's a pill to knock out wrinkles and a drink that knocks out herpes and a syringe that knocks out your mother, whatever it is. Hopefully, we get some innovation.
You hope, but I mean, we can't cure baldness, and the people you have to die. I mean, it's the cycle of jizz. It has to happen.
Well, death doesn't seem so bad as the aging, the not being able to walk, everything hurts, you can't take a piss. Death is, as Peter Sellers said, death is easy, comedy is hard.
Woo! He wasn't wrong about that.
Yeah, he's very talented.
He's good. You know what else is easy is talking about your problems on stage. Comedy is tough. That you talk about your problem and get a chuckle, I'll high five you. But just talking about your problems, that's easy.
What do you mean? Just saying, hey, I'm whatever. I realize I'm sitting next to a spotlight. I'm going to plug in my spotlight. It's going to change this whole situation.
You got a spotlight at home? Who needs the comedy club?
I'm trying to reach over here and keep my headphones in. So what do you
All
mean?
right.
You just talk about the problem, like the people that are just going, "Hey,
Here's my dad beat me, and I'm bi-curious, and that's my act.
I see." Well, they think they're doing jokes, don't they?
I don't know. I think they think that the opening up and the letting you in and the vulnerability equals quality or talent or entertainment.
Oh, baby.
Is that a bong up? I see a bong on your cabinet there.
Bong. No, it's a giraffe piggy bank.
Ah, close.
Look at this thing, huh? Oh, shit, I
Wow.
just knocked it over.
Oh, that
fuck.
didn't sound. Was that a ring light?
That's a ring light. I knocked it over. The tripod fell off. Oh,
Wow.
Jesus H. Anal Christ.
Nuva
Fuck.
ring. Holy hell, look at that.
All right. Sorry.
Wow, this is like an action episode. There's things happening, crashing, you got special effects.
Great show, Crashing.
Yes, movie. Crash.
But anyways,
pick.
yeah, there's those people, they're trying to do that shit, I guess. But some people pull it off. Some people talk about their problems with the punchlines.
True, yeah,
That's pretty good.
That's maybe the most impressive comedy.
This is way too bright.
Yeah, you got a ring in your eyeball there. You look like look at that. It's like kooky pupil.
I look like the Roger Rabbit bad guy.
Oh yeah.
What's his name? Christopher Lloyd's character.
The goop.
Mr. Goop? That
No,
doesn't
the
sound
goop,
right.
The goop
That-
was the name of the miscarriage placenta that was in that bucket.
The Goop is the bad guy in Pearl Harbor.
Oh yeah.
All right, well, I apologize for that one.
Oh yeah. Well, it was technically not correct.
Yeah, it's close.
Yeah.
I mean,
all
you
right.
yell "Hey, Goop" at somebody, it's not gonna go well. You didn't say the different letter. It's not gonna go well.
I think Goop is Gwyneth Paltrow's menstruation line or whatever it is, or candle wax.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's called Goop. I think that's the name of her production company or sweatshop or whatever it is.
Well, I'd like to have some Goop sex.
Sure.
What's the difference? Is there a difference between orgy, gangbang, group sex? That's all in the same container, right? It's all very similar.
Yeah. It's I think it's group sex. I think is like the African American to black, because orgy's got a little stink on it. You know, it's got some stigma and some schmegma. Orgy's like orgy, mustache guy with a hairy chest and a couple of chains and some oils, and then group sex is like group sex. We're all together.
So gangbang then, but this analogy must be like the N-word. There's a fucking
Yes.
gangbang.
Gangbang's bad news. Run a train, bad news. That almost feels like it's like one lady with 9 dudes.
And gangbangers is,
Yes.
a term.
That I never got. I was like, that sounds too weird. These gangbangers out in South Central. I was like, that sounds too dirty. Just, they're a gang. Just call them a gang. Why are they gang banging?
Well, they're banging, I think that's an old verbiage of being in a gang. Like, remember George with the Van Buren boys? It was when I was banging.
Right. Yeah.
Another
Gang
post-Larry
bang.
David.
Bastards.
Yeah,
That
so
was
they're
a great
banging. The gangs are like banging.
15 to 20
Banging,
posts.
our generation knows
Damn,
as
these
a term of
suck.
sex. I'm
Yes.
banging her. But I think
Right.
back in the day, it was we're banging. We're running around robbing and stealing and cutting and slicing.
Yeah, I wonder if there's other words, because they all keep changing. Like I remember hearing older guys say, like, oh, I gave her head to a woman.
Yeah, I've said that. I think we had this debate in like 2014, way back
Wow, you got a real glossary up there, Fatty. You can really go through that Rolodex.
when. Well, because I'm giving my head. I'm using my head. We both have heads. She's got a head. You got a head.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess I never thought about the whole head. You know, the forehead, the ears, the placenta, or a patella, or the chin. That's all head.
Yeah, I get right in there. I mean, I'm giving her head because I've used nose and I get my eye in there. I try to look up into the cunt.
Birth canal, yes. Why not? The BC.
Well,
yeah, I
here's-
guess you're right. Giving head.
Here's one I heard the other day. Colin Quinn, if I may name drop, he was talking about someone acting crazy, and he said, "Oh, that guy's cracking up." Now, I haven't heard that meaning cuckoo in years.
Right.
We think of it as laughing so hard. Oh, I think we talked about this already.
Uh-oh.
Shit, I think this was on a queef. But
Well,
cracking
queef's
up,
all right.
cracking up to us was hilarious. I'm cracking up laughing.
Right.
But it stemmed from cracking up, I'm going crazy.
Well, all the crazies turn into he's hilarious. What is it? Like hilarity, not hilarity. Delirious, which is a Eddie Murphy special, but hysteria, like it was hysterical, hysterical. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, it's all comes from like crazy, which is maybe it shows how fucked up and dark things were back then. Like if a guy was like, you're like he's going crazy.
That's a great point because I remember watching The Godfather for the first time back in 1994 or whatever.
Yeah.
And at the end, what's her toes? The sister, Carlo's wife there. What the fuck's her name? I'll think of it in a second.
I know who you're talking. I know
Adrian,
the actress.
from Rocky. She's going crazy and spitting on him and going nuts. And he's like, she's hysterical.
Right.
And I remember like being confused by that because hysterical meant hilarious to me.
Exactly.
Connie Corleone.
Connie.
And he's like, she's hysterical, but I remember being like, hysterical. This is very dramatic.
Right.
But
right.
back in the 40s, hysterical meant cuckoo.
Well, I think the ladies were they were under your thumb a little bit back then. They couldn't really break free. They couldn't really be themselves. And also the dudes were all buttoned up, hat, 3-piece suit. I think it was pretty rare to get cut loose, and have a real laughing fit. I gotta tell you about this shit. So I've been watching. I was up till like 4 a.m. last night watching this shit on YouTube. Have you seen these videos of like 1922 Paris digitized, like remastered, and they put color in it, and it's some guy with a camera from the 18 whatever is filming the streets of Paris or Amsterdam or New York or London. They're fascinating.
I saw one of New York a while back. It was like New York and something like that. Similar.
Yeah. You get a tear in your eye, and it's just like, that guy had a life, she was ugly, this kid's gay. Like, there's all these little... You just think, like, these were all people with thoughts on it. They're all dead.
Yeah, it's strange. I always think that when I go to cemeteries on the road, I walk around and just look at all these things. And I like to think about all these people would give anything to switch places with me.
Anything. I mean, the one guy had cancer, or he had a bad leg, or he was schizophrenic, and he would still, like, as much as we talk about life being a bummer, you still want to be in it. You still want to play the game.
Oh, certainly, and that's the thing about death. It's the great equalizer. If somebody was like, you're terminally ill, we just found a lump in your tits, you're going to die on next Wednesday, every single thing you were complaining about would be absolutely nothing.
Right, exactly.
Like, I got to get up and do this pod. If someone was like, you're dying in 3 weeks, or if they were like podcast or band in a country, you'd be like, oh my God, for God's sakes, let me do this podcast. Let me get up. I'll do it at 6.
I mean, I feel like we've talked about this, but how much did it blow your mind that first time you heard the, you don't have to do a podcast, you get to do it, and you're like, whoa, I wasn't ready for that one.
Right, well, but... It's hard to keep that perspective because, I mean, last night or 2 nights ago, I got to throw them off the scent here. One night in the recent past, I had to do a show, and it was one of these shows where you're on the whole time. It's 2.5 hours long, and you're like, well, this is a little much. This is insane.
Yes.
But if I had 3 lumps in my balls, I'd be like, I'd do anything to be on a 4-hour show with a bunch of people that aren't laughing. They're just staring at you, and the whole thing sucks.
Completely, yes. I'm with you, Fatty, and we're lucky to be alive is the point. We're lucky to have each other. We're lucky to have the pod. And when some bad shit goes down in your life, you really do, it makes you put perspective like, man, I farted at that funeral. Everybody made fun of me. That was the worst thing I've ever done. And you go, I would kill for that fart. The fart's nothing. We're all going to die one day.
Yeah, and speaking of gratitude, I got to tell you, I told you a little off camera, but... I just took, we're going to lose some people here because some people are squeamish. I just took the greatest shit I think anyone's ever taken. Anyone that's taken a shit that they believe to be the best shit has probably taken a photo if you're like me.
Sure.
If you got a photo of a shit, I'm going to put this shit against your photo. This is a bet. I'm laying down the gauntlet to every Tuesday who's ever photographed a dump. I got one here. I sent it to Bobby and Ari. I mean, they're texting me a lot here. I don't know.
I got is this a impressive shit? Is this a gross shit? Is this a large? What's the parameters here? Why are we so blown away?
No such thing as a gross shit, if you ask me. They're all delightful. No,
I don't know about that.
I'm kidding, of course. But this shit is impressive. It's long. It's good. I mean, it's up out of the water. I mean, half of it.
Wow.
It wouldn't drown if I left it there. I'll just say that. Its nostrils and lungs are up out of the water. And then the other end of it, I don't even know if it exists. It's like deep, the depths of which this thing is in the toilet. It all just came out. It slid out. Now, Ari Shafir and Robert Kelly and Derek Donovan Walsh have all seen it. Because I can send it to you if you'd like to take a peek at this thing.
Yes, please. I'm hurt. I'm not on the shit list.
All right, well, I'll send it right now. I took 2 because I put my finger down in the water to give it scale.
Easy, fatty. You don't want to be touching that Corona dong.
Shelby, do you want a copy of this? Because I can send it your way, too. He doesn't. I can answer for him. He doesn't like this kind of stuff, but...
No. Shelby's got his own problems going on. He doesn't need a big turd coming into his sprint.
All right, it's being sent.
I'm supposed to find the eye in the fucking
when I
spider
wiped,
forest.
it left a big
it's
streak
fucking 2
across
inches
my
long, and
ass cheek.
I
I got photos of that
see
too. I sent those to
the cavern in it.
Oh boy.
Oh, did I lose you?
No. I'm just I'm nervous about this thing.
Oh, did it come through? Let me know when you get that, puppy. I mean, this is dead air, so I'm getting a little worried.
Still nothing.
All right, give it time. I mean, it's photos, and it's got to go from the Queens to the Village, so.
And it's a big turd, so it takes a long time to process. Holy good Lord. Wow, that is unreal. And it has a little sidecar.
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
I had to break a piece off and put it next to it because it was still in my ass. I had to give it a swoopy wiggle. Like I just gave it a little, like a hip thrust to snap off the end of it.
It's like an iceberg, like the tip is out, but it goes deep under the water. Maybe you need some more water in that bowl there, Sloppy Jalopy, because this thing is, I mean, it's half of it's in the Bronx. It's down deep in the hole.
Oh, make no mistake. I mean, we got full tank of water. That's just a huge shit. Woo. I mean, you see the one with my finger in there, right?
Oh, unfortunately. Did you? Was this painful? Was this like a? Some shit you're like, if I don't get this out of me now, I have to quit the business, or like, was it an emergency?
I'll take you through. We're watching, every Saturday morning, Sarah and I get up, we watch Real Time on demand, and it's a nice little tradition. I go for a run, I get a couple bagels for the gang, we sit down in front of the old tube, we watch Real Time, and I said, hey, I gotta put a pause on this. I'm really starting to percolate here, because I think the combo of every day I have the huge green spinach, banana, blueberry, almond milk, and I make these huge ones, tons of greens. Yeah. I've been meditating like a son of a bitch. I've been running every day, and I think it all just built up in there. And I just felt like I had to shit. And then slowly, as time went on, I was like, I really got to shit. And then finally, we got to a stage. It was phase 4 of reopening.
Sure.
I was like, I got to pause this. Threw a pause on. Then I started talking. I was standing and talking because I had a couple thoughts about the program.
Yeah.
And then I said, you know what? This has got to wait. This thing is really ready. And I think in that time, it stacked up like a skyscraper.
Wow.
And then when I sat down, it just right out, just slid right out. And I knew it was impressive. I knew it was a special one. I stood up, and there she was. I mean,
you should hold it up like a fish photo. It's such a beauty. Like, you got to stand next to that thing. And I feel like you might have cured, if you had a disease, I feel like you got it out. Whatever that was, there's a lot of toxins in there that were not supposed to be in your body. You might have gotten silent cured.
It was like a life extendo. I'd put it under glass if I could. If it was socially acceptable, I'd hang it above my bed here. I'd take down this dumb church that I didn't go to.
Right.
And hang it like a gun rack. I mean, the thing is 2 feet long.
I know. You got to mount this thing, stuff it, and put the sunglasses on it like a moose. That is really something. I mean, call in if you want a private screening. I don't even know. You need a wide lens. I had to project this onto my Apple TV here, but Jesus, that is really kudos.
I mean,
Mazel tov.
Maybe we'll put it on the Patreon. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
looking at it. This thing is, I mean, on the other side of this phone, I'm not going to flip it because we'll get kicked off of YouTube again.
Sure.
But
Holy shit.
on the other side of this phone,
There's no end to
is
this
the
fucking
wildest shit. And it's top to
marsh,
bottom, and you can
bro.
only see about half this thing.
That's what I'm saying. It's like the Loch Ness. It just keeps going. It's coming out of the piping. It's you laid pipe.
I mean, Shelby's texting me, you can't put it on the Patreon. I mean, but whatever. I guess I'll DM you. I mean, send me a private message, and don't send me yours, because other people's shit makes me throw up.
You know what we should do is hire a sketch artist and get a rendering, just like an accurate one, just so the people want to know.
That's a good idea. I mean, I could have my nephew color this thing. It's wild. I mean, it looks like, and with the side piece, it looks like a baseball bat making contact with a nice big green softball.
That's good. That's a good
What
call.
the
Yeah,
fuck?
it's that kind of wholesales it up a bit.
Yeah.
But that's a real Louisville, and holy hell, yeah. I feel a little emasculated because my shits are wet and wild and not that strong.
Yeah, this is special. This is a once in a long time. It's like a moon or one of the moons. You know those special moons that come.
Yes. I feel like if I was in the woods, I'd go, "Hey, a walking stick." That's how long and secure and solid it looks.
Wild. It's like Robert Duvall's career. Just long, and just when you think it's going to end, wow, another one.
Yeah, that shit keeps his head above water.
Anyway, we
well,
better move on. Ladies, tune back in, ladies. The
Yes.
poop talk is over.
Well, they poop too. You know, we all poop. Everybody shits, as the book says. Everybody poops sometime. All right.
You ever get into REM?
Huh?
You ever get into REM?
I think they've got some amazing songs, and then some songs make me cringe with how weird and awkward they are.
Yeah, I think like the generation before us, people a little bit older than us. I understand that they helped give birth to the alternative, but by the time I was banging, that was gay.
It was gay, but I think they're good. I think they're a talented, quality band, but it just some of it gets a little too whiny.
Yes. What's the frequency? Can it?
Oh, I love that song.
And, yeah, there's some good ones, but a little bit. Hey, but I'm
Yeah.
It's just like, ugh.
Yeah,
There's some good stuff. Don't get me wrong, but
they're solid, but they're just one of those bands that's just up and out. They left. The guy lost his hair and he just gave up.
well, what can you do? Anywho, all right. Well, you got some stuff here. I mean, I want to hear some business.
I got some nuggets. Well, first I'm going to tease this and then maybe save it for the end. But I had a few drinks with the lady last night, with the girlfriend.
Natalia
I went
something?
I said, fuck it. I'm loose. I'm with it. I'm hip. And I went to this restaurant where I knew the guy worked who got accosted by the gang of roving teenagers on bicycles.
Oh, the guy works there. Not the black guy with the white hair, but the actual holding the phone in the air guy.
Yes. The big white guy works there, and I've seen him. I'm telling you, I walk around the village like it's the 40s. I got nothing going on, and I just run into everybody. I know all my neighbors. I'm buying real estate, and I'm the guy now who just walks down the street and there's a plaque on a building. I read the plaque.
Oh, nice. That's a good guy to be.
Yeah, that's how much time I have. I found the Friends apartment, from Friends.
Oh, is that in the village?
That's like 2 blocks from me. I'll show you next time you pop in.
I always assumed it was on the Upper West or Upper East because they lived near the Central Perk.
Yeah, that was all made up. That was Photoshop. Chandler's not real.
But in the show, do they live in the village?
Yes.
No kidding.
Yeah, which makes sense because they're like young and good looking and they're living in New York, It makes sense.
I thought they were just rich Upper West Sidey people because the Central Perk you think of as being a Central Park. They lived up there. I just assumed, but I never got that into the program because it stunk.
Not a great program, not a great show. People compare it to Seinfeld, which is pretty horrific and sacrilegious. But hey, I digress. So I go in there. I'll save it, but I got the answer.
Oh my God! I've been dying to hear. We've been waiting a week. People have been waiting a week on fainted tits to hear this thing.
But here's another little nugget. So there's a park by my house that has like a bocce ball court, a soccer field, a playground, a couple of like handball. You know, one of those like sporty little parks. Not like a Washington Square, but like this is an activity park.
I got you.
And so I'm sitting there. We go to a restaurant. They say it's going to be a 30-minute wait. And I say, well, let's go sit in the park, watch some soccer, watch some handball, watch some hobos shit in their hands. And she goes, great. We're sitting there drinking, and we're just talking about, who knows, Thomas Jefferson's fucking slaves or whatever it was. And we look over, and there's like a group of kids, 15, 14, rapscallions, and it's a bunch of girls. And she's like, look at this. And one of them just cold cocks one. Now they're fighting. I'm talking full-on melee with like 8 kids, all women, and there's one guy just going, hey, easy, ladies. And they're all fighting each other, and then the dust clears. My girlfriend's like, we got to get out of here. This is crazy. And I was like, we got to watch this. She's like, we got to get out of here. So we're walking away, but I keep looking back, and they're just holding each other's hair and pulling hair like a cartoon. Just hair pull, bent over. It was insane.
That's what's scary about the ladies fighting or anyone with long hair, because that hair pulling is vicious. You can just rip the neck and the scalp, and those chunks come out. And
yes, and you can hold it forever. I mean, these girls, we watched for a couple minutes, and they never shook. It was just hair holding, leaning over, like, I'm not letting go till you let go kind of thing. They might have been like that for 3 days.
I mean, it's a good move, because if you pull the hair, they bring the head with it, because no one wants their hair ripped out.
Right.
So you can manipulate where they are. You pull that head, the person's going to come with the hair, because they want to keep their hair.
You get some uppercut action going on, but the thing is, if you pull hair, they're pulling hair, so now you're both cocked over, and you're both fucked. But it was the weirdest fight, because when a fight breaks out, it's like bah, bah! It was quiet. It was a quiet fight.
Interesting. That's
not a scream, not a peep, not a yell, and I mean these gals could throw down. It was fucking hands, baby, swinging.
Wow, you don't see a lot of quiet. I don't know. I've ever heard of a quiet fight. I mean, that's amazing.
It was almost as if they knew, like, we're in this nice area, we got to throw down. It was like all business. Like, I'm just going to try to hurt you. I'm not going to make a scene here. It felt like this is not the first melee they've had.
And interesting, was there any sign or clue as to what started the fight or what it was about?
No idea. Of course, we start doing the math. Like, maybe it was over a guy. And, I mean, it just, like a light switch, on, now it's on. It was sitting down quietly, bullshitting, and then it was on.
Don't you love a fight? What's great about those events, especially in a relationship, and especially during like a quarantine, is you're like, yes, something to talk about for a couple hours.
Yeah,
because
totally.
you get to be like, did you see that one girl? I saw this girl. What about that move when she did that? That reminds me of this fight. Like, you're just praying for anything to just explode into a conversation. Because I'm out over here. I got no stories left. I've told her all my business.
Yep.
We're just in real time now. We're just waiting for something to happen to talk about. Because otherwise, it's just no. I know. You said that in 5th grade, your dad touched you and you winked at your father, whatever.
Well, it's also a catch-48, because you want something juicy and interesting to happen, salacious, but you also don't want bad stuff. So it's the best is when something else is happening to a person that's horrible and it's not you and you have no connection.
Oh, absolutely. That's all you want. I mean, that's all of TV and even the news. For the most part, all of this shit that's happening is happening to somebody else, pretty much.
And that's why it's fun. It's, what is that, Schadenfreude and, all that shit where you're just like, that guy got hit by a bus. Fascinating. Glad it's not me, but pretty cool.
Yeah, it's always strange, especially those things that are so rare that you're like, that's never going to happen. But it does happen to that one person. Somebody dealt with that.
I know, and that could be you one day, which is scary. Like, you're going to live so many minutes on the planet, and there's cars whizzing by. That guy's got a gun. He's a crazy person. You're going to bump into him at some point.
Yeah, very, very strange, and horrific things are going to happen to all of us, and it's weird.
It's weird. It's tough. Boy, we're getting real. We're digging deep on this one with the philosophy and the lifespan and living and people and jizz.
Existential.
Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. But yeah, it's so funny because you talk to the lady. She's like a cute gal from the suburbs of Massachusetts, and she's like, I've grown up with girls my whole life. I've never swung at one. None of them have ever swung at me. Like, it just shows it's an upbringing, it's a culture, it's a whole different world for some people.
Yeah, I always feel like fights are pretty avoidable.
Yeah, and don't solve. I get it. We've all been angry. We've all had a quick twitch. You just gut reaction, but it doesn't seem to help anything usually.
No, there's a disconnect there, and it's not great.
I remember even as a youth being in college, and you'd see these big white guys with like the swoopy hair that went over their forehead and like a yellow button down tucked into some shorts with a woven belt and Dockers on or whatever the hell, Sperry shoes, and they would just wail on each other. And I was like, "Are you gay?
Just name
are you
arachnid,
were you beaten as a kid? What is coming out of you right now? What is this anger?"
Yeah, it's some kind of parental mishap. Something was lacking in that upbringing, I think. There's a disconnect.
Yeah.
And it's learned behavior. Their dad probably beat the shit out of them, and they're like, I'm going to inflict pain on somebody else, so they find somebody they can fight with.
I guess so, but I felt like it happened every weekend. So you're like, are there that many dads railing on little Timmy?
Oh, there's bad dads everywhere, of course. I mean,
I guess so.
We had that in my town. In middle school, there was a fight, at least one fight a week, minimum, a couple fights. And did you have it? It spread like COVID. It was like if there was one fight, there'd be 4 fights. Usually we had days where there was like 9 fights because at the fight, everyone gets hyped up and ready. How about we fight? You fight.
Yeah.
It would just keep breaking into fights. Sometimes for like 90 minutes, you'd watch just fight. It was like a fucking pay-per-view.
Yeah. And you know what? Did you have this one? I got into a few scuffles in my day, and it's a little kid move that you can't carry into adulthood, which is you fight, your brain's out, your hair's fucked up, you're covered in dirt, your knuckles are bleeding, and then you just start weeping immediately.
Oh, yeah.
You remember that one?
Yeah.
And then you're like,
yeah, because you're hurting. I mean, that's why you're fighting. It's because your fucking dumb dad, stuck his dick in your ass when you were 9, and so now you just beat up a kid that you kind of like, and then you're either beat up so you feel shamed, or you beat someone up so you feel ashamed of that, and then you're like, what are we doing? I don't even believe in any of this. That's every fight, physical or verbal. You end the fight, and you're like, I like you. What am I doing? I don't want to be this guy.
I remember I got into a scuffle with this white trash guy, Tyler. He was like a foot taller than me. Big, tall, blonde, scary guy. Tyler. And I wailed on this guy, and he pushed me away, and he could handle me. I mean, he was way bigger than me. And he goes, what are you doing? Like, and I had this moment like, what am I doing? And I just burst out into tears like a fucking Oscar winner.
Yeah, it's problematic. I mean, I told the story before, but I fought my best pal from 5th grade, Jeff Meehan, and we just started talking. What would happen if we fought like George and Jerry? And then next thing you know, I was committed to a fight. I mean, I was like, oh, fuck. And it was time. And, of course, he had an older brother, so he was like, I could tell right away by his stance. He knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
And I tried to kick him, like I was like, oh, I'll kick him because I just watched Point Break the day before. And
sure.
So I tried to kick him, and he like caught my foot. And I was like, give it back. Come on. And that he flung away. And then I remember he took like a right hook and just caught me in the temple with his.
Oh.
And it's funny to think about because looking back, his hand was probably the size of my dick on a winter day.
Sure.
But he caught me in that temple, and I went. My eyes watered, and I was like, all right, you win. That's it. And there was like a whole crowd, and they were so disappointed because the whole school was in a circle. And then we went back to being best friends like immediately.
All right, well, that's nice.
Like, all right, you can beat me up, and, I know more about baseball. Let's move on with our lives.
Right. It's a kooky time, but here's the clinker. Do you think, because people are people, we're all coming eggs, we're all jizz and ovaries, do you think that's still in people and no one contacts anymore, no one talks, no one has a conversation? Maybe that comes out with the canceling and with the I want to hurt you. I think it's just online now.
Oh, 100%. It's the exact same feeling and emotion and disconnect of like, I'm going to ruin you. And that's the same feeling as like, I'm going to punch you in the face until you're bleeding and crying. I mean, it's the exact same thing. It's just now more acceptable. It's just part of the culture now, which is strange. But yeah, it's definitely a disconnect and a lack of empathy in a lot of ways.
Yeah, totally. And I think that I've noticed that if people say, you know, we've put ourselves out there with YouTube videos and TV and whatnot and this, and then when somebody says something mean, if I favorite it, they tend to go, I didn't think you'd ever see this. I hate myself. And you're like, all right, whatever.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I've done that a lot where I write back and I'm like, that's really hurtful. You seem like a sad person. They're like, I'm actually a fan, dude.
Yeah. What is that? I guess it takes some strength to be nice. Being nice is way harder.
It shouldn't be.
I don't think so, but...
Yeah, it shouldn't be. Hey, here's one thing that we can all agree on, though. Can I just say this?
Please.
Sheath underwear. Ooh. That's something everybody can get on board with. Nobody's mad. Precious newborn baby. There we go. I feel silly even reading this business.
Yeah.
Because... we're telling you the real deal. We wear it every day. This is our go-to underwear. Give them the goods. Tell them a little bit.
Yeah, I love it. Obviously, I'm wearing it right now. It's the best. I put on other, like, Hanes or whatever the fuck they are, old school dog shit primitive boxers the other day. Promo code TUESGAYS. This guy's a fan. Sent money back guarantees. Support the show by supporting them. Get sheath underwear and let them support your balls.
And I'll just add this. I mentioned it before, but he sent some stuff to Sarah and I, and Sarah's got a sheath sports bra and some like booty shorts, and they're sexy, and she likes them. So all the lady fans or the dude fans that want to get their lady a gift, get her a nice sheath sports bra.
Yes.
Or all the women of fans of the show who we love. You're worth 10 of these bros because there's only 11 of you total. Get yourself some sheath panties.
All right. And then I gotta say, if you're gonna have the sexy underwear, you're gonna need to be ready to throw down, folks. So keep that hog at beck and call with the nice Blue Chew, the first chewable dick pill. While we're stuck at home, what's something we could all use a little more of? Human contact. You got that right. But also some sweet your guy or whatever. Times are too and harden up a rough week. And it works instantly.
Ingredients is Viagra. Listeners, visit Blue Chew. That's BLUE free when you use our special promo code TUESDAYS with a D. Just pay $5 shipping. That's it, $5. Again, that's BLUE Chew, CHEW.com. Promo code TUESDAYS to try it free. Tuesdays with a D.
And this one is really good. So get on it and have fun. Live your life.
Yeah, and then you get a nice hard-on bursting through your sheath underwear, and all's well that ends well.
Oh, yeah. All right. Hey, good stuff. Well, should I drop the hammer, or should we... You got anything?
Drop the hammer, and then we'll swing through. I mean, I got a couple things. I mean, with timing it weird, I'm going to a little backyard cookout thing today. So
nice.
I don't know if I'll have anything from it. I mean, in my mind, I'm like, oh, I've got that thing, but it's happening after the recording.
Right.
But I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to be the hit of the party. You know why?
With that shit pic.
No, I'd never bring that into mixed company.
Okay.
These people are on the straight and narrow. These folks. They don't want to see a poop photo, but I've eaten. We got sent a huge fucking treasure chest of Antoine's cookies. I've eaten about 9 of them, but there's still like 6 left because he really loaded them up. So
yeah,
I'm showing up with 1 chocolate chip from Antoine's for everybody.
Jeez.
And I'm going to be a smash hit. So what happened? Your tits fell off or what?
I wanted to show the cookies, and I pulled them out of my fridge, and the pickles fell. This is a big bag of Antoine's right here. This is treasure. This is the gold with the pirate's booty.
I mean, you got them in the fridge, which is kooky if you ask me.
I'm just too scared they're going to go south or something. They're worth too much.
Chocolate chip kooky. Yeah, same here. I got to go and distribute them because these things are so good and so addictive that I'm eating like 48 a day, and my reflux, forget about it.
Say, well, apparently they're helping your boom booms because that thing was straight as an arrow.
Yeah, so I'm going to that thing, and yeah, I saw Veter the other day. He's a parent. Our friend Gary Veter, who's one of the most referenced comedians on the show.
Yeah.
We never have him on, but
not doing. Yeah, he had a kid, and he's about 4'1", so I'm excited. And the wife is not large either, so I'm excited to see how that kid turns out size-wise.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, he's already as tall as Gary, so
right.
But yeah, I've been bumping into him and just, plugging along, heading up to Maine, camping on Sunday, seeing the family Monday through Friday or whatever. Maybe I'll bail early if I have to, but trying to live a nice life out here with adjusting. We adjust and you move on.
Yeah, good. You adjust, you make it work, and you live your jizz. Yeah, I can't wait to hear about that camping. You've been camping 6 times this month. You're like, what's that guy, Lumberjack Johnson?
Henry
Who's a
David
camping
Thoreau?
guy? Hey, that works. Walden.
Yeah. Who else is a camping guy?
Kung Fu. No, who camps?
Fucking good luck.
Davy Crockett, maybe.
Your fucking body.
Yeah, King of the Wild Frontier.
Right.
By the way, I've been watching a lot. Alone. You ever seen Alone?
I don't think so. Is that a show?
It's a show on Netflix where they put 10 people on a crazy piece of land in Alaska. I'm talking tundra, ice, bears, the whole thing. And they just go, you get to bring like 5 items. So you get a hatchet, a bow and arrow, a dildo, whatever it is. And then they got to just outlast, whoever lasts the longest wins.
There's been a lot of shows like that.
I mean, in the pandemic, you watch it and you're like, all right, it's not so bad. I got Wi-Fi. I got, my lady. I got Antoine's.
Here's the thing that's weird, though. We're in show business, sort of. Not really,
Sure.
but I didn't know you were allowed to just pitch the same show. Like, isn't that the same as Survivor, Naked and Afraid, Alone, fucking Boobly Boo? I don't watch too much TV, but it seems like there's 50 of these shows. We drop you off in the middle of nowhere. You got to blow your dad and find the helicopter. I mean, isn't this all Amazing Race? Aren't they all the same fucking show?
Well, I mean, that's how showbiz is. You tweak it just a nipple hair, and it's a whole different ball game. Like Survivor is they give you activities, and they say, hey, we got a camera crew right here. You got to build a shelter and eat out a dog and all that. But this is just literal. This is the most, and Naked and Afraid, these people are not naked. So, like, there's a little tweak, and these people are the most fucked out of all of them. Like, this is the real deal. You're in the woods with zero shit. You got to make your house. You got to make your caca or whatever it is. And
they're more fucked than the naked people?
Yeah, the naked
more
people.
Fucked than naked.
They're on the beach. They're attractive. They're they only have to last like 10 days or something. Like, how long can we make it? These people are like, we have to live out here till the other guy dies.
Oh, wow. And I always think, too, the crew's right there, where it doesn't feel like you could be like, all right, hey, I got to borrow your gaffing tape because I stepped on a squirrel or whatever.
I think about that all the time, but it's so funny because you watch, like, Roberto, and he's crying every night. He can't catch a squirrel. He's eating ants. He's freaking out. He can't catch a fish. And then you watch Gregory, and he makes it look. He kills a moose, skins it right there. Then a wolverine tries to steal his moose meat. He kills the wolverine.
Oh, Greg sucks. He's crazy.
He's crazy. he lived with the Native Americans in Serbia, and he was like a special forces and all this. And I mean, you just compare it to what you can do, and the whole thing's a bummer. But you give it a watch; it's pretty intense.
I can't watch a reality show because I've been on a reality show. I can't because I know once you're on a show, you know that they're like this. Hey, let's do a shot of you sad about your wife.
Right.
We got to get another shot of you just walking by. Just walk by. It's all fake.
I agree. But this, I'm just saying, I don't like that shit either. We've both been on Last Comic Standing. It's a kick in the balls. But this feels the most legit. But that's all I'll say.
Okay. I always just think they need coverage. So, like, we missed that. Could you kill the rat again or whatever?
Yeah.
But I'm over here. I'm balls deep in Ozark over here.
Yeah, good to have you.
Now, I'm enjoying it, but I got to say that thing that makes me hate TV drama.
Here we
it
go.
Keeps seeping in.
Here with the seeping.
Bateman's so good that it keeps me watching, and it's clever and it's fun. But there's all these little moments where, like, I'm only 5 episodes in, but like the little 19-year-old girl with the blonde hair.
Yes.
She's not. Yeah, the one that's like a white trash chick, but he hires her or whatever.
Oh yeah, Ruth.
Yeah, she's great in this movie called The Assistant, by the way, that I loved. I talked about that way back when.
She's a hell of an actor.
Yeah, she's got range. She's very good.
She's very good.
There's that scene that always happens in TV drama where she's running the strip club, and it's like a Saturday night, it's packed, and somebody goes, well, because your dad, and she punches the lady out. This little girl just punches a woman. She's like knocked out. And she goes, anyone else got anything to say about my dad? And all everyone stops. They can somehow hear her yelling in a strip club.
Right.
Like this teenage girl who's 4 feet high can yell over all the music, all the bar talk, all everything. Everyone hears her. They're all like, ooh, they're afraid of her. And no guy at the bar is like, fucking fight, yeah, fuck you. Like, nobody's behaving. At one scene, there's a guy robbing a bodega, and there's like 20 people in the bodega, and you can look at the extras, and they're literally looking at a can of peanuts like this. Like, there's one guy, he's holding up 2 different bags of chips, like, should I get this bag? It's just like there's shit you watch that you're like, oh, yuck, that's so fake and stupid.
Right.
Little things like that I'm like, ugh. I have to just forge through and ignore the ridiculousness and the bad extras and the cheese dick writing of, like, this hot, rich 19-year-old's like going to this trailer park to hang out with this guy where you're like, that does not happen. Hot, rich people aren't like, I like this mysterious acne white trash guy who's reading alien books to me.
That kid is ugly. He's got a wacky face.
Wacky face, and then the FBI agents are blowing each other. I'm like, that's a little on the nose, it feels like, but whatever. I'm enjoying it, but it takes all my strength to get through that shit.
I hear you. Well, you're an observant guy. You catch everything, and most people don't. Most people never saw the chip comparison guy. You know,
I
you
hate
catch
the chip
that
comparison guy.
I know that guy's in San Diego right now, going, "That's me. I'm the fucking chip guy." So, but here's the thing. This is the problem with TV, and this is the problem no one will ever understand. I'm out at the park the other day, and I see 7 gals wailing on each other quietly, and I run away. I feel like if somebody saw that on TV, they'd go, why was that fight so quiet? That's bad directing. Da-da-da. And you're like, that's what happened. Sometimes it's hard to see it because we're so trained by TV, like it's supposed to go like this. You know, like imagine if people took a piss every time they took a piss on TV. It would be bad TV. I think you have to morph it a little bit. Like Charlie Chaplin, fun fact, as a goof, he did a Charlie Chaplin lookalike contest, and he got third. He got third in the Charlie Chaplin. He's Charlie Chaplin. So I think that tells you that, like, we've trained ourselves to see how things are on TV, so when they're not exactly like we think they'll be, in real life, we tune out. But sometimes real life is fucked.
Now, this Charlie Chaplin thing tells me that people are stupid and non-observant, and they just accept the fact that there's 25 people in a bodega. Nobody goes into a bodega like that. You go in, you're like, I'm going to go get chips. You get your chips, you leave. But things like, I think we're saying the same thing, I guess, maybe. I don't know. But the TV, this is where, like, some movies, again, like we talk about, like, a perfect film like Goodfellas, where it shows Tommy telling a story and everyone's laughing. Everyone's listening like, this guy's crazy. And they're reacting in a way that makes sense. They're listening and they're laughing, as opposed to a woman that's a teenage girl that can just yell loud enough for everyone to hear. I've been in a strip club. You can't hear the person next to you.
Sure. I agree. I agree.
All those things of, like, it's just so cliched of, like, if anyone talks about her dad, she knocks him out. And even the men are afraid of this teenage woman.
Right. Well, what is she, the Langleys or whatever? They got to establish that they're, like, trashy and they're violent.
Right. But I do enjoy the show. It's fun. It's interesting. It's just those things. And the same thing happens in movies that aren't thoughtful and meticulous. Yes. Meanwhile, I'm rewatching 2001: A Space Odyssey, and I'm like, this is the best movie ever made.
It's funny because most people watch it, they can't get through it.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, well, you got a hell of a palate there, Fatty, and I think I'm gonna drop the hammer on this guy's
You better.
restaurant.
We're running out of time here. Yeah, get to the goods. Give it to me. I've been dying.
Let me talking TV. Let me do a little recap like Netflix does, where I give you a 4-second intro here. So basically, saw a guy on the street, on the sidewalk, holding a cell phone, and like 9 guys on bikes traveling next to him going, give me the phone, and he's going, nope. And then they get to the intersection. He's in the middle of the street, and they're literally circling him and tapping him on the back where he keeps turning, and the guy's going, I'll give you the money, give me the phone. I'll give you the money, just give me the phone. And he's going, nope, I'm calling the police. Nope, too late. And then the cops come, everybody scatters, they talk to the fat white guy. That's
What's going on? What's going down? Did that destroy it?
where we're at.
Right.
Okay, so I knew that this guy owned a restaurant in my neighborhood, so as I said, had a couple of highballs, got some liquid courage, went to the restaurant. I see the guy, and he's like a celebrity now. I'm like, there he is, that's the guy. And I'm too scared of him because this guy's he can handle himself. He's a big guy. He owns a restaurant in New York City. He's probably from Brooklyn or something. You don't know what these guys. Sometimes you go up to a guy and you go, "Hey, what the hell happened out there?" He goes, "Hey, fuck you, it's none of your business." And you're like, I'm sorry," So who knows what could happen? So I go into the restaurant and I see a waiter just like doing the checks at the little computer thing, and I go, "Hey, man, I got a weird question for you. This is gonna be weird." And I'm really preparing and prepping this guy, and he goes, "Any question? I'll give you a weird answer." He's fun. And I go, "Saw a bit of a thing last night. Just want to make sure everybody's okay." Trying to fake concern a little bit.
Sure.
And he goes, "Oh, yeah, that thing with Robbie or whatever. Yeah, that was nothing." And I go, "Is everything all right?" He goes, "Yeah." "And you ready? Can you guess?"
Well, so far it sounds like he's trying to downplay. He's going to give you the explanation? Is that what I'm guessing?
Yes.
All right. Well, I mean, I guessed last week of what the situation was.
I came back here
I don't
for a
like that
reason.
this guy's downplaying. That
Little
makes
downplay.
me think. Yeah, I don't like a downplay.
Because then the answer might not be as juicy.
Right. So, and who's
yeah,
this guy?
by
This
the-
guy
He
Mercenary.
works there.
he works at the restaurant where the incident happened.
No, he works at the restaurant where the big guy owns it.
I got you. Okay. I'm going to say, boy, I mean, I still think my guess last week was pretty good where they
Pretty
came
good.
up and they took a video and they,
Yeah.
drooped him or they did something to him and he took that video away and said, fuck you.
Yes. So here's the clinker, and I still have a few questions, but maybe we can fill in the gaps with your huge shit here. But apparently, the guy saying, "I'll give you money, give me my phone back," ate at the restaurant, dined and dashed. So the big guy said, "Fuck you. I'm going through hell. It's quarantine. My restaurant's been closed. I'm broke. I can't afford to have you eating here and then not paying." So he yanked the phone from the kid
Wow.
and said, "You better pay me. This is like street justice. Like, fuck the cops. You're going to pay me because I have your phone now, motherfucker." And that, I saw them like 6 blocks away. So that means they had trailed him that long. Now, I don't know why there was 9 of them, but I think it just kind of like got some dust kicked up, and they were like, "Let's follow this guy. This is getting crazy." And it never got violent, never got heated really to fisticuffs, but that's how far that guy had walked, and that's how far they'd followed him until it came to a head in front of me, and they called the police.
I'm so confused. I thought it was kids on bikes.
It was.
The kids on the bikes ate at the restaurant?
I think the one guy ate there with the phone guy. "Hey, give me my phone back." That guy ate there. He might have been a little older, but the other guys were like 19 at the oldest.
I see, because we're going from kids to guys. So when I hear kids, I'm thinking 13, 12.
No,
When I hear
I'm talking
guys, I'm thinking you and me.
late teens. I still call that kids. I'm 71.
Okay, so these are kids slash guys. So the kids and the guys are the same.
Guys and dolls.
We're interweaving kids and guys.
Yes, which is dangerous territory according to Epstein. But yeah, this is or Spacey or whoever. But yeah, the one guy with the phone seemed like he might have been 22, 21.
Sounds like he's a guy and the rest are kids. Is that correct?
A little bit, but I'm sure there was a 15. I'm sure there was a 19. I'm sure there was a 16. I'm sure there was a 20. I think it was a sprinkle.
Okay, so a sprinkle of guys and kids.
Guys and kids. Horrible Broadway show.
So, all right. So one of them ate at the restaurant, or possibly several of them. We're not sure. They might have scooped up some extra kids and guys.
Yes, there was a scooping of some kind, because I don't know where he picked these little nincompoops up, but he had them.
So they chew and screw. We called that a chew and screw back in my day, back when I was
like
banging.
That. Yeah,
so they
Dine and Dash was ours. Sorry.
Oh, dine and dash, chew and screw. So they chew, they screw, they dine, they dash. He catches them and rips the phone out of their hand and says, "This is my collateral, you son of a bitch."
Yeah, which, again, I gotta hand it to this guy because, this is a little. I don't want to speak out of queef here, but this is a white tablecloth fine dining place. You'd think the guy would be a little precious, and he was like, "No. Payback's a bitch, motherfucker. We're going to do this the old-fashioned way. You took something from me, I'm taking something from you." It wasn't just like, "I'm calling the police, sir." It was like, "I'm handling this myself," which I respect.
Well, yeah. Well, nowadays, you can lose your business for calling the police.
Yes, exactly.
You call the police, they throw your poster up on the wall and say, "Look at this piece of shit who calls the police when people steal from them."
Exactamundo,
These are
fatty.
strange times.
So, yeah, I thought it was a Karen situation with the filming, but no, he just wanted his bill paid, and he was going to get it done cook, or goop.
Now, you said you have some questions still. What are your questions, lingering?
My questions are, where did this gaggle of tweens come from? Where did they get in there?
Yeah, the kids and guys mixed and ganged up, but maybe he called in for backup. Maybe he said, "Hey, get all the boys down here. We got to go fight a restaurant owner."
I think maybe that was it, but this guy was so brave. I mean, they're circling him, and I think a normal guy or your average Joe would have been like, "All right, here's the phone. Just leave me alone." Because that's a rough moment. I mean, that's like circling the wagons. That goes back to the West.
Right. I love those people that are just like, "I don't care. This is my stance. This is what I'm doing."
Yes.
Impressive.
And I don't want to paint pictures, but I walk by this restaurant every day. It's on my route, and this guy is out there with a laptop. He's trying to make deliveries. He's trying to make takeout. He's just trying to stay afloat. These rents out here are anal, and so I think he's like, "This is the last straw. Like, I've been going through hell. You're not gonna fuck me."
Wow. Well, good for him. I appreciate that guy, and he didn't get the police involved because Lord knows what happens when the police get involved.
Oh yeah.
And he didn't. He kept his cool. It felt like.
Yeah. Brave cat. I think the whole time he's going, "These are kids.
Nice.
Fuck them." He was like me. He looked at them like little boys. And he was like, "What are they going to beat me up? I'm a 90-year-old man here." Or he's probably 55 or 50.
Well, good for you for doing some investigating journalism. You got in there and you got the scoop.
Oh, shit. I got another scoop. I'll save. I got this is a different story.
Oh, a scoop tease.
Big scoop tease.
All right, that's good. I love a scoop tease. And
Scoop doggy dog.
This is interesting because I'm going away. Like, the people are hearing this, weekly, but we had to record early. So I'm going to have to wait 3 weeks for the scoop tease. So Shelby, remind us of this scoop tease for when we record again.
Yes, please. And I'll be in Wisconsin and Grand Rapids in a couple days. If they still.
Next episode.
Hey, Mark, fake banter for the intro.
That's all I know how to
Talking with
do.
8
Great.
people on.
Good to be here.
Welcome to Tuesdays with.
We love to see it. Throw me a
Stories.
like, throw me a follow.
Hit her in the
People's
face with a surfboard.
hop in the chat.
The duck
Let's
fell
do a
out
first
of his
fucking
bag.
pic chat.
Surf
Fucking
up.
emojis.
And she didn't
Some
even
fucking
watch.
some A equals
Who's
D.
there? Mark Norman and Joe List.
Yeah! This is Tuesdays with Stories, everybody.
Nah, that's terrible.
This is supposed to be cheesy.
My radio is spitting at me.
Holy hell, folks. We're here. We're back. I'm feeling good. I'm smelling good. Well, that's not true. How you doing, Fatty?
I'm doing okay. Plugging along. It's quite stormy here today, and I don't know. Doing pretty good. I feel good.
You look good. You look thin and flush. Is it flush? Whatever where your skin
Flesh.
is looking. What is it?
Flesh?
No, like when you're not the toilet flush, not royal flush, but when your skin is like all one color and no blotchy. Maybe that's not flush. Is maybe the opposite of that.
Flush, I think, is bad. Flush is when you're anxious, when you're like embarrassed. You're getting flush.
Okay.
Like if someone's like, "Hey, you kind of want to fuck your cousin," you're like, "Oh no, I don't." You're flush.
Got it. Incest. All right. Well, you look rested, gay. I don't know. Either way, you look like Christian Bale in The Machinist.
I know what you mean. I think it's
complexion.
Yeah, there's something. Fuck. I'll think of it. Someone will write it to us. But I'm a little worried right now. We're in the comeback of my haircut.
Yeah.
People like it. I'm getting comment, but I feel like I'm getting close to that retard haircut where you can't go back because it's spiked.
Right. It's going to go Lloyd Christmas at some point.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. And I went to the barber. I just feel a little like, what's the Ben Stiller character? Mr. Happy.
What, in Tropic Thunder?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where he's like Mr. Happy or retard, whatever. I can't remember.
Simple Eddie? Simple Jim? Simpleton. Simple Jack.
Simple Jack. Yes, that's what I'm concerned with. So
that's what I do in a hotel room.
But
Simple
thank you, and I feel I got some color, and I do feel a little fat though. I'm eating a lot of fatty things. I was in Maine and we had ice cream every single night, so I got a little chunky monkey.
Yeah, it'll get you. I'm out in Wisconsin, and it's one of these Skyline, Tacoma, Spokane, one of those kind of gigs, and they pack the green room, which I love. They pack it with all kinds of snacks and chocolates and granola bars and Hershey's Kisses and candy and soda, and I just, it's drawers full. It's like Richie Rich or some shit, and I just can't stop eating it, and I feel like hell.
Yeah, I know that feeling. It's a nice little club there. I did an album at that club.
What?
Way back in the day. So
That's
far,
the
no
one?
good. Yeah.
Wow, it never hit me.
Yeah, that was it, and wasn't great. Not a great album. In fact, people should get the album just to hear how shitty it is. That's my pitch.
Good.
I think I told you this. I think I told you this before. I had my best buddy in high school, Nick Flynn, who was we were so tight. But he had a good scam going where he would spread rumors that he had a small cock.
I like it.
He's like, I'm Irish. I got the Irish curse, like a little dick. And
I heard that too.
It would get a little word of mouth going.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, it's good. Then people are thinking about your dick. And then you pleasantly surprise them when you pull it out because he just had a normal dick or whatever.
That's not bad.
Yeah, maybe start telling people you have a small dick. What's the Band-Aid on your hand there?
Oh, wow, good observation there, Fatty. I moved into a new apartment, and I think I talked about that. And you got to come over at some point. We got the whole roof. This thing is beautiful. It's right in the heart of the village. The location is bananas. And when I looked at the place, the guy before me left a huge cacti coming out of a big white vase. I'm talking up to the ceiling, one of those big old killer cacks. And I said, what's up with that cack? And she goes, the last person couldn't lug it out of here if you want it. I said, oh, I'll lug. And so I kept it. Yeah. So I kept this cactus, and they called and said, we're going to come back at Christmas and come get it. And I said, yeah, on my asshole you will. I don't think they're coming back, Fatty. And so I was moving it, and I cut my hand. So the cactus works.
Yeah, it's to protect. He probably thought something bad was going to happen, and he cut you. He's a Puerto Rican cactus.
Yes, exactly. I got shanked by Jose, the cacti. But, hey, it's a good price to pay for that. I mean, this thing's 8 feet tall.
Wow. I'm excited. I got to see the new place. Well, when I buy my new car, I'll drive on over to your place.
Oh, baby doll. I can't wait. We're going to be a couple of swingers.
So we did a queef there. I got talk about a couple things, and I know you got a lot because you've been out and about and traveling. And
sure.
But I got a couple things I want to talk about. We did a queef the other day, Thursday, last Thursday, and I talked about I want to buy a car, a used car, and I've now been convinced by a fan. We were talking about buying a new car, and now a fan has convinced me you gotta go certified pre-owned, because we were talking about I was worried that someone took a shit in there and somebody rode the clutch or whatever.
Sure.
But he said this certified pre-owned, they do a 175-point check, and they legally have to tell you who owned it, and it tells you one owner, no crashes.
Yes.
Boobily boo. And like a 2019 Nissan Sentra is like $7,000 cheaper than a 2020, and it's got like 8,000 miles, which is nothing.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. Right off the lot, it loses $5,000 or whatever the hell. I think this kid knows his business.
Yeah, and he told me, but everyone's giving you the thing. You got to get a CRV. You got to get a Honda.
Right.
You got to get a Hyundai. Everyone has the best car. But I'm going with the Cantor advice. Why take... I appreciate everyone's advice, but I'm like, why am I taking some guy on Instagram over, a Jew that I've been close friends with for a decade?
You got to get the Jew advice when you're buying a car. But let me throw this right in your asshole and see if it hits your milk prostate. What if a used car dealer hit you up? Who has more intel than that cunt?
Oh, the fan that's a used car
Yes,
dealer.
yes.
I see. Well, I haven't gotten one of those yet, I don't think. I had one guy, he's like, I'm a valet. I've driven all these cars.
Valet, get out of here.
But here's the thing, too, and Sarah pointed out, of course we hate ourselves, so I always just think I'm dumb and everyone has better ideas, but she's like, you rent cars 12 weeks out of the year, every year. I've driven every car.
Right.
Why dismiss my own thing? I've driven these cars. I have some wisdom,
Yes, you've test-driven 800 cars.
And here's the other thing you forget. You get advice from people that have different values than you have. We talked about Lilith and Laqueef. So someone's like, you got to do this. But I'm like, I don't want to go to 3 different places.
Right.
It's not worth saving $2,000 to me. If I got to go to 3 places, I'm walking away. Goodbye. I come back. That sucks. Yep. I'd rather spend $2,000 and leave.
I get it. Yeah, time is money with us, and all that shit is... I'd rather have no seatbelts and not talk to somebody than talk to 20 people and have a seatbelt.
Exactly. I'll figure it out later. So that's exciting. And then the other thing is, last week we talked about the monster dump I took, which was really something, a python.
Award-winning. That thing needed to have a little blue ribbon put right on that turd.
Well, I ate some blueberries, and that helped. But I talked about it a lot. You talked about it. We talked about it. I have literally never gotten a bigger response on anything I've ever done ever.
Yeah.
Netflix, Tonight Show, Letterman. You don't need the whole resume, but it's a pretty good resume.
No,
nobody.
That shit it's unbelievable. That thing should be in the Smithsonian. I mean, it should be at the State Fair.
So I got to say, it's on the Patreon. I'm not joking, 300 people, over 300 people have messaged. My Instagram account is just, and I'm not even looking at Twitter these days. So my Instagram, it's all Instagram. I've gotten emails, texts, phone calls. People were dropping things off of, prop planes, and someone wrote in the sky, let's see the turd.
Yeah.
This is something, and if you want to see it, it's on the Patreon. It's a huge monster dump, and, we were a little reluctant about putting it on the Patreon, but it's up there now. If you want to go see it for just as little as $5 a month, you can go see a huge shit.
Yeah, I've seen it. I'm impressed. I think you got to keep that photo and then try to top it.
Yeah, well, right now, I just got back, and I was eating some shit, but I'm getting the spinach back going, and I'm trying to get it back up there. I'll get some oatmeal going, and we'll see. But the last couple of days, I've had some nasty, weird stomach shits, but I think it's just anxiety. I'll be all right.
I think it's anxiety. The ice cream's catching up to you, and who knows what the fuck what kind of asshole you ate in Maine.
Yeah, good point. So that's what's going on here. But yeah, get on that Patreon, go see the poop. And we did 2 bonuses last week. I did one with Sarah. So there's a ton of brand new shit on the Patreon if you guys want to hop on there.
I mean, come on, folks. You know your curiosity is tickling your sack when that shit is just out there for the taking. And that thing was a war. Let me throw this at you, speaking about the car thing.
Please.
Oh, by the way, the shitting, I think it resonates because we all shit. I think there's a book called Everybody Shits or something. But, you do a Letterman. It's impressive. It's a milestone. It's cool. But You go, oh, that guy's on Letterman. With the shit we can all feel. We all are in our phallic period, or what is it, the anal stage. You know, we can all get behind it.
Yeah, and I think, you know, like you said, the curiosity of like, well, how...
Sorry, guys, I had to check some things here. Almost ready for you.
big is this shit? You know, we paint a picture, and I think I have...
By the way, the shitting, I think it resonates because we all shit. I think there's a book called Everybody Shits or something. But, you know, you do a Letterman, it's impressive, it's a milestone, it's cool, but you go, oh, that guy's on Letterman. With the shit we can all feel. We all are in our phallic period, or what is it, the anal stage. You know, we can all get behind it.
Yeah, and I think, you know, like you said, the curiosity of like, well, how big is this shit? You know, we paint a picture, and I think I haven't heard from anyone that's been disappointed.
Aha! That's huge.
Nobody has written, yeah, that was bullshit. You overplayed it, whatever. I want my money back. Everyone's been like, woo, God, you really did it. So
yeah, I don't want to spoil alert, but the shit is so big, and it has a little side shit next to it. It's almost like when they overmake a milkshake, and they got to put the rest in the cup.
Yes, exactly.
That's what your shit is. It's got extra, and you go, here, you can have this, and you give it to your son.
Yeah, well, that piece, I have to admit, I put that there before I took a shit. I just placed it in, and then I shit next to it.
You had that in the freezer?
But, yeah, it's a hell of a shit. It's a good time to be on the Patreon, and like COVID, our Patreon members are spiking right now. We had a little spike.
Hell yeah. I mean, it's a lot of good stuff, and people need the content, or the shit tent. By the way, worst place at Bonnaroo, the shit tent. But let me say this about the car, and this might be a hacky bit, but you talk about the pre-certified, pre-owned, whatever it is, and you can see the history. Wouldn't it be great if you could do that with dating apps? I'm talking STDs, how many fights you got into, parental baggage, you got a kid. Put it all in there.
Yeah, that would be nice. DePaulo had a bit kind of like that with the snatch facts. Give me the snatch fact, where he said, you know, this girl's like, I slept with 6 women, and he's like, yeah, but who are they? You know, and he would do, you know, one was Huey Lewis, one was Patrick Ewing, and then the other 3 were whatever. And he's like, I need the snatch facts.
All right, well that bit's done then. Fuck it.
But the funny part about that to me was, I mean, this is years ago. I remember laughing so hard at Huey Lewis because I thought it was just a random guy he picked, and I found out later that he was famous for having a huge cock.
Huge.
But I actually thought it was funnier when I didn't think he was famous for that. To just throw in Huey Lewis was such a perfect name.
Perfect name. Huey is just comedy gold, and it's so random because it's like, you know, 85.
Yeah. Sorry. All right. What were you going to say? I'm just pulling up.
Shelby piped in, but I think I'll be ready with that. But yeah, so I got a lot of jizz to put on your chin here if you're ready for it.
Yeah, please do.
All right. So I had a bit of a fan snafu, and tell me if you've had this. First of all, I flew out to Wisconsin. I got the first class ticket. How much does this kick you in the taint? You get the first class ticket just from the miles I've gotten, so they bump you up sometimes.
Sure.
And for the first time in history, you get that first class ticket. You go, holy shit! I'm in the front of the plane. I'm gonna board first. I'm gonna get a cocktail, the whole thing, and then they go, boop! It's COVID-19 time, so we're gonna load the back of the plane first. And you go, yeah! So all the good is gone, and then you go, well, I'll get a cocktail, I'll get a cookie, I'll get a hand job. And they go, we're not doing any drinks or food, so go fuck yourself, and the TV stuck on C-SPAN, and your mom's fat. You're like, God damn it.
Yeah, that sucks. But I guess you still get to be, looking on the bright side, I got to be the bright side guy here, you still get to get off first. You get a cushier, bigger seat. That's nice.
Right. No, you're right.
And, it's nice that it's quiet. Was the plane packed or half full? What are we talking about? What's it like out here?
It's about 80%. It's getting, every time I fly, it's more full than it was before. So I think people are kind of just throwing their semen to the wind there a little bit and just going, fuck it.
Yeah, it's, it's all confusing. I don't want to go down the COVID hole here, but boy, it's all so kooky and confusing. And, I don't know what to think and do, but hearing you talk about it makes me miss the flying days. I want my status and the miles, but I just, I think I'm good right here.
No, you're good. I feel guilty about it the whole time. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, but I got tested because Ari gave me a fucking bent my ear. What do you call it? Yeah, bent my ear on this shit.
Good day.
So I got tested. So I'm hoping it comes back negative with the antibodies. That's what I'm feeling I got, but you never know.
How was the test? Did they touch your brain and shit? It looks very unpleasant, and then some people say it's fine, other people say it's horrible.
I went to Walgreens, and they do free testing, and they shoved a dildo up my nose till it hit my dandruff.
And did it hurt? Was it uncomfortable? What happened?
It's very uncomfortable. It's like they hit a thing where you go, okay, that's enough, and then they go just a little further, and you're like, God damn, it's like Total Recall, and they pull out a big alien and all that shit, and my Q-tip had orange boogers all over it. But it's a bitch, but it's quick.
I can't even think about, like, to me, I would rather have, I'm not even trying to be funny, I would rather have Dan Soder, I'm looking at him in a photo, squeeze a bottle of lube on my asshole, slip his dick all the way in, swish it around, pull it out, put it back in, fuck me for a half hour, pull out, come in my mouth, make me swallow it, then get a COVID test. Or do anything.
Oh, wow. Well, some people would pay money to get that Soder experience, but yeah, I guess you're right. But it's quick. It's in and out, and you get to learn something about you. The antibodies test, I think you have to give blood.
Yeah, but that's not so bad. I've done that, and they can prick your finger or whatever. But don't they get an antibody test from the test also?
They do, but you can do an antibody separate. I guess.
See, yeah. I've thought about doing that. A bunch of people keep saying to donate blood because you find out your blood type and you get the antibody test and you're doing a good deed. So I'm thinking about doing that. But like we always talk about, it's so much easier to not do a thing.
Of course. Not doing anything is very easy. And I think we're going to miss it when the pandemic is over. When this is all over, we're going to go. So I could use a 2-month break right now. Guilt-free.
Oh, you got to be careful with that take, because I tweeted that exact thing a couple months ago, and people were like, fuck you, this is privilege, you don't know what you're talking about. And I was like, jeez, I was just trying to look on the bright side here.
Yeah, boy, you're Mr. Brightside all of a sudden, huh?
Well,
you used to be worry wart herpy.
Well, to me, I mean, I think it's a positive look. At some point, we will be like, that was kind of fun. Like, I think about this, we're like post 9/11. You look back and you're like, that was great.
Yeah,
everyone
we came
was
together.
Getting along. I mean, George Bush was throwing strikes and we were all like, ah! There was like an eagle landed on his head and fucking, there was flags everywhere. Everyone was like, yeah.
Yeah.
And then, we went to the wrong country and the whole thing unfolded. But whatever. But for a minute, I mean, for 1 minute, I was like, this guy's the fucking man. That megaphone
course.
thing, I was like, this
Yes.
guy's great.
Yes, they had the hat on, and we killed Bin Laden. We all high-fived. It was a simpler time, folks.
I mean, that was 10 years later, but, whatever.
That's true. Sorry, I was drunk for a decade. But either way, flight, whatever, fine. Had a layover, fine. But here's what I wanted to get into. So I'm walking around the West Village with the lady, as I do. We do the daily walk. You got to get out. The sun is shining, whatever. And we walk by this restaurant, and we say, oh, they're doing to-go drinks. Let's get a big highball and really soak in the neighborhood. And this guy, Indian guy, cool guy, comes out, and he goes, oh, you're the comedian. You're the comedian. I go, oh, yeah. And there's like 20 people around buying drinks, so it's super awkward. And I'm like, oh, yeah. And I got to tell you, it feels good being recognized in your own hood. You're kind of like, all right, I'm supposed to live here. It feels nice.
Sure.
You feel like Al Capone, like you're giving out the turkeys to the fat poor kids. But either way, so he's like, oh, whatever you want. It's on me. It's on me. And I was like, oh, wow. All right. And then other people are going, who is this? You can see him going, I've never heard of this fucking loser. Who's this homo? He's a fucking piece of shit. And they're Googling me, And now other people are like taking photos because they're like, I should just get this just in case he is somebody. Is this a Jonas brother or retarded Boy Meets World? And so we get the free drinks, and he goes, you want dinner? You want dinner? It's on me. And I go,
wow.
We just ate Chipotle. Fuck my ass. I would kill. This is a nice place. So we go, we'll just take the drinks. Thank you. Maybe we'll come back another time. He goes, come back. I got you dinner. And I go, oh, wow. All right, great. So I'm feeling good. We sip the cocktails. We're walking around. We bang. We do anal. We have an abortion. The next day we go, hey, fuck it. Let's go to dinner at that place. We get a free meal.
Sure.
So we don't eat all day. We get into a fist fight, the whole thing. And then finally at 7 o'clock rolls around. We go back to the restaurant. He's like, oh, you came back? Oh, man. He's all chipper again. We have our bullshit small talk. Oh, how's the restaurant doing? COVID. Yeah, everybody's closing up. I'm gay. And we sit down. I get the duck. She gets the mussels. I mean, we go all out. We get a couple cocktails. Bill comes. Not covered.
Ah.
What is that?
So it was a one-time, an OTO, one-time only offer.
I guess so, but at the tail end of the dinner, he goes, you know what? You guys are great. You came back. We got to know each other. You live in the neighborhood. I got your last round of drinks, whatever you want. So we were like, this is before the check came. So we're like, wait, huh? What you round of drink? I thought you had the meal. And this bill was, we really hiked it up.
Yeah, I bet. Well, maybe he wasn't too keen on the hike. Maybe he got his eyes on what was going on. He said they've ordered how many apps? And he said he pulled the rug out from underneath you. He pulled the old magic carpet out from underneath the table or wherever you keep it.
Yeah.
He called an audible and said, that's too many.
Yeah, he didn't like the hike or the kike, so it got ugly. And boy, that bill, I would have gotten the fucking mixed green and a water and gotten her a grilled cheese and a seltzer if I knew I had to cover the bill, because that would have been $100. But this is a swanky joint, so it was to the moon, Alice. So we left there with our dicks between our legs and went back home and cried.
Boy, that's tough. But at least you got the free drinks. That's nice.
I guess I got the drink, but I'm telling you, the night before, you want a meal? I got you. You got to get the swordfish, whatever. Hey, do you work out? No. Oh, you should. Why? The whole thing. And I was like, we are in with this Indian. And he Indian gave.
Damn it.
Maybe next time he wanted to just plant a seed of if you'll come back, and maybe next time you're in.
How do you do that? How do you plant?
Like, he was like putting it out there, and now that you've come, maybe he's like, okay, he came, so we hit him up next time. I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, this is it's quite a pickle.
It's a pickle, all right. And this guy, he screwed the pooch. And I think the thing is, he was excited. It's almost like after you fuck. You meet a lady at a bar. You can't wait to bang. You're so keyed up. You're all turned on. You're hard as a rock. And then you fuck, and you're like, who the hell's this skank? What is she doing here? What am I doing with my life? And she's thinking the same thing. And I think the day difference killed it.
Right. Yeah, I think he was in a mood that day. Maybe he got the numbers the next morning.
Oh, right.
Maybe his wife talked to him. Maybe she overheard and goes, "What are you doing? You're giving this fucking asshole the
This
the thing."
nobody.
Maybe they listened to one of our episodes and heard a bunch of and fucking went, "Hey, charge this guy double."
Maybe, but yeah, it was a real magic carpet pull. You're not kidding, because in a way, he got off pretty good, because I bought his his next tune-up on his car with that bill. So he does a little. He gave me a little morsel, and I came back and bought the whole barn. Wow.
Well, at least it was a good meal. Was it a good meal?
Great meal. The food's fantastic. I forget the name of the place, so I'd plug it, but it was a real goose for the gander.
Yeah, well, that's tough, but I'm Brightside Billy over here, and you got some free cocktails, and you had a nice meal, and you got a story out of it. It's a little shifty. Did you think at all about being like, "Hey, what's going on with the bill here"? Did that cross your mind at all? Or?
It's too awkward. I mean, of course it crossed my mind, but I can't go, "Hey, sloppy jalopy, what do we got here? I thought you said free meal." I mean, that's just too on the nose. I couldn't do it. I just had to go, how about that? Who broke a window? Jesus.
Let me throw this out there.
Please.
Did the waitress bring the bill? Because maybe she didn't get word about the free meal.
That a great question. Great question, but he brought the bill.
No!
I know, he put it right up my pooper.
Wow, that I felt like I had something there. I felt like maybe it was a miscommunication between the waitress and the owner.
No, you had something, but he had something for me, and it was a big old 3-digit number.
But now here's an issue I've had before. So maybe he may see you as a celebrity, you know? So he thinks, because I've had this issue before with eating with people that are rich and some celebrity types. A lot of times, these celebrity types, they get free shit, and they're the people that need them the least.
Sure.
To me, it's like, you should just grab people off the street that aren't famous and be like, "Come in here for a free meal."
Right.
You know, he should grab Hobo Joe with his dick out and be like, "Sit here and have some duck, you fucking loser."
Yes, I've always thought that, because you know when you go to a bar and your friend works at the bar, and I think I've brought this up before, but it's always a real chooch, because you go in and you go, "Hey, my friend works at the bar, he's going to hook me up." And your bartender friend goes, "Hey, my friend's coming to the bar, he's going to hook me up." So now you get the free highball, and then you give your friend a big tip, and then you realize, wait a minute, I just tipped him more than the actual drink and a tip would be. And so who's winning here?
Yeah, I remember having that with Cantor before, because he bartended for years, and I remember like throwing down like $70 at the end of the night because I drank $300 of the booze.
Right.
And I remember doing that at a comedy club too, and I was featuring, and I was trying to be like Big Dick Bill. I'm always Bill. And I drank free, and I tipped out $100. And I think it was Colleen at the Omaha Funny Bone. She was like, it was. And she came back and was like, "What are you doing? Give $10. You're the feature. No one expects money from you. What are you doing?"
Wow.
She's like, "This is ridiculous." Yeah. But she was just like, she had just signed a check to me for $380. I was like, "What are you, crazy?"
Right.
Like, and she's like, the features don't even tip usually. Like, you give $10 as a feature, you're a hero.
Wow, she's a hero. That's a sweet mom right there.
Well, it was also a thing of like just my like alcoholic ego being like, I saw fucking, Colin Quinn do this one time. You got to tip out the waitstaff, and I'm like throwing money around, and I have debt and whatever the fuck.
Yeah, well, speaking of debt, that's a bad segue, but we got to talk about Manscaped.
Yes, I am so happy to have Manscaped back in our lives.
I know. I love these guys. I use that razor every other day. I got a short dong, so I trim the hedges just to make the tree look bigger. And we're in the thick of summertime. It's hot, it's sweaty, it's sticky outside, so why not take a layer off where it counts? Your pubes, folks. Manscaped is the only men's brand dedicated exclusively to below-the-belt grooming and hygiene. The engineers at Manscaped are so obsessed with keeping your package clean, they've created the optimal ball hair trimming system. You see, that's nice. Everybody's worried about the shaft, but the balls need some trim too, because that's a nasty,
Why the fuck is it
fucked
healed?
up devil's alleyway of sin down there. It's called the Perfect Package 3.0 Essentials Kit. It's got the new and improved Lawnmower 3.0. Smooth out your scrotum with a ceramic blade and Manscaped Advanced skin-safe technology. Back in the day, you try to cut your ball hair. It was like trying to undo a time bomb. You're just like, is that the red wire, the green wire? Ah, you're sweating, you know. Buzz your cock with confidence. Tell them about it, sister.
Well, when you order the Perfect Package from Manscaped, you not only get the lawnmower, you also get the Crop Preserver, an anti-chafing ball deodorant and moisturizer. It's getting hot outside, and this will keep your balls from sticking. You also get the Crop Reviver, which will keep your balls smelling fresh, just like spring flowers. I need that. I was talking about this yesterday. I mean, I get to the end of the day, I have a habit of having my hand on my dick and balls, and I smell my hand, and it is rotten. Rotten. I mean, it is fucking horrific. I feel bad for all the women that have ever smelled my balls. There's only like 4 of them, and 2 are my aunt. All right, anyways, plus you get replacement blade refills for your lawnmower trimmer delivered to your door every 3 months, so your trimmer always stays hygienic and clean, and for a limited shower.
Yeah, same. And it's such good stuff. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but my lady uses it, and she's fresh. And if a gal is using it, you know it's top-notch.
Yeah, my gal uses it as well, and she loves it. I love it. We love it. And I'm so happy to have them back in the swing of things here.
Same. Big fan. I'm also a big fan of ExpressVPN. Now, look, we all go online. We all look at some fun, naughty stuff, maybe a spicy Latina or a haggard MILF. But you don't know what you want. You don't want everybody knowing about it. You know, it's your private time, folks. You're probably thinking no one will ever find out what you do in incognito mode. Hate to break it to you, but that just doesn't work. It's not a matter of what mode you use or how.
Extra 3 months free on a 1-year package. That's
I'm going to save some because, we have more podcasts to do in the future.
We certainly do. Well, give me some. Give me a little taste of something. Lick my pussy and spit in my asshole.
All right, you got it. Well, I moved apartments, which is fun in theory. You know, on paper, I'm moving on up. I'm going to rent my place. I bought my apartment in the village, tiny studio, lunch stuff, and I moved up to a bigger place, and I'm going to rent this place, which our money guy, was like, don't do that. What are you, crazy? It's the worst time to rent. It's a pandemic. Nobody wants that shit box of an apartment. You're crazy. You got to find a mover-inner and then get the big place. And I said, look, Russ, you're right. You're smarter than me. You're a Jew, but I got to get out of here. I'll take the risk. So we hightail out of there. We pack up everything, which is, God, packing sucks. Moving sucks. Every piece of it, every inch of it sucks. So we call these Russian guys because we need a truck. And, they show up. And they do this thing now. I don't know. I used to move furniture back in the 80s. And it was hell, but it was very simple. You move this, you move that. They paid you hourly. The white lady gave you a nice tip. You move on with your life. These guys do it now by going, how many items do you have exactly? How many furniture, whatever. We're going to do a tally, and we're going to charge you that way.
Okay.
Which I guess is the new system.
Yeah, it's a weird system.
It's weird. So I'm on the phone with this fucking Polak, and I'm going, all right, we got a couch, we got a bed, we got a dresser, we got a couple boxes here, we got a TV. I'm just kind of eyeballing it. And he goes, okay, Putin, or whatever, and he hangs up. And then these cats show up at 7 a.m., and you don't realize, but shit starts adding up. Because he goes, what about that picture on the wall? And you're like, oh, fuck, I forgot about the picture. Let me take that down. Oh, shit, I forgot about the record player. And you just start, and he goes, this is adding up. Not good. He pulls out the big fucking, he's got the visor on, with the receipt printing. And I'm like, what are you doing to me, tchotchke? So, boy, that was a pretty penny at the end of the day.
Gee, he sounds very similar to the restaurant guy. I think they're in cahoots. Something's up.
Maybe my neighborhood's full of these weasels.
I think this Russian Polak you described there, he might be in cahoots with the Afghani woman at the restaurant.
Yeah.
Maybe it's all one thing, like in, the old Garfield cartoons where that one guy was everybody.
Oh, yeah. Or when they're running and every business is the same behind them in the background.
Yeah, it sounds similar, but, I mean, so you got it moved over there, though, didn't you? By the way, why didn't you get the comics? Aren't there a bunch of comics that do moving?
I know. I don't know what I was thinking. That didn't even cross my mind. I used to be a comedy mover, and I didn't even think about that. And I don't know. I'm like you. I don't want to chit chat with some weirdo comic. I don't know. It's a whole new world out there with the open micers. I should have done that though. It probably would have saved me $1,000. But we move into a new place, and you gotta see this place. It's beautiful. But when we got to the new place, one guy goes, "Water? Can I get some water?" And I go, "Oh yeah." I'm pouring water on this guy's face like it's a wet T-shirt contest, just trying to get some goodwill from this fucking dick. And they put everything back in. They take your bed apart. They put the bed back together. I mean, these guys were pros. And it felt like, the guys who put the cable in on Seinfeld, Cable Boy.
Oh, yeah.
It was those guys. That's what they looked like.
Wow.
And at the end, I go, "What are you, Russian?" And he goes, "I am not Russian. I'm Georgian." I was like, "Georgian?
Georgia.
What are you, a peach? Atlanta? What are we talking about?" Apparently there's a country next to Russia called Georgia.
Yes. I think I remember here. I think it was part of the USSR. They did the breakup. They sprinkled a bunch of nations in there.
Yes, well, they hate Russians, so I was like I said the N-word. This guy flipped out on me, and I was like, Jesus Christ. So I tipped big, and in the comment on Venmo, I wrote, "Fuck Russia," and he wrote back, "Thank you," or something like that. So... Well, it was a long... God, moving sucks. I clocked it. The whole thing was 3.5 hours. It felt like 3 days.
Wow. 3.5 doesn't seem too bad.
No, it wasn't bad. And we got into a new place. There's boxes everywhere. And it's a nightmare because you're like, where the hell's my dental floss? Then you're fucking pulling things out from 8th grade, a report card, a pantyhose, a dildo. And it's a nightmare. But we'll get there, and you got to see it.
Now, is this a positive or a nice a negative that... You're on the road now, so you got 3 days for your lady to do what she wants with it. Is that good? Like, she's unpacking for you, helping, or is it bad because you get there and you're like, "Hey, this isn't how I wanted it"?
Well, we did a lot of discussing and a lot of compromising on the decoration. Obviously, she hated the old place because there was nothing but Conan O'Brien posters and Weird Al jizz. But she's like, just doing the boxes now, and we're gonna decorate later. So I'm actually scoring right now because she's doing all the the unpacking, and then we'll do the fun decorating later, where you get the shag carpet and the nice photo and the print on the wall.
And the weirdo lighting. That's exciting. Now, describe the place. Is it 2 floors? Is there a balcony? There's an outside? There's a window? I mean, hit me with it.
I mean, here's the clinker. I don't want to give my address away, but you've walked by this place 100 million times.
I'm sure.
I don't even know if that's a number, but it's got a garden. I'm on the 3rd floor. It's got an elevator. It's got a beautiful lobby. It's got a sunken living room, Jerry. I got
What?
2 steps into the living room.
Oh, my God. That's the dream.
The dream. That's why I poked. That's why I peeked. And DALRYMPLE. So, it's got a sunken living room with 2 little steps that go down, and the steps have these little cute handrails. This is pre-war, baby. It's got a separate kitchen. It's got 4 closets. It's got a roof deck. It's got a huge bedroom. It's got a ton of light. I mean, you're going to jizz in my sister's snatch when you see this place.
Wow, I can't wait. Now, have you found somebody to rent the other place?
We had one, what do you call it? A
client?
Not a client, checker-outer.
Tenant.
Not tenant. It was somebody who's interested in it.
Oh, I thought tenant was big. I was pumped about tenant.
Well, it will be a tenant when they rent, but I can't
What about
think of
this? A prospective buyer? Respective? What is that? Is it respective or prospective?
Prospector?
Shit.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Something like that.
We're close.
So what happened? So you're showing it to them or what?
So this fucking coos comes by who's going to NYU with her fucking chooch dad, who's a golf course guy or whatever. He's got like a white hat on and a sweater vest and a pink polo. And they walk in and they're all Connecticut and schooner and boat shoes, and they walk in and they go, "Oh, no thank you." And I was like, "Fuck you, I lived here for 7 years with a lady with huge tits. We made it work. Your cum guzzling daughter can't sit here."
So they're not into it.
It was a hard erect no.
Oh boy. Well, you got the location going, but I do imagine it might be tricky to sell a place in Manhattan right now. I mean, but Manhattan we're decreasing. We're on the everywhere else is worse now. It feels like you're gonna get people from Arizona going, hey, maybe I'll move to the village.
That's true. That's true. That's all I got going for me. And yeah, praying to God somebody rents it, because if not, I'm paying 2 rents, and this new place is pretty hefty.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, just by the description, it sounds insane. But yeah, 2 rents would be tough. Maybe there's a comic or somebody that could take it.
Well, here's the clinkers. A couple comics reached out and said, hey, I'm a Tuesday. I heard you're renting your place. I want to get in there. I love the village. What is it going for? And I told them the price, and they said, I just heard, boo! A fucking dial tone hit me, and I was like, shit, I'm fucked.
Yeah, this could be tricky, but I think you'll figure it out. It's a nice place.
Praying to Allah here.
Yeah, we'll see. But this is exciting. I mean, big moves.
Not here.
Big moves, big changes. I changed management. I changed agents. I changed sexual orientations and apartments. So it's quite a pandemic here.
Boy, that is exciting. Yeah, I got. I'm thinking about getting a car. I mean, we can have a new house and a car. This is insane.
Together, we're like one real man.
Yeah, close. We're getting there.
Getting there. Boy, maybe. So I don't want. I'm hogging. I don't want to. I got more, but I want to let you.
Act 4. How many acts are in this fucking thing?
I did as you told me, Tyrael. I found the temple of the Zakarum. In the deepest recesses of the temple, I found a dark gathering. My companion, the Wanderer, Talrasha, and a great evil who could only be the Lord of Hatred himself, Mephisto. I heard a voice that, like 1,000 needles in my heart.
My brothers, at long last we stand reunited. The infernal gate has been prepared, and the time of our final victory is at hand. Let the way to hell be opened. And the evil that was once vanquished shall rise anew. Wrapped in the guise of man shall he walk amongst the innocent, and terror shall consume they that dwell upon the earth. The skies shall rain fire, and the seas will become as blood. The righteous shall fall before the wicked, and all creation shall tremble before the burning standards of hell.
What I saw then was not meant for mortal eyes.
The gate stands ready. Now, my young brother, the time has come to assume your true form. Arise, Diablo, Lord of Terror.
Diablo. Diablo looks rad.
You are a harbinger of our return, Diablo. Send forth your terror into hell.
Alrighty. That seems like a natural stopping point there. We will be back starting Act 4 tomorrow.